Hello and welcome back to the longest solo live stream attempt. I just had 45 minutes off, and I'm back on the horse now. So this is the third stream on here, but I've been continuously streaming on. This is quite funny. I've been continually streaming on Twitch, and I've also been continually streaming on TikTok. I expected the TikTok to turn off because it was moaning at me before, saying so attempting a 45-minute solo live. No, it's 48-hour solo live stream. Actually, Mr. AI, not 45 minutes. I don't know. What I do need to do though is I just realised is I do need to update the text here. So there we go. Let's get this. You're back. Yes. What's happening with my back? What? I've got something on my back. I'm funny me. Okay. Let's go into chat window mode, and we will add this new chat to here. Hello, and welcome back to the show. For those watching on YouTube, we're back. Obviously, we're back a little bit ago for TikTok and for Twitch. So yeah, we're still going. We're 20 hours and 45 minutes into the stream now. So, but we can sort of take off. We can take off 45 minutes off that. So we are 20 hours into the stream. Which is cool. So 20 hours in, we have times 5, 100 minutes, and I've used 45 of those minutes. So we've got 55 minutes left. Yay! To play with. Cool. Cooley. Macaulay Culkin, as they say. No one says that. So yeah, I think it's just me and Sarah. No, actually, Stephen is in there. The grifter is back. The grifter is back, says Stephen Lee. That's a very nice. Morning to you as well. Morning, sir. That was a swift break. It was a swift break. I'm going to just get rid of. What's this? Anyway, back to the show. Listen, obviously, see, my coffee is cold enough to drink now. Oh yeah, it's kind of all right. So, where were we? We were oh god. Morning, sir. That was a swift break. Okay, so we've just done the G's, and now we're up to the H's. How's it going, Graham? You look a tad peaky. I don't really know, like the Peaky Blinders. What, do I look like I'm going to do a gangster thing? Possibly. Right. I barely finished another vid. A sheer break indeed. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so for those of us joining us, we're trying the Guinness World Record attempt, the longest solo live stream, and I've been going now for 20 hours and 48 minutes, but I've just taken 45 minutes off, and I've taken 10 minutes off before it, so I've actually taken 55 minutes off so far. So add that to a couple of 3 toilet breaks that I've taken. You add it all together, I've taken an hour off. I've been away from the camera for an hour, and that's fine. I am up to H for Haiti. I have got oh, that's telling me to wake up. Don't worry, I'm awake. So we have got 974 pages to get through. We've got through 386. So if I can get through an extra Let me see. 400 and 400 and what would you need for 70? That'd be 60. So that'd be yeah. So we need to get to page, I don't know. To get to page 480, 490, no, 480, 488. I'll do 486. So I've got exactly 100 pages to get through before 9 o'clock. So let's get cracking. Don't forget, I mean, that not all these pages are 2 pages. Some of them are more than that, especially when you hit somewhere like India, which has a lot of pages. So I'm reading from the book, The World. I get to take, just so everyone's aware of the rules, if you're coming in a bit late, I get to take off a 5-minute comfort break every hour. And I get to bank them so I can save them up if I want. Wishing you all the best with your challenge, Graham. Oh, thanks, Plum. That's very kind of you. Morning, Plum. Morning, Sfax. Effing hell. Graham is still recording his YouTube that's failing to keep up. What is YouTube not working? Sorry, can you just check? What do you mean is YouTube that's failing to keep up? I did stop it for 45 minutes. Let me know if there's a problem, a technical problem. There's not a technical problem. Please do me a favor and don't make out that there's a technical problem that I don't have to deal with, because it's just one more thing in it. One more thing in it. Right. Okay. So when we left off, we were mucking about in Guyana. We're not going very far now to the next destination on our list. We're going through every country in the world alphabetically, 15 minutes on average per place. We're going to Haiti now. Sorry, alarm going off. Make sure I wake up. Where we're going, I don't need an alarm. Okay, so next up is Haiti. Tranquil beaches, tumbling waterfalls, and pine tree-capped mountains dot the varied and striking landscape, easily rivaling the natural beauty found anywhere else in the Caribbean. So there you go. The most common phrase in Haiti might surprise me. It's "pas de problème," and it translates as "you have no problem." Haitians use it to in a dizzying array of contexts, responding to thank yous, asserting well-being, filling awkward silences. Despite Haiti's well-documented struggles, exacerbated lately by natural disasters, proud Haitians use the phrase sincerely, conveying an uneasy ability to live in the moment and appreciate what they do have, which is quite a lot. The world's only successful slave rebellion happened here, and the music, art, and culture that came with it make Haiti entirely unique. And those who came to assist Haiti often, as those who come to assist Haiti often learn, and encounter with the soul of this fascinating, beautiful country often benefits a traveller far more than one could ever hope to help it. Well, that's nice. I struggled to find your stream. I thought it had stopped at one point. I went to sleep and woke up just after 5. Yeah, I did stop the stream on here on YouTube, but I didn't stop on TikTok, and I didn't stop on Twitch. It's still going out on those channels. So we have a 20-hour and 53-minute stream that's been going out so far on the old Twitch. Yellow submarine says Plum. I think the chat was quiet, people talking, so not to disturb Graham. YouTube nudged me when he woke up. People stopped talking, so not as to disturb Graham. I don't think you would have been able to. Could you talk on the chat? I don't know. I don't think you could when I think it goes off after a while. So don't worry, it doesn't ping me pocket or nothing. Let's get rid of Greece. We don't need Greece. We no longer need any Greece, and we're done Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. I'll put that back on the bookshelf down there. Okay, so where were we? We are going to do Haiti. Okay, so we need for Haiti. And put Britain back on the shelf as well. Off you go, Britain. Ba, 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 ba. Central America, South Pacific, Caribbean islands. Okay, so let's gather around, everyone, and we'll talk about Haiti, which is not an alphabetical order because it is north to south. Okay, Hispaniola's earliest, and so this is the island of Hispaniola here. That is, it's Hispaniola. This is split between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and it is in this area of the north of the Caribbean, north of the Caribbean Sea, and it's got Cuba to the west, Turks and Caicos to the north. You've got Jamaica also to the west, and to the east is the other half of the island, which is Dominican Republic. So you know where it is. Hispaniola's earliest inhabitants arrived around 2600 BC in huge dugout canoes coming from what is now eastern Venezuela. They were called the Taínos, Taínos, and by the time Christopher Columbus landed on the island in 1492, they numbered some 400,000. However, within 30 years of Columbus landing, the Taínos were gone, wiped out by disease and abuse. The Spanish neglected their colony of Santo Domingo, and throughout the 17th century, it became a haven for pirates and later ambitious French colonists. In 1697, the island was formally divided, and the French colony of Saint-Domingue followed soon afterwards. The French turned Saint-Domingue into a huge sugar plantation. So I was just checking, Martin, that's really good. How are we all? Lobplum, we're just seeing the submarine. Am I going out properly? I am going out properly, I think. So the French turned Saint-Domingue into over to sugar production on a huge scale. By the end of the 18th century, it's the richest colony in the world, with 40,000 colonists lording over 500,000 black slaves. Following the French Revolution in 1789, free mulattoes, offsprings of colonists and female slaves, demanded equal rights, while the slaves themselves launched a huge rebellion. Led by the inspiring slave leader Toussaint Louverture, the slaves freed themselves by arms and forced France to abolish slavery. French treachery dispatched Toussaint into a prison death, but in May 1803, his general Jean-Jacques Dessalines took the French tricolor flag and, ripping the white out of it, declared he was ripping the white man out of the country. The red and blue were stitched together with the motto "Liberté or la mort," liberty or death, creating Haiti's flag. Oh, that's interesting. That's why Haiti's flag looks the way it does. It's red and white, red and blue with the green, with the white taken out of it. This is going to be quite funny because as I get more, as I go on with this and being sleep deprived, I'm going to make more and more mistakes, like silly mistakes in what I say. Mixing up places, mixing up names, all kinds of stuff. No, Plum, I was born in Belfast. It's at the entrance to John Lennon Airport. What? Well, that's really great. What time were you born in? What? Russ Waves going out properly on YouTube and Twitch. It's Russ. Thank you for that, Russ. Yeah, we've got a 5:45 update from Russ saying it's still working. So thanks for that, Russ. And obviously we've still got the TV going in the background there. And it's light outside now, which is kind of cool. It's very light. So yes, Dessalines won a decisive victory against the French at Battle Vertières near Cap Haitien, and on January the 1st, 1804, at Genovese, Dessalines proclaimed independence for Saint-Domingue and restored its Taino name, Haiti, meaning mountainous land. Dessalines crowned himself Emperor of Haiti and ratified a new constitution that granted him absolute power. However, his tyrannical approach to the throne inflamed large sections of society revolt. His death in an ambush at Pont Rouge in 1806 marked the first of many violent overthrows which would plague Haiti for the next 200 years. Dessalines' death sparked a civil war between the Black North, led by Henry Christophe, and the Mulatto South, led by Alexandre Pétion. Christophe crowned himself king, while Pétion became president of the Southern Republic. It took both their deaths, Christophe by suicide, to reunite the country, which happened in 1820 under the new Southern leader Jean-Pierre Bouillet, who established a tenuous peace. During his reign, Bouillet paid a crippling indemnity to France, and in return for diplomatic recognition, the debt took the rest of the century to pay off and turned Haiti into the first third world debtor nation. Bouillet also sought to unify Hispaniola by invading Santo Domingo. The whole of the island remained under Haitian control until 1849, when the eastern part proclaimed itself as the Dominican Republic. The next half century was characterized by continued rivalry between the ruling classes of wealthy mulattoes and blacks. Of the 22 heads of state between 1843 and 1915, only one served his full term in office. The others were assassinated or forced into exile. No, they were never given a chance. They were simply never given a chance. By the beginning of the 20th century, the US had begun to recognize that Haiti's proximity in the Windward Passage gave the country strategic importance. The stretch of sea between Haiti and Cuba was an important shipping route from the newly opened Panama Canal to the eastern coast of the US. When Haitian President Wilbraham Guillaume Sam was killed by an angry civilian mob in 1915, the Americans took it as their chance to invade Haiti, in theory to stabilize the country. Bullshit. In the occupation further the economic interests in the US in Haiti, who rewrote the constitution in favor of American corporations and introduced forced labor gangs to build infrastructure. The occupation brought predictable resistance with the Caicos Peasant Rebellion, led by Charlemagne Pétraud from 1918 to 1920. Its brutal suppression cost the lives of about 2,000 Haitians, and is still bitterly remembered in the country today. This occupation proved costly, and the US finally pulled out in 1934. No, Haiti was never allowed to succeed. The powers that be were never going to give it the chance to breathe, to actually succeed, because they wanted to show that any kind of slave revolt would end in failure. Even to this day, Haiti's string of tyrannical rulers reached its zenith in 1956 with the election of Francois Duvalier, whose support came from the burgeoning black middle class and the politically isolated rural poor. But he knew where the dangers lie, and within months acted swiftly to neutralize his opponents. Duvalier consolidated his power by creating the notorious Tonton Macoutes. The name refers to a character in Haitian folk story, Tatou Macouk, or Uncle Knapsack, who carries off small children in his bag in the night. God. The Toutons Macoutes were a private militia who could use force with impunity and order in order to extort cash and crops from the cow population. In exchange for this privilege, they afforded Duvalier the utmost loyalty and protection. Papa Doc, as he was known, died in 1971 and succeeded by his son, Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier. Periodic bouts of repression continued until major civil unrest forced Baby Doc to flee to France in February 1986. Control changed hands between the junta leaders until finally the Supreme Court ordered elections for December 1990. A young priest named Father Jean Bertrand Ostrand, standing with a surprise last-minute candidate with the, as a surprise last-minute candidate with the slogan "La Valas" or "Flood," won a landslide victory. Aristide promised radical reforms to aid the poor, but just after 7 months, he was pushed out of office. No surprise there. An alliance of rich mulatto families and army generals worried about their respective business and drug interests staged a bloody coup with General Raul Cedras as their frontman. Despite international condemnation, an embargo against the junta was barely enforced, and thousands of Haitians fled political repression in boats to the USA. After 4 years, a joint US-UN plan saw Cedras leave for exile in Panama, and Astrad finally back as president. In return, Astrad was forced to implement harsh free trade economic reforms. After a period in opposition, Astrad returned as president in 2001. His opponents boycotted the election and disputed the results, leading to several years of political instability. Things came to a head in early 2004, soon after Haiti marked the 200th anniversary of independence, with violence on both sides, or right on all sides. An armed revolt forced Aristide back to exile in February 2004. His supporters claim that US agents effectively kidnapped him, a claim that the US denies. The ascension of pro-US Gerard Latorture, that's his literal name, Latorture, if you can believe that. Jesus. Latorture did little to quell the violence, and his and the devastation of Tropical Storm Gian, which killed 3,000 people, did little to improve matters. UN peacekeeping missions called MINUSTA was sent to the island, but it took until 2006 before the country appeared to have turned the corner. On the political front, largely peaceful elections returned René Prival as president, while a controversial military campaign by MINUSTA tackled the gang problem head-on, drastically reducing the violence and kidnapping that become endemic. Haiti remains the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Shattered economy, corruption, low life expectancy, and high illiteracy rates are only the tip of the challenges facing the nation. In spring 2008, street protests about rising goods prices turned briefly violent and led to the sacking of the Prime Minister, but whenever conditions have allowed, Haitians have shown themselves able to start building for the future. The continuing attention of the UN will hopefully allow for such breathing space to occur. This was written before the devastating earthquake in I think it was January 2010, which laid ruin to most of Port-au-Prince. What's it called? Haitian earthquake. Yeah, it was 2010. It was Tuesday, the 12th of January, 2010. It was a catastrophic magnitude 7 earthquake, a 7 MW on the moment magnitude scale. And death tolls estimate from around 100,000 to 160,000, and Haiti has been reeling since that. And it's not been helped by people supposed to be working for charities such as Greenpeace going over there and taking advantage of Haitian women. It's all been a thing. When G due arrest, says Mr. Tisk. Checked on my home and on my app. My bedroom is 30 Celsius. I'm 22 in here. Steady on, Martin. Still waking up. Cafe Ren's not open for breakfast yet. Greetings from Bucharest. G, back to watching you from home as normal tomorrow. Well done so far, so Mr. Tisk. Thank you. I've had an hour's break from in the last 21 hours. I've actually only been streaming for 20 of them, so I've had 15 minutes where I've gone to the loo, and I had a walk around the block earlier yesterday, and then just before I had a 45-minute break. So that won't count towards the records. The record is only when I'm actually streaming, so when I'm actually going out and I'm actually sitting in the seat and not off somewhere else going to the loo or brushing my teeth or whatever. Temperature should be coming more reasonable tomorrow, Mr. T, which would be ideal for you to come home to. So yeah, so don't worry. I've had a sleep. I've had to sleep for half an hour. That should do me. I hope. I will start talking absolute gibberish. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Haiti was never given a chance. Haiti was famously the place where the slaves rebelled and they told their masters to piss off, and they proclaimed themselves their own independent country. And the powers that be, which include France and Britain and the United States, said, no, we're not having that. We can't let slaves getting ideas above their station. And so every time Haiti's tried to turn a corner, every time it's got someone half decent in to lead them, their voices have been stifled. 15 degrees here for me. Oh, that's all right, it's fact. But I'm worried there'll be power outages in summer again. Sorry to hear that, mate. Yeah, it's a bit cooler. Bit cooler than here, though. But you know what? Honestly, it's been so cold for so long here in Durham. It's, Anyway, so just having a quick look on the old TV here, not the TV, the internet, to see what the news is this morning. See if there's anything interesting I need to get my teeth into. Not really. And then yeah. Oh my God. So Jeffrey Donaldson, unionist, the former DUP leader, is facing charges spanning 21 years for alleged sexual offences. Never liked him, so met lots of nice people from Haiti and Montreal over the years. Yeah, I mean, again, it's another place, like many places around the world, where the people are lovely, but especially, I think, Haiti was never given a chance. But then there's a lot of countries in Africa where you could say exactly the same thing. You know? So we'll move on. We'll press on. Where are we going next? Where are we going next after Haiti? Was it Honduras next? I don't know. We can go to go to a voodoo ceremony in Haiti. If you're thinking zombies and dolls with pins in them, you need to disconnect from Hollywood. Voodoo is the wellspring of Haitian character, a spiritual religion born of the country's African roots, but which took adopted practices from both the island's original Indian inhabitants and French colonial masters. Attending a voodoo ceremony with its drums and sung prayers, bright imagery, and often healing nature is the best way to plug yourself into Haiti's subconscious. People from all over Haiti congregate near Go natives and to take part. I'm pronouncing that correctly. Go naives, maybe. To take part in the marathon ceremonies of Souvenance and Sucre, two biggest voodoo festivals in the country. That sounds quite cool. So next up, we're not heading too far away. We're actually heading to Honduras. So let's jump back here and we will go zoom in to Honduras. The capital here is pronounced Tegucigalpa. Don't ask me why it's pronounced Tegucigalpa. That's just the way you say it. And so that means I need to pick up my Central American playbook here and dive into the history of Honduras. Come on, let's go. So Honduras. It's Honduras now. In the newer books, the history section is at the back of the chapter rather than at the front. Ugh. So let's get cracking. Honduras has had a rough deal over the centuries. Things got off to a sparkling start when the main civilization emerged in Copan, but the Spaniards came and trampled all over the territory. Marauding pirates added to the mix in the 17th century. Independence has brought a brief respite, but for virtually the entire 20th century, Honduras was dominated by distant, powerful forces as well as giant US fruit companies. Later, the US military set up shop in the nation. The earliest humans are thought to have arrived in Honduras around 9000 BC, though almost nothing is known about their lives other than that they were hunter-gatherers. By about 2000 BC, settlements started cropping up around the land. It was over a millennium more before the Mayan site of Copan Lunas began to flourish as sculptors carved stone stelae unequaled in the Mayan world, and mathematicians and astronomers calculated the uncannily accurate calendars and planetary movements. Considering they didn't have telescopes, pretty impressive. For hundreds of years, a good slice of Maya classical period from AD 250 to 900, the city dominated the region culturally until its decline in the 9th century AD. Columbus, on his fourth and final voyage, landed near present-day Trujillo in 1502, naming the place Honduras, meaning the depths, as I said earlier, yesterday. Bahamas means shallows. Honduras means depths. From the deep waters off the north coast, he established the town Trujillo, and Trujillo, Honduras, Honduras's first capital in 1525, but the gleam of silver from the interior saw caught the eye of the conquistadors. In 1537, Comayagua, midway between the Pacific and the Caribbean coast, became the new capital. Indigenous people put up a fierce resistance to this invasion, although it was weakened by the vulnerability to European introduced disease, such as smallpox in particular. The sternest resistance was from the Lempira, the chief of the Lenca tribe, who was considered a national hero, who led a force of 330,000 against the Spanish before he was assassinated. By 1539, the resistance was largely crushed, unfortunately. British influence. By the beginning of the 17th century, Spanish colonists were coming under regular attack from rival imperial forces, especially the British merchants from Britain, attracted by mahogany and hardwoods from the Honduran Caribbean coast. Established settlements there and on the Bay Islands. Britain eventually ceded control of the Caribbean coast to the Spanish, but continued to influence the region. In 1797, slaves rebelled on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent. I mentioned this earlier. The British shipped thousands to the island of Roatan, where they mixed with indigenous people. Eventually, these people, the Garifuna, crossed into the mainland and found settlements along the coast, which go all through Honduras into Guatemala and into Belize, so along the coast along here. So they were dropped off, I think here, were they? Yeah, one of these places, and so they moved all along the coast up here, and then up into Belize. So yeah, Garifuna people are found out there. After gaining its independence from Spain in 1821, Honduras was briefly part of independent Mexico, and then briefly a member of the Central American Federation. The Honduran liberal hero, General Francisco Morazan, was elected president in 1830. The union was short-lived, however, and Honduras declared itself a separate republic in 1838. Liberal and conservative factions wrestled for power. If you ever read the 100 Years of Solitude, which is set, it's set. I think it's set in a fictional South American nation, but the struggles between the liberals and the conservatives is a huge part of that novel. And I think it's set in Colombia. It's set in Colombia, but it could be set in a bunch of different places in Latin America. The union was short-lived. Liberal conservatives factions wrestled for power, and power alternated between civilian government and military regime. So much so that the country's constitution would end up being rewritten 17 times between 1821 and 1982. Honduras has also experienced literally hundreds of coups, rebellions, and power seizures since achieving independence. Around the end of the 19th century, US traders marveled at the rapid growth of bananas on the fertile north coast, just a short sail from the southern USA. US entrepreneurs bought land for growing bananas, and 3 companies, including the Standard, later United Fruit Company, bought up huge chunks of land. Bananas provided 11% of Honduras' exports in 1892, 42% in 1903, and 66% in 1913. The success of the industry made banana companies extremely powerful within Honduras, with policy and politicians controlling their interest. Although there's a silver line, all the damage to our fossil fuel power plants increased investment into green generation quite a lot. Talking about Ukraine. Thanks for that, Sfax. I keep waking up hoping the EHRC guidance was a bad dream. Then I remember which country I live in. Again, if anyone wants to chip in for the crowdfunder for the Good Law Project, I will actually, the link is in the description of the video. It should be, at least. But I will also put the link into the chat here, so we can raise more money for the if you fancy giving some money towards the Good Law Project to help fight against this horrific Supreme Court judgment, and Labour for supporting it instead of changing the freaking law. Please sort that out. They weren't bendy bananas, were they? Well, they were Big Michael bananas. They were Gross Michael bananas, but they all died out in the 19s. They were taken out by a blight in the 1960s, and now we have the Cavendish banana, which is invented by the chaplain of Alton Towers. Anyway, so everyone eats bananas, clones of bananas that were created in England. Anyway, the USA increasingly came to influence Honduran affairs. In 1911 and 1912, the US Marines were dispatched to the nation to protect US investments. From the late 50s, the military steadily began to take a much more important role in the country's governance via coups and political pressure. Long periods of military rule alternated with civilian presidents throughout the 60s and 70s. The cycle was finally ended in 1981 with democratic presidential elections. During the 1980s, Honduras was surrounded by revolutions and conflict. In July 1979, the revolutionary Sandinista movement in Nicaragua overthrew the Somoza dictatorship, and Somoza's National Guardsmen fled to Honduras. Civil war broke out in El Salvador in 1980, and internal conflict worsened in Guatemala. All of this was, pushed by the USA, who just wanted chaos and carnage in Central America, so they think ideas above their station. Under Ronald Reagan, huge sums of money and thousands of US troops were funneled into Honduras. Refugee camps of Nicaraguans in Honduras were used as bases for US-sponsored covert war against the Nicaraguan Sandinista government, known as the Contra War. Public alarm grew as hundreds of leftists in Honduras disappeared, and the US militarization of Honduras ramped up. By 1984, General Alvarez was exiled by fellow officers, and the Honduran government suspended US training of the Salvadorian military within its borders. In Washington, the Reagan administration was rocked by revelations it had illegally used money from its arms sales to Iran to support anti-Sandinista Contras. Large demonstrations followed in Tegucigalpa, and in November 1988, the government refused to sign a new military agreement with the USA. With the election of Violeta Chamorro as the president in Nicaragua in 1990, the Contra War ended. And there's been a bunch of other coups. 2006, Jose Manuel Zelaya Rosales, a cowboy hat-wearing rancher was elected president. He aligned himself with other Latin American left-wing leaders such as Hugo Chavez. But in 2009, his plan to rewrite the constitution, thereby making himself eligible for a second term, provoked a political crisis. Do you see the pattern here? I'm getting a bit sick of these presidents all over the world. They get into power, and then the first thing they do is change the constitution so they can stay in power. Oh, I'm not finished. I need a bit more. Democratic elections followed. A Nationalist Party candidate, Porfirio Pepe Lobo, a centre-right candidate with the backing of the nation's oligarchy, was voted in. Lobo's presidency racked up foreign debts of over $5 billion US, while ongoing financial turmoil left state workers, including teachers in the military, unpaid. His second win was met by violent protests and claiming that he manipulated votes and stolen the election. I should have mentioned, actually, that the guy who's in charge of El Salvador at the moment, when I was talking about El Salvador, just next door to Honduras, he's a jerk, and he's very much in the Trump camp. And obviously El Salvador is where there's a detainment, high security jail that's been set up, which is like a nightmare, an absolute bloody nightmare. Yeah. Sorry, I've got to drink the coffee. I need more water. Although I'm worried about having to go for a wee every 3 hours. The Nayib Bukele, his name is, the president of El Salvador, and he's El Salvador's. They call him the coolest dictator. He calls himself, the world's coolest dictator, and his iron fist has transformed El Salvador. Arbitrary detentions, forced disappearances, and torture. Always ends well, doesn't it? He's actually 2 years younger than me, but yeah, he's a raging psychopath, so he's hugely popular in El Salvador, though, because he has brought down the murder rate from an insane high in El Salvador of like over, I think it was 20. It got up to like a homicide rate of, I was going to say 29, but actually got up to 38 victims per 100,000 people. He's managed to get that down to 1.9. So obviously, when people are desperate, they will fall for someone who gets things sorted. But he's still not a very nice. He's still not a very nice person. Dickhead with the Supermax prison. Yeah, he's cool when he calls himself that. Yeah. He's a bit of a twat. So I will press on now. Hurry up. We're up to half an hour, so we've got another 15 minutes on another country. So quickly, just talking about Honduras there. Had a good time in Honduras. I've been to Tegucigalpa, the capital. I've also been to San Pedro Sula. I've been to Copan Runas, which is on the border here, which is an Inca site. You can see the Inca site here. Quite famous. It's one of the Inca sites that's the furthest away from the places. Oh, look at that. That is an amazing. That is an amazing mouth face coming out of the stone there. This is Copas Runas. There you go. That's more Copas Runas. There's a massive tree. This is all in Honduras. Well worth checking out. Tegucigalpa, when I was there, I stayed in a hostel. And if I wanted to go to the ATM, I had to be escorted by someone from the hostel who would take me to the ATM. And the hostel was behind barbed wire, which is a bit scary. Anyway, so Honduras, high murder rate in Honduras. So we're going from Honduras now to Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Where are we? Here we go. We're heading over to Hong Kong, which is here. So Hong Kong, some people think it's just the island. It's not. It's actually a bit more than the island. There's the border there. You can see with China in black by Shenzhen there, and I can't see the pointer. I don't know why it's making the pointer disappear. There you go, it's back. So yeah, there's Hong Kong. Hong Kong Island is there. Crazy place. There's Happy Valley. It is a wonderful place, and mad and crazy, and the food is amazing. God, Jesus Christ, it's one of those places where everything either smells absolutely awful or absolutely amazing. Hong Kong welcomes with an iconic skyline, a legendary kitchen, and lush protected nature where rare birds and colourful traditions thrive. One of the world's top culinary capitals, the city that worships the god of cookery and has many a demon in the kitchen, whether it's deliciousness in the pot is Cantonese, Sichuanese, or Japanese or French. So deep is the city's love of food, and so broad that its culinary repertoire, that whatever your gastronomic desires, Hong Kong will find a way to sate them. Hong Kong's enchanting neighborhoods and islands offer another kind of sensory feast. You may find yourself swaying along to the historic double-decker tram, cheering along with the hordes of city centre horse racers, or simply gazing out to the glorious harbour. Escape the city limits on one of the world's smoothest transport systems and spend your day wandering in a Song Dynasty village, hiking in a deserted island, or kayaking amongst volcanic sea arches. I mean, honestly, it packs a lot into a very, very small space. Does old Hong Kong? I really like Hong Kong. I've been there twice now in my life. Twice. I've been 3 times. No, twice. Twice in my life. And both times I had a jolly good time there. Ferrari's Electric Dreams. There you go. So Ferrari's Electric Dreams. So I'll have to go back and get the China Lonely Planet again. I think don't have a Hong Kong Lonely Planet, do I? I do not. No, I do not. So let's look for Hong Kong in here, and we can talk about the potted history of Hong Kong. Right, here we go. So Hong Kong walking tour, Kowloon. Just going through the Hong Kong sites. Do we have a history section? History. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's not too long to read out. So, Hong Kong was very much Hong Kong means fragrant harbour, for those of you wondering. Hong Kong was a very much far-flung outpost of the Chinese Empire until European traders started importing opium into the country. The British, with a virtually inexhaustible supply from the poppy fields of Bengal, developed the trade aggressively, and by the start of the 19th century, this foreign mud formed the basis of most of the transactions with China, which isn't good. China's attempt to stamp out the opium trade, including confiscating and destroying one huge shipment, gave the British the pretext they needed for military action. 2 gunboats were sent in and promptly destroyed a Chinese fleet of 29 ships. A British naval landing party hoisted the Union flag on Hong Kong Island in 1841, and the Treaty of Nanking, which brought an end to the so-called First Opium War, ceded the island of Hong Kong to the British Crown in perpetuity. At the end of the Second Opium War in 1860, Britain took possession of the Kowloon Peninsula. In July 1898, a 99 lease was granted for the new territories. Through the 20th century, Hong Kong grew in fits and starts. Regular political crises in China led to intermittent waves of refugees arriving in Hong Kong. Infrastructure for transport and trade was steadily improved, and expats came and went. Immigrants, as I like to call them. Then, like now, many were enamored with the vibrant colony's social life as much as anything else. The Japanese army crashed the party in 1941, and by the end of the war, Hong Kong's population had fallen from 1.6 million to 610,000. But the trouble in China was again to prove instrumental. Big trouble in Big China. in Hong Kong's development. First refugees from the communist victory in 1949 swelled the population of Hong Kong to beyond 2 million. Then the Korean War led to the UN trade embargo on China. In response, Hong Kong reinvented itself as one of the world's most dynamic manufacturing and financial service centers. Hong Kongers proved expert at making money and wise enough to invest some of it in improving the city. Housing improved with the development of the high-rise new towns, while super efficient mass transport rail was built to help everyone get around. But with so much at stake, the 1997 question was worrying Hong Kongers. In 1984, it was agreed China would take over the entire territory from Britain, including Kowloon and the island of Hong Kong. But what would become the special administrative region, the SAR, of Hong Kong would retain its free market economy as well as its social and legal systems for 50 years. China called it One Country, Two Systems. On the 1st of July 1997, in pouring rain outside the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Centre, the British era ended. In the years that followed, Hong Kong weathered several major storms, from the Asian economic crisis of 1997 to the outbreak of SARS. Add the 7-year economic downturn spurred by sudden puncturing of Hong Kong's property bubble and general mistrust of the government, and by 2003, Hong Kong was almost as low as anyone can remember. Help came from an unlikely source. Despite its huge protest against Hong Kong's government attempt to ram through Beijing-inspired anti-subversion legislation, China acted to help Hong Kong's flagging economy by sharply increasing the number of mainland tourists allowed to visit the city. Coinciding with the first signs of homegrown recovery, mainland tourists arrived and started spending up big. By 2006, Hong Kong's stock market was booming, unemployment was low, and Donald Tsang was making the better fist of leading the government than his oft-criticised predecessor, Tung Chee-ha. The downside is that the non-progress towards directly elected leadership, an issue that looks like being around for some time to come. In recent years, Hong Kong has moved even further away from being democratic. So obviously we saw protests throughout the 2010s that were kind of harshly put down, and as a result, Hong Kongers are one of the few refugees that can or want to be refugees, along with Ukrainians and a handful of Afghans who are allowed to apply for asylum in the UK, without having to get to the UK in the first place. They don't have to get into a small boat to get into the UK. Anyway, Dark 4x4, don't worry, the trans issue has been moved to under active consideration. I must go. The sun is rising. You understand? No, 4x4. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. Random thought caused by the telly. Future generations will probably use archival footage of oil refineries as an example of short-sighted, self-destructive capitalism. Well, the species survives. I mean, the species will survive. There'll just be fewer of us. Anyway, latest dark 4x4 apparently. See you later. And I had a pass where I hated taking them, but I ran out last year because the bank holidays. I went for 4 days without. The panic has changed my perspective. Bowler Hatman, hello Ollie, morning. Ollie, don't worry about doing the show Geoscope tonight, because I'm going to be presenting this. So are we up to now? We're up to 21 hours and 37 minutes, but I have taken an hour off so far, so actually it's not quite as impressive. It's more like 20 hours and 37 minutes. But yeah, it's all going out live on different platforms, so hopefully people, I can prove it is what I'm doing. Yes. Where are we? Just for anyone who's just joining us, this is a Guinness World Record, longest ever solo live stream attempt. I'm hoping to go more than 45 hours and 45 minutes presenting on my own. It's one hell of a filibuster. Once I get over 24 hours and, God, was it 24 minutes or something, it'll be longer than the longest filibuster in the in the Senate or the House of Representatives in America. They don't have the filibuster in the House of Representatives anymore. They got rid of it, but they still have it in the Senate, which means you need a super majority to get anything through, which is ridiculous. It means nothing ever gets decided in American Parliament building, but it's all right. Don't worry about it too much because they're going to do away with the American parliamentary democracy quite soon. Well, parliamentary, they're going to get rid of their parliament pretty soon, and all power is going to be given to the executive. I guarantee it. So I'm going to make myself another coffee. And I do need to blow my nose again. Sorry about this. I do have a cold. It's probably the worst time for me to possibly do this. I've got a sore throat. I've bitten my tongue really badly. So it's quite uncomfortable, which isn't great. I don't know how much. I should have put some more water in the kettle. I'm probably out of water. Please keep Graham in check with me while I'm gone. Yeah, let me blow my nose. Hang on. Yeah, sexy, I know. Sorry about that. Morning, want some toast, says Catherine. Hey, Kat, how you doing? No, what I could do with actually is some granola and some milk. So yeah, I could do with some more liquids. So if I could have some granola and milk in a bowl, that would be awesome. Toast now. My mouth's way too dry. Thank you, Kat. That's my partner there, Kat in the chat. Kat in the chat. So where are we going next? Hong Kong. We're in Hong Kong. Listen, I've had awesome nights out in Hong Kong. I did lose my hat once there. Which is pretty naughty of me. Just making myself another coffee. Hi, Kat, says Lost Mystery. Hello. I might try and do the goal again, see if it works today. It wasn't working. It hasn't been working for a few days, actually. Oh, my ears are all blocked up. Granola coming up. Yay, thanks, Kat. Just a little bit of magic in there, just in case you think that's something weird going in there. Well, it is a bit weird. It's hazelnut, what do you call it? Flavoring, syrup. Okay, there. Huzzah, huzzah bar. Right. Coffee. Right, I need to put some milk in there. Have I got any milk left over? The household might need the kettle back. Maybe, my friend. Maybe. We will see. But yeah, I wonder how long I can go. I mean, obviously, if I do get to the 45 hour, 45 minute mark, if I get that far, then it's just anything after that's a bonus. But we will see. We will see. So there you go. So if anyone is new here, I'm trying to set a new Guinness World Records. I've got 3 Guinness World Records at the moment because I got a third one when I did the Guinness World Records podcast, which appeared on their website yesterday. If you want to watch that, you can. You're very welcome to. And it's a fun little interview. I do a magic trick in the middle of it, which is quite fun. Well worth a watch as far as I'm concerned. But I am obviously biased. But yes, I'm just Maybe I should have. Oh, do you know what? I need to change the title of this video, don't I? Because I've put part 2, and it's actually part 3. Let me change the title of this video. Do you know what? I'm very glad that you can do that on YouTube. You can change the thumbnail, you can change the video, what it says. You can change the settings as you go. It would be a bit crap if you couldn't do that. Part 3. Right, save that. Okay. Right, that's changed as saved. And now we're going to go to my channel. Home. Guinness World Records. There we go. Let's have a look how that's getting on. It's had 2,000 views. That's good. Well, 1.9 thousand views. Yes. Did you visit? What about Charlie Borman? Uzbekistan to make 12,000 samosa and beat the record. What? Big up from Just Natural. Stay happy. Cool. What about Charlie Borman? What about Charlie Borman? Charlie Borman's very posh, you know. He had to go to private school. Of course, he went to private school. He gets to travel the world on a motorbike. I'd love to do that. Followed by a van. Sorry, a couple of jeeps full of camera equipment and medical equipment if he falls off. God, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh my God, flump on the telly again. Sorry about that. I've got to have that on just to prove that this is actually going out live and I'm not somehow cheating it in some way. If I could find my Rubik's Cube. There you go. This is how you prove that it's not a green screen or a blue screen. Because if that was keyed on a certain color, when I put my Rubik's Cube in front of it, it would key. But I don't know. You couldn't cheat this, could you? Because I'm responding to your messages as they come through. So there's just no way of. I mean, so long as you keep your messages coming through to me and I keep responding to them, there's no way of cheating this. I don't think. Graham, cat needs the kettle back. Also going to need the kettle back. Yeah, that's fine. Come and get it. Come and get it. But yeah, so we're talking about Hong Kong, Fragrance Harbour. So just to be clear about how Britain got got Hong Kong. So what happened was Britain wanted tea from China. There was a massive demand in Britain for tea, which is obviously a beverage from a foreign country that doesn't grow here. And they wanted all the tea in China. It's funny how our national drink, tea, comes from China and India, and our national dish, chicken tikka masala, comes from India. It's almost as though we're a nation of seafarers who went around the world and robbed stuff from other places and went, we like this, we'll have some more. Anyway, the problem was that the Chinese authorities would not accept payment for tea in anything other than silver, and we just didn't have enough silver to pay for the tea. And so what the wizard wheeze was we would grow opium in India and then we would take it round to China and then sell it to Chinese people for silver and then use that silver to buy tea to take back to the UK. That's what happened. Twitch is muted. I think you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, Ross. Yeah, I did mute it. Twitch is muted, I think. Russell can. Right, thanks, Russell. Looking out for me there, mate. Yeah, going out on. I mean, you can triangulate it between the two feeds here. I didn't think. I think you didn't mute it when you blew your nose. Just mute it afterwards. Wizard whiz, lol. So yeah. And it caused so many people in China got addicted to opium, and Britain was like, I need to push this, I need to push these drugs onto these people, and the Chinese were like, what are you doing? Why are you giving us this drug that's actually hugely messing us up? And they got really antsy about it, as you can imagine, quite rightly. And as a result of that, they kicked back, and Britain at the time had a superior navy, and the French as well. And the Summer Palace was destroyed. And yeah, I'll try and get up. I'll try and get some pictures up of the Summer Palace that was destroyed. It was during the Second Opium War. I just want to show you, like, it would have been, this amazing palace. It would, on a par with Buckingham Palace, and it was burned down by the British and the French during the Second Opium War because the Chinese wouldn't sell our opium, when we were the biggest drug dealers in literally the world. And it's just, I don't know, I find the whole thing so disgusting and disheartening. And then people have the audacity to talk about how, you know, oh, Britain went around the world. We gave these places these wonderful things, you know, like what did we give them? Fear and loathing, fear and loathing. But if you go over to the pictures here, that's what's left of the palace. You know, just some beautiful, beautiful masonry that was carved. There is this picture here of the British burning Beijing's old summer palace there. And then we got the summer palace destroyed. That's what it would have looked like in the October 18th, 1860. I think that's been done by AI or something. I don't know. But yeah, what led to the burning of Beijing's old summer palace? Well, the British, wasn't it? It was the British. It's just so sad. It's just so grim. There's that picture there. I mean, doesn't that make you sad that, you know, that the British went there and left the summer palace in ruins? And like I said, just imagine for a moment, it was the Chinese who came to Britain and just took out took out Buckingham Palace or Hampton Court, you know, just burnt it down because we wouldn't sell their crack. I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about. It's just crazy. I've got an upcoming alarm telling me to wake up at 8:40, so I don't need to do that. Humans can be unfathomable. Drowned in sand. All right, Sean, how you doing, mate? Good morning. Nice to have you on board. I was just moaning about what the British did during the First and Second Opium Wars in China. And next up, we're going to be going to, where's next on the list? After Honduras and Hong Kong. Is there any HOs that we've got left, or are we going to move on to the next? What we got next? Ooh, no. So yeah, Hong Kong, really recommended. If you get a chance to go, if you're going to go to China and you can only go to one place in China, I would recommend Hong Kong. Right, that's just me. And at least for my terrible joke about, you know, that you're going up to the zoo there and they only have a dog. That's all they got. All the enclosures are empty, and there's a little dog in an enclosure, and that's it. And you say to the guy, "What's going on here?" He points at the dog and says, "It's a Shih Tzu." I told that joke the other day. It's still my favourite joke. And then there was a loaf of bread that was in a cage, and I said, "What's that?" He says, "Bread in captivity." Next up, we got oh, hello, my mum's there. Hi, mum. Oh, everyone's got a cat is there, and Sean is there. My mum's there. Hello, everyone. Nice to have you on board for my shit jokes. And next up, we got hungry. Are you feeling hungry? I'm feeling hungry. Now, this is a kind of well, almost a nice ending. We'll have to see how it all plays out. But we're going to just go across Africa here. We're going to go up into Hungary. At the heart of Europe, there it is, Hungary, the heart of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the capital there, Budapest. It's actually two cities, one on one side of the Danube called Buda, and the other side of the Danube called Pest. And there's the Danube. What do they call the Danube there? The Danube. Oh dear, lol. Stunning architecture, vital folk art, thermal spas, and Europe's most exciting after-dark capital are Hungary's major draw cards. Population of 9.82 million, and the official language is Hungarian. So let's get into it, shall we? So let's head into Europe on a shoestring here. Do you know what? I should just double check. Yeah, that's 2007. That's okay. Oh, maybe I got a newer version. I've got two Europe on a shoestring. I've got this one and this one. Got two of them. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. What's this one? Oh, this is 2005. So you're no good to me. I don't need nobody. Don't need no one. You're no good to me. So this actually has a separate chapter for Montenegro. You see, go to the big camera. Go to the big camera. Go away from the map. See that Montenegro? 2007. In 2007, it broke away from Serbia in the previous edition. Let me just check. on the previous edition, it would be Serbia and Montenegro, because it was one. They were once smushed together to make one unholy whole. Yes, love being like. So you can check. You know, when you see a map, you can check what year the map is based on what countries turn up. So if Montenegro is an independent state, you know the map is younger than 2007. If South Sudan is an independent state, you know that it's younger than 2011. And there's little changes that happen. So if Nagorno-Karabakh disappears from a map as a little, you know, extra bit of Armenia surrounded by Azerbaijan, you know that happened in 2022? Was it? Yeah. So pretty recently. Anyway, so I don't want to talk about Montenegro. I want to talk about Hungary. Are you feeling hungry? I'm feeling hungry. Where's that cereal? Where's the cereal, cat? So Hungary, Budapest, one of Europe's most exciting capital cities. Budapest will enthrall you with its excellent nightlife, history, and culture. So here we go. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're going out for a run? Yeah. Okay. Gracias. Kat, could you do me a Kat, could you do me a favour? Could you refill that full of milk before you head off? Yeah, I do actually. That's kind of empty. That's kind of empty. Cheers. Thanks, babe. There we go. Azerbaijan is a fun word. It's still not as good as Djibouti. Yeah. If your map says Gulf of America, you know, toilet paper. It says drowned in sand. Yeah. As far as I know, Nagorno-Karabakh was never recognized as Armenian. No, it was usually a dotted line around it to show it was a contested border or a contested region, like with Transnistria or, you know, as we saw with Belize earlier and Guyana, contested areas. Sorry, I'm just sitting here eating breakfast. Oh my God. Kat's got a running gear on. She's going for a run before she starts work. That's industrious. Morning. Good morning, Kate Thompson. You've caught me just as I have decided to start stuffing my face full of granola. Anyway, excuse. We're talking about Hungary. Excuse the hun. Sorry. Before we get into talking about Hungary, Hungarians have had a reputation of being an aggressive, warlike people ever since Attila the Hun. The only problem is, Attila the Hun wasn't Hungarian. Although they were able warriors, the ancient ancestors of modern-day Magyars, what the Hungarians call themselves in their native language, did not arrive in the Carpathian Basin until at least 400 years after the Huns had dispersed amongst other populations or fled back into the hills towards the Volga River. The Indo-European roots for what foreigners call the Magyar people, Hungary, comes from the Latin word Ungri, onagur in Turkic. Before the Magyar tribes crossed the Carpathian Mountains, they were thought to have lived for centuries near or among Turkic people, and they were part of the tribal alliance of 10 peoples. Oh, thank you, darling. Cheers, muchly. Nice. Have a good one. Love you. I just have to offer an early money one. She's very active. Where was I? So not even the European name for Magyars has anything to do with Huns. Not that the historical figure haven't tried to make the leap. Not that historical figures haven't made the leap. Medieval chroniclers propagated the myth that the heroic brothers Hunyar and Magyar, descendants of Noah, were the protogenitors of the Huns and Magyar people. That way, the Magyars had a historical connection with the land they inhabited, and the kings had a link with the greatness of Attila. It's been an enduring legend. So there you go. Attila the Hun wasn't actually Hungarian. Let me finish this and I'll crack on. Hey, Gertie. We're up to H. That's H. Tail end of H. Yeah, HU. Sorry. This is all a bit unedifying, isn't it? Hello. In the chat. Pardon me. Gallifreyan man. Attila was actually a cuddly, affectionate lover. That's why he's called Attila the Hun. I see that. It's short for honey bunny. That's good shit. Okay. I'm big granola now. I'm back awake. I'm kicking ass. Right. Let's talk about Hungary. Yay, Hungary. I know you're hungry to hear more about Hungary. There she blows. Now, again, we talked about landlocked countries yesterday. Some countries are more landlocked than others. And Hungary, although it looks like it's landlocked, is not actually landlocked because it does have navigable rivers running through it. The main one being the Danube, which for hundreds of years was the information superhighway. Well, the motorway for getting stuff around Europe. So it didn't matter too much that it didn't have access to the sea. Sorry, I can't join someone else as a co-host. Sorry, people are asking if I want a co-host. I don't know who they are, but it's got to be a solo live stream, so I obviously can't do that. That deserved the squeaky tank. No, I thought that was a good one. Anyway, in the early centuries of the Common Era, Rome extended its influence far enough to include Pannonia. All of today's Hungary west of the Danube. Danube. Wow. By 451 AD, the Huns under Attila and his brother Bleda had ended Roman rule in the area. The Huns' short-lived empire did not outlast Attila's death, leaving space for Avars, Franks, and Slavs. Historians usually date the Magyar Hungarian conquest. I've just got to make sure because I don't think it's pronounced that way. It's written Magyar, but I'm sure it's not pronounced that way. Magyar pronunciation. Magyar. Okay, it is Magyar. All right. I thought there was a different way of saying it, but apparently not, according to Google. I respect the Trans Danube. Hungarians usually date the Magyar Hungarian conquest to around 896 AD, when Arpad led the lines of 7 tribes in the region. In the year 1000, Hungary's first king and patron saint, Stephen, was crowned, marking the foundation of the Hungarian state. Medieval Hungary was powerful until 15 1926, when the Turks defeated the Hungarian army and occupied lands that included Budapest for 150 years. After the Turks' expulsion from Buda in 1686, the Habsburgs annexed the lands that had been under Turkish rule. Autonomy as half of the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not evolve until years after the 1848 revolt for independence led by Transylvanian princes and obviously their assistants, the Sylvanian families. After World War I ended, when Hungary was on the losing side, the 1920 Trianon Treaty stripped the country of more than 2/3 of its territory. Hungary's ambition to recover its loss drew the nation into World War II. On the Axis side, that's the bad side. Hungary went in on the side of the Nazis. In World War II, went in on the side of the Nazis. Don't forget that. They were on the side of, on World War I, they were on the losing side. And in World War II, they were on the losing side again. How'd you like losing? Hey? Hungary. After World War I ended and Hungary on the losing side, the 1920 Trianon Treaty stripped the country of more than 2/3 of its territory. Hungary's ambition to recover its loss drew the nation into World War II on the side of the Nazis. When the leftists tried to negotiate a separate peace in 1944, the Germans occupied Hungary and brought the fascist Arrow Cross party to power. The Arrow Cross immediately began deporting hundreds of thousands of Jews to Auschwitz. By early April 1945, Hungary had been liberated by the Soviet army. In 1947, the communists took complete control of the government. On the 23rd of October 1956, anti-Soviet student demonstrations caused Soviet tanks to move into Budapest, and by the end of the fighting, more than 25,000 people had been killed, murdered by the Russians. Still, Soviet control was not as tight in Hungary as in its Slavic satellite states, and the ruling system that emerged is often labeled goulash communism. Hungary began moving towards full democracy in 1989. The Republic of Hungary was proclaimed in October, and democratic elections were scheduled for March 1990. The last Soviet troops left the country in June 1991. The painful transition to a market economy resulted in declining living standards for most people, but the late 20th century and early 21st century have seen an astonishing economic growth, which petered out in 2010 with the election of the gobshite Viktor Orban. Hungary became a full member of NATO, problematic member up till recently, in 1999, and joined the European Union on the 1st of May 2004. So there you go. So yeah, all was going fairly well in Hungary, but then Orban took over in 2010 and remade Hungary in his image and changed the rules so he could stay in power. He made sure that the opposition parties didn't get a word in edgeways, and he was responsible for an absolute a major crackdown on LGBT rights, and he banned pride. He just was a terrible person. Now, Peter Magyar has just taken over as president of Hungary. I'm hoping that he is better as prime minister. Sorry, not president. I'm hoping he is better. He's been better so far with the way that the press has been taken over by Orban, and only Orban's opinions are allowed, and his party's opinions are allowed to get out there. Hungary sees May 28 deals with EU on frozen funds. Hungary sees May 28 deal with EU on frozen funds. Hungarian Prime Minister Peter Magyar has said he will sign a political accord with the head of the European executive. Let me have a look at this. Oh God, sorry, it's on a site that I can't read because it's behind a bloody paywall. But yeah, the Hungarian election winner Magyar has vowed to rebuild EU relationship after the stunning defeat of Viktor Orban, which was just it was just the 13th of April. He got in. There you go. So that's good. So yeah, they had 16 years of Viktor Orban running the country into the ground and being incredibly corrupt. He ran a kleptocracy, and don't forget, he was channeling money out of Hungary. So you had people who were just on the breadline in Hungary, and they were paying for the CPAC conferences in America, the richest country in the world. And the money for this conference with all these billionaires turning up and telling people to stay, to love their chains. It was paid for. Turns out it was paid for. Can you believe this? By the people of Hungary, out their taxes, which were being stolen by him and embezzled by Orban. I hope he goes to jail for a very long time. Just think we probably have more rights in Hungary, not at the moment, but maybe soon. It's so fun being internationally reviled, says Gallifreyan Man. Oh yeah, I don't think so. I don't forget any medications that anyone needs first thing in the morning. I'm sure I don't really remind me, but I often forget myself. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So moving on, we got to get through this. Come on, we're gonna get through this together. We have done Hungary, and now I think that's it for the H's, isn't it? We've got to be to India now. Got to be to India. Iceland. Of course, Iceland. And then maybe India, then maybe Ireland, I think. Something like that. Anyway, so let's go to Iceland like Mum. Because Mum's gone to Iceland. So let's pull out of Hungary here. And go to Iceland because we're hungry. Do you know what? Because it's on the round version of the map. It's a bit annoying. There's Iceland sitting there. Can you hear it? If you listen very closely, you can hear Sigur Rós singing. I mean, a place of fire and ice like no other. We have obviously volcanoes there, which have a tendency to go off, throwing fire up into the air, and also it's just in the Arctic Circle, so you get this ice up in the higher areas. Very small little country, Iceland. There's only a small population of 330,000. So more people live in Liverpool than live in the whole of Iceland. The official language is Icelandic. The capital is Reykjavik. And it might be rejoining the EU very soon. They're having a referendum this summer. So there you go. Hurrah. So that's good. And loads of cool stuff to see in the wet fjords, the Jorgul slalom, driving the ring road, Fimmvörðuháls, the Vatnajökull National Park. I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce these things because I know that nothing is pronounced the way it looks, because they use different letters to pronounce things, and obviously they also have different characters. So I'll just tell you what about my adventures in Iceland. So where have I been in Iceland? I've been to Reykjavik, which is nice and fun. I've also been to Reyðarfjörður, which is over here. See Reyðarfjörður, which is quite nice. And I have also been to now you're asking. If I see it, I might remember it. Reyðarfjörður. I think it was there. Was it there that I went to? Bakkafjörður? I think fjord. You see that the fjord means obviously fjord, and Voss. If you see a place ending in Voss, it means like falls, like waterfalls. No, haven't been there. Wow, that's really cool. So obviously fjords are along here. So this is different names of the different fjords. I've definitely been to somewhere else along here, and it wasn't Reyðarfjörður. Was it? It might have been Reyðarfjörður. Maybe it was. Maybe I've been to Reyðarfjörður twice. In my days. Does it look familiar? Do you know what? I'm just gonna have a quick look. I'm gonna look. Sadisfugia. So hang on a sec. There it is. There, sorry. Obviously, it's the bit with the dotted line because I came in on the ferry. So when I started my trip to every country in Europe, I started here in Sadisfugia. And if we zoom right in, you might see the Rainbow Road. They've got a Rainbow Road here somewhere. Where's the Rainbow Road? Might not be able to see it because they have an annoying tendency on this app to draw roads over the road so you can see the road, which I've never really understood. Okay. Okay. If I can find the road that's got the little Rainbow Road on it, which is nice. I think it's coming from the church. Is it coming from the church around here somewhere? Maybe I'm just dreaming. Maybe it didn't exist. Pretty sure I came to the town here and had a lovely walk around. And I was like, oh, that's nice. They've got a Rainbow Road. Oh, maybe you can't see the Rainbow Road from space. Maybe that's just the way it is. Oh, maybe that's it. Hey, hey, we're down on the ground. Hey, cool. Did I walk all the way over here? I don't remember. Nah, I was down by the water. Look at this. Just, I mean, look at those mountains. Just incredible. Very well ordered, Iceland. I'll give them that. But it does have a small population. I think just everyone sort of gets along. There you go. Yeah. Was it over here? Can't remember. Oh, it was about 9 years ago that I was last there. So give me a break. It's not like I can remember every road that I ever walked down. I walked down a lot of roads. Oh, there's a cruise ship in port there. That's quite cool. Now, when I came here, I went into the port and they had a couple of cruise ship memorabilia. The Simral line, the Spiral line. That's the line that takes you to Denmark. So if you're going to be doing the journey that I took, that's the ferry you need to get. It only runs in the summer, so you need to do the trip in the summer. A bit difficult at the moment to do it because of the difficulty with the old what's that thing called? Oh yeah, the war. I wouldn't recommend going to Russia at the moment. You might get arrested and thrown into a gulag. But yeah, so that's nice, isn't it? I'll see if I can go down here. Yeah. What's this ship over here? Oh, that's it. Is that it? That's the ferry. Yeah, I think that's the ferry. It's got an Iceland flag up. Okay. Yeah, I think that might be that's not a cruise ship, is it? That might be the ferry. It goes to the Faroe Islands and then it goes down to sorry for the people watching this on do you know what? My live has been disconnected on sorry, I'm too busy faffing around trying to find a Rainbow Road in Iceland. I've got to just do this and then live. Go live. I'm doing the TikTok thing as backup. Hello and welcome to my, I'm Graham Hughes, the first person to go to every country in the world without flying. I've got a couple of Guinness World Records there on the wall. I'm trying to get a new Guinness World Record for the longest continuous live stream, the longest solo live stream. I'm currently going out on TikTok here, I'm going on Twitch there, and I'm currently going out on YouTube there. If you want to watch with the chat that I'm responding to the most, please head over to my YouTube channel. It's just the same as this. It's just YouTube /@Graham Hughes. Like this is @Graham Hughes, and if you want to watch on Twitch, it's @Graham Hughes as well. Graham David Hughes. If you want to jump on there, you're very welcome to do that thing that I just said. So yeah. I'm just having a quick look while you're not looking. Yeah. There you go. Rainbow Walk. Rainbow Walk. Ah. There you go. I told you there was a Rainbow Road. Look at this. Rainbow Walk. Yes. Let me go down. I told you there was I couldn't find the rainbow. Oh, there we go. Drop me down on the Rainbow Walk. Oh, that doesn't like a rainbow. What are you playing at? I knew it was down by the water. Ah, is that it over there? Oh. Hello. There's a guy. Hello, guy. Aren't you supposed to Google? Aren't you supposed to sort of take out their faces? You're supposed to not see their faces. Wasn't the whole point of it? There you go. It's a rainbow. I finally found me Rainbow Road. No wonder I couldn't see it from the map. It's too small. There you go. Cute little Rainbow Road for you. Woof, woof, woo. Gallifreyan Ren, repeating question earlier. Where would you say you had your favourite breakfast and what was it? In Iran, when I was taken in by a little old grandmother who took me in and made me breakfast. That was my favourite breakfast, and it was a smorgasbord of like sweetmeats and pickles and jams, marmalades and flatbreads and eggs, and it was just everything. Proper Persian breakfast. Viper Scott, Graham, did you get any sleep, my friend? Yes, I got half an hour's sleep. Hat Guy, the surprise guest. I don't want to be Hat Guy. I don't want to be that guy. Whatever. Anyway, listen, we're going to talk a little bit now about Family Member Road. I'm going to have a little bit of talk about Iceland. Hey, listen, seriously though, one of my favourite things that I did on my travels is as I travelled from Reykjavik here, around the island of Iceland to Reyðarfjörður when I was travelling on the Dettifoss, which brought me across from Reykjavik to Reyðarfjörður. I got to sit out on the boat and watch the absolutely amazing vistas of Iceland drift by while listening to Sigur Rós in my ears, and it was beautiful. It was a lovely time. A lovely time was had by all, especially me. So Iceland. I see Iceland. Okay, so a vast volcanic laboratory. I think it's the youngest country in the world, isn't it? Or is that New Zealand? Iceland's solitude was shattered by the Ice Age of Settlement, AD 871 to 930, when a wave of Vikings descended, driven from Norway by political clashes. The settlers rejected monarchy in favour of the world's first democratic parliament, the Alping, probably pronouncing that wrong, established in 930 at Parliament Plains. In the early 13th century, the violent blood feuds amongst Icelandic chieftains led to the periods of first Norwegian and then Danish rule. For the next 6 centuries, Iceland was devastated by the dark age of famine, disease, and disastrous volcanic eruptions. Despite never-ending catastrophes, a sense of nationalism was slowly growing. By 1874, Iceland had drafted its own constitution. The Republic of Iceland was established on the 17th of June, 1944. No rush, guys. During World War II, Iceland serviced British and US troops stationed in Keflavik. The base remained until September 2006. The war marked a dramatic leap forward as subsistence farming gave way to frenzied building and prosperity. The country has never looked back. Oh, thanks, Viper Scott, for £10 super chat. Just a wee bit for snacks. Seeing you drank it all yesterday, so Cat can get stuff for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. So where was I? Yes. So that's a very short history of Iceland, isn't it? There you go. No one lived there, and then some Vikings turned up because they couldn't live where they were, and then there was a massive. Those first colonizers, there was no one living there, and when they first got there, there was loads of really good soil. So I'm going to sneeze. Just one sec. Sorry. I usually mute the mic before I do that. I was too busy trying to get a tissue. A tissue. David Faulkner, thank you very much for the super chat. Just one moment. I'm going to blow my nose. Don't try and do a Guinness World Record when you got a cold. Anyway, David Faulkner, thank you very much for the 78 Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong in 1969, left-wingers wanted the UK out of Hong Kong. 1997 handover. In 2019, right-wing extremists wanted to form a British colonial rule back again. Sadly, ordinary folk tend to suffer in the drama. Yeah, true. I mean, it was the right thing to do to hand Hong Kong back. I mean, it was the wrong thing to do to take it in the first place. But you know, history is written. It's done. The only question is what you do going forward. Graham, this is like a 24-hour news channel now. We can keep dropping in. It is. This is BBC Hughes 24. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no, legendary saxophonist Sonny Rollins has died. Oh, that's sad. In relation to Henry, weather check, temperatures to drop today from early afternoon. Well, we've actually got to 23 degrees here, and it's only 7 in the morning. Quite impressive. All right. So yeah, Iceland. When the first settlers came there, they found a load of really rich volcanic soil, and they farmed it all. And they realized every year from the first year of the harvest got the yield got less and less because it was actually quite a shallow layer of topsoil, which wasn't great for growing crops. And they used all the nutrients in the soil growing the crops, and quite quickly they realized that they couldn't rely on growing stuff. They had to rely more on fishing, and I don't know what else they could do. Fishing and eating seals and whales and things. Gallifreyan men, I really do appreciate that a portion of the super chats go to the Good Lord Project. I did a dream that bit. Gallifreyan, what I'm doing is I put the link to the Good Lord Project, and if you want to give to the Good Lord Project, please watching this, if you're raising some money for them. The thing is, if you give the money as a super chat to me, then Google take a third of it. So what I'm saying is, if you want to give to the Good Lord Project, which I really implore you to do, there's a pinned link there, and also there's a link in the description of this video for you to give to the Good Lord Project and help them in their fight against the rising tide of transphobia. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit annoying that I can't do a thing where it makes the super chat go directly to the charity and Google don't take a third of it. I don't mind Google taking a third of it when it's for me, because they're providing me this platform for me to be able to do this thing. But when it's when it's a charity, I think it's a bit cheeky taking a third. It's a bit much, isn't it? But yeah, if you could head over there and pop some money in towards the Good Lord Project, who are doing the best they can under very, very difficult circumstances, and everyone's against them. The opposition parties are against them. The government's against them. The people in charge are against them. It's just a really sad situation. No, Gallifreyan man, I did say last week I make the super chats go to them, but then I realised that because a third of it will be going to Google, if people want to give, what you can do, Gallifreyan man, is remind me to remind people to give to the Good Law Project. Black Dot says I've set up a monthly to Good Law Project, but when I'm angry or attacked, I drop a special donation. It gives me control. Yeah, good attitude. You know, there's a vegetarian's version of them. You could take out the black pudding and put the white one. None of that stuff in it. What? It's going to a vegetarian version of black pudding. How does that work? It's going to be 33 degrees in South Wales today. Jesus. That is crazy. Do you know what else is crazy? I made this tea about an hour ago and it's still bloody too hot to drink. I love these flasks, but God, they bloody make things difficult for me. It's hard to keep track of things with my memory, but that's all. But I shall do the best to keep my minds up. I mean, I've got it pinned, so hopefully anyone who's watching, reading the chat can see that link there. So where are we? We're talking about Iceland, weren't we? And I think we can wrap up talking about Iceland. Like I say, we had a one of them, didn't we? Where we Iceland had a change in the climate, and as a result, civilization there kind of fell apart a bit, and a lot of people left, and it was only a small minority of people who stayed on in Iceland throughout the years because it was so difficult to live there. Dark 4x4, keep going, Mr. Hughes. I'll order some Skull Crusher or Lucifer's Roast and fire up the espresso machine. How about a latte with steamed Austrian goat milk? I don't know. Dark 4x4, are you any kin to Roger Irrelevant in the Viz? Because some of your messages are very just, you know, completely lampshade. Reverend Caffey says pretty much what I do. Black Dot also led by donkeys. Chin up, Diz. It may or may not rain this afternoon, and it should be cooler after that, which is good. The price of gasoline's gone up, or petrol, as we say in our country. Okay, so where are we? We're just talking about Iceland, beautiful place. Next we have in fact, this is quite cool. I think I was going to say, right. So I'm gonna get my next big book. Look at this. Look at the size of this. Look at this. There's loads of bits of paper in this. My last trip to India. We're going to talk about India now. Wow. I must have had this when I was going through Tibet. Take pictures in main chapel 21. So that's allow me to go into the chapel. That'll be in Tibet. That will be. Dun, dun, dun. Wow, this is cool. What a cartoon here. It's a Viking with his knob out saying, "Mother effing Cylons." I don't know who drew that. Did I draw it? I don't know. Got a lot. I must have got bored on my journeys. Ooh. Sorry, I know this is boring for you lot, just watching me flick through this. Okay. Got it. I got a message there from the captain of a ship going to Korea. We've also got Dubai there. Cocktail. Oh, there you go. Oh, could have got a cocktail in Vic's Club for 100 RMB. It's China. There's lots of Chinese stuff in here. India. Oh my God. This is a well-used Lonely Planet, isn't it? Look at the state of that. Let's talk. Let's do it. Let's talk India, baby. One of my favorite countries that I've ever been to. It's beautiful and crazy and maddening and all over the place. Very colourful. Everything either smells really good or really, really bad. I've travelled all over India. To give you some example of where I've been in India, we'll zoom in here. We'll go to Delhi. So I've been to Delhi. Measure distance, and then I went to Agra, went to Jaipur, went to Jodhpur in Rajasthan, went to Jaisalmer, went into the Thar Desert over here somewhere, and then back to Jaisalmer. Then I went down to Ahmedabad, and I went to Udaipur first. So Udaipur, Ahmedabad, and then where have I been over here? Sagar. I'm trying to suss out Jabalpur. Did I go to Jabalpur? I got to Varanasi, so that should be added. But I had a few stops along the way. I went to like the marble marbles. Do you know what? Maybe some of the places have changed names since I was last there. Yeah. Anyway, I went to Varanasi where they have the down on the Ganges. So just to explain, Delhi is the capital. Agra is where the Taj Mahal is. Jodhpur and Jaipur here. They're these amazing cities. One's pink and one's blue, and then Jaisalmer is golden. The Thar Desert is out by the border with Pakistan. The Udaipur is where the palace is on the water out of Octopussy, and you go there. They play Octopussy every night on the TV. Ahmedabad is where Gandhi's ashram was. It's also where Modi unfortunately became as powerful as he is. Varanasi is on the Ganges River, and it's where people are. A lot of people go to die. It's a lot of people are cremated there. They have crematoriums for people so that ashes can be scattered in the Ganges, which isn't so great if you're drinking from the Ganges a bit further down the river, but that's the tradition there. And then I've been into Nepal, went to Kathmandu. I know that's not part of India, but whatever. We'll come to that later. Then over to Darjeeling. Went up to Darjeeling. Got some tea. Darjeeling's crazy. It's like it feels like you're in Wales or somewhere, like up in the mountains. And then down from Darjeeling I went to Dakar. And then from Dakar, I went to Kolkata, which used to be called Calcutta. And from there, I went to Puri and Bhubaneswar and Puri, where there's these amazing temples, loads of really cool temples. The temples in I think it's in Bhubaneswar has like really it's got like this Kama Sutra, but it's kind of like carved into the figures there. And then I came down the coast. This is on one trip. I've been there again. Didn't go to exactly the same places. Went to Chennai. I think was that Bangalore? Did I go to Bangalore? I don't know. I went to Majuri, and that's the furthest I went down. I think I went to Bangalore then, and then I went over to Kochi. Okay, so I went there first. Went to Kochi, or Fort Cochin as it used to be called. This is in Kerala. the bottom of the country, Kerala state. And then, yeah, I went over to Bangalore, which was Bangalore's a bit sort of up and coming when I was there. Then I went to Goa because I wanted to see it, and great food, great fish curry from there. Then I went to somewhere I went where they have the mini Taj Mahal. Agra is where they got the main Taj Mahal. Went to Pune and then to Mumbai. So that's kind of one of the journeys that I took around India. And it was just such a laugh. It was just there's a bunch of places I stopped off along the way that I haven't even picked up on there. But I really, really, really enjoyed myself. It was just a bloody good laugh. And great food and just amazing temples and things to see. Let me see what the Indian highlights are. Udaipur's Fairy Tale Palace. That's the palace on the lake. I mentioned that. Taj Mahal, which is in Agra. The Desert Safari in Rajasthan, which I've also done. The Mahakumbh Mela, which is the largest festival in the world. And literally hundreds of thousands of people, so then millions of people turn up for this thing. Then you've got Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, which I mentioned. Train trips in southern India from Mumbai to Goa, which I've done as well. The Varanasi Ghats, which is the name of the bits that go out into the sea. They're called the Ghats. Into the sea, into the river Ganges. Train trips. Juggling hot jalebis. Mumbai, absolutely. Relaxing on the water in Kerala. Darjeeling, wildlife spotting in Kerala. The Golden Temple in Amritsar. Okay, that's the one place I haven't been to in India. That's north of where I went, but I wish I'd gone there, but I didn't get there for some reason. And then going, what else have we got? Hampi. I went to Hampi as well, which has got these amazing temples. That's a temple there in Hampi. Just there's so much stuff to see and do. I really, really massively recommend this. So let's talk about the history of India. Now the problem is, if I start reading that from this book, I'm going to be here all year. So I'm just going to do a very potted history. Okay, this is going to be an incredibly potted history. I don't know what the Bieber doing, but two tedious-looking white men talking in an empty room. I'm glad I'm not watching it. There's cars going past. 3,000 to 3,500 and to 2000 BC, Indus Valley civilization, known as the Harappan culture, forms and thrives, and then the Vedic Aryan period, during which the Hindu sacred scriptures were written and the caste system was formalized. But don't forget, some of the Hindu texts go back to 20,000 years. 20,000 years. The Mauryan Empire from 321 to 184 BC. The golden age of the Gupta Empire was 319 to 510. The 8th century saw the arrival of Islam. In 550, the Chola Empire comes to power in South India. In 1192 AD, Muhammad of Ghur conquers Delhi and North India comes under Islamic rule. In 1336, the foundation of Vijayanagar Empire at Hampi, which I've mentioned. There's some amazing temples at Hampi worth checking out. 1398, Tamerlane, who's just this guy who went around just destroying stuff, invades northern India, destroys Delhi. Like, Tamerlane destroyed so many places across Central Asia, even as far as going into, as you mentioned, I think he went into Armenia and stuff. He just went crazy guy. 1510, Portuguese forces captured Goa. 15 26, Babur becomes the first Mughal emperor. 1600, Britain's Queen Elizabeth I grants first trading charter to East India Company. Not Britain's, my friend. At the time, it was England, wasn't it? It wasn't Britain because she wasn't the Queen of Scotland. English forces recapture Kolkata, from a local Nawab in the Battle of Plassey in 1757. 1857, 100 years later, the British uprising against British forces. The 1858 British government assumes formal control over India. 1869, the birth of Mohandas Gandhi, or Mahatma Gandhi, as people know, in Porbandar, Gujarat. 1885, the founding of the Congress Party. 1919, the massacre of unarmed protesters by British troops led by General Dyer, I think his name was, at Amritsar in Punjab, where the Golden Temple is. 1942, Mahatma Gandhi launches Quit India campaign demanding Indian independence. 15th of August 1947, India becomes independent and is divided into two countries, India and Pakistan. 30th of January 1948, so just a few months after independence, Mahatma Gandhi assassinated in Delhi by a Hindu zealot. It's interesting, isn't it? You know, the guy who shot Yitzhak Rabin was Jewish. The guy who shot Gandhi was not a Muslim, but he was a Hindu, and he just wasn't extreme enough. He wasn't, you know. Just let me play my notes again. Sorry. Vast apologies. I shouldn't really be doing this with my nose the way it is. First war, border war with China over the northeast frontier area in 1962. In 1964, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru dies. 65, Second India-Pakistan War over Kashmir. 66, Indira Gandhi becomes Prime Minister of India. 75, Indira Gandhi declares state of emergency. 84, Indira Gandhi assassinated by a Sikh bodyguard after Indian troops storm Amritsar's Golden Temple. 91, Rajiv Gandhi assassinated by a supporter of the Sri Lanka-based Tamil Tigers while campaigning in Tamil Nadu. 98, the BJP party wins national elections for the first time. May 1998, the BJP party conducts nuclear tests, souring relations with Pakistan and attracting sanctions from the international community. 2001, Gujarat is rocked by a massive earthquake. More than 20,000 people are killed. 2006, 7 bombs are detonated on suburban trains in Mumbai, leaving more than 200 people dead. February 2007, bomb blast on a train from India, Pakistan killed 68 people. And that's up to when this came out. So just to sort of talk about the very first days of the Indus Valley, you know. I'll read the overview. This is quite good. India's story is one of grand epics of world history. Throughout thousands of years of great civilizations, invasions, the birth of religions, and countless cataclysms, India has time and time again proved itself to be, in the words of its first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, a bundle of contradictions held together by strong but invisible threads. Indian history has always been a work in progress, a constant process of reinvention and accumulation that can prove elusive for those seeking to grip its essential essence. And yet, from its myriad upheavals, a vibrant, dense, and thoroughly modern nation has emerged as enduring as it is dynamic and increasingly well equipped to meet the challenges of the future. Mike's in the chat. Good morning. You're doing marvelous and not hallucinating yet. Thank you. The Indus Valley, straddling the modern India-Pakistan border, is the cradle of civilization on the Indian subcontinent. The first inhabitants of this land were nomadic tribes who cultivated land and kept domesticated animals, or domestic animals. Ooh, we're still going. We're still going on Twitch, I think. That's quite cool. We've been going on Twitch now for 22 hours. 22 hours we've been going on Twitch. And 48 minutes. That's crazy. Oof. Nearly halfway through. Yay. Wait. Kept domestic animals. Indeed, it is no leap of the imagination to wonder whether some parts of rural India little has changed over thousands of years. An urban culture began to emerge from these tribes, particularly from 35,000 BC. By 3500 BC. By 2500 BC, large cities were well established, with focal points of what became known as the Harappan culture, which would flourish for more than 1,000 years. Great cities of the mature Harappan period were Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, both excavated in the 1920s in present-day Pakistan, and Lothal near Ahmedabad. Lothal can still be visited, and from the precise, carefully laid out street plan, some sense of this sophisticated 4,500-year-old civilization is evident. Harappan cities often had a separate acropolis, suggesting a religious function, and a great tank at Mohenjo-daro may have also been used for ritual bathing purposes. The major Harappan cities, also notable for their size, estimates put the population of Mohenjo-daro as high as 40,000 to 50,000. By the middle of the third millennium BC, the Indus Valley culture was the equal with other great civilizations emerging at the time. The Harappans traded with Mesopotamia and developed a system of weights and measures and a highly developed art in the form of terracotta and bronze figurines. Recovered relics. Oh, this is boring. Right, anyway, Indus Valley people. And then we had an empire. Apart from the Mughals and then the British many centuries later, no other power controlled more Indian territory than the Mauryan Empire. It's therefore fitting it provided India with one of the most significant historical figure. Emperor Ashoka, isn't that a Star Wars show? Emperor Ashoka's rule was characterized by a period of flourishing art and sculpture, while his reputation as a philosopher king was enhanced by the rock-hewn edicts he used to both instruct his people and delineate the enormous span of his territory. Some of these moral teachings can still be seen, particularly the Ashokan edicts in Gujarat. Cool. Golden Age of the Guptas. Hurrah. The Hindu South, the Muslim North. North meets South. The Mughals. The founder of the Mughal line, Babur, was a descendant of both Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, which is bad because like Genghis Khan and Tamerlane just went around destroying stuff a lot of the time. In 1525, armed with this formidable lineage, he marched into Punjab from his capital at Kabul with technology superiority brought in by firearms and consummate skill in simultaneously employing artillery and cavalry. Babur defeated the numerically superior armies of the Sultan of Delhi at the Battle of Panipat in 1526. Then we had the Rajputs and the Marathas. Then we had the rise of European power, which I mentioned in 1600. Well, the Portuguese were there first in Goa, and then also you had Vasco da Gama arrived on the coast of Monday, Kerala in 1498, and the British East India Company was incorporated by Queen Elizabeth I in 1600. Basically, the Portuguese had 100 years where they just exploited India, and no other country could get a word in edgeways, pretty much. But then, yeah, British turned up. In 1630, representatives from the East India Company established their first trading post in Surat in Gujarat. Further British trading posts was administered and governed by the representatives of the company. Basically, this company just ran the country. Bit by bit, they took over more and more of India till the Indians rose up against them and said "fuck off." And then a year later, Queen Victoria said, "Right, if that's what you want, then I'll be your empress." Jeff True. Hey, how you doing? Good morning, Graham. Good morning, Jeff. Good to have you. Good to have you. Oh, is this top not on properly? Why is this dripping like a fuck fridge? That's no good. Oh, there's loads of water on the table here. Better not get my laptop wet. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Oh, did you do that world record attempt? Well, yeah, I did it, but I wrecked my laptop. Wasn't worth it. Where were we? So yeah, when Britain first turned up in 1600, or when the East India Company was initiated, what's now India was and Pakistan and Bangladesh was one of the richest areas in the world. It was richer than Europe. And when Britain left in 1947, it was one of the poorest. So there you go. Kashmir. You want to talk about Kashmir? Kashmir is one of the most enduring symbols of the turbulent partition of India. In the lead up to independence, the delicate task of redrawing the India-Pakistan border was complicated by the fact that princely states in British India were nominally independent. As part of the settlement process, local rulers were asked which country they wished to belong to. Kashmir was a predominantly Muslim state with a Hindu Maharaja, Hari Singh, who tried to delay this decision. A ragtag Pashtun, Pakistani army, crossed over the border, intent on racing to Srinagar and annexing Kashmir for Pakistan. In the face of this advance, the Maharaja panicked and requested armed assistance from India. The Indian army arrived in time to prevent the fall of Srinagar, and the Maharaja signed the Instrument of Accession, tying Kashmir to India in October of 1947. That's only 2 months after independence. The legality of the document was immediately disputed by Pakistan, and the two nations went to war just 2 months after independence. The 1948 fledgling UN Security Council called for a referendum and decided on the status of Kashmir. UN brokered ceasefire in 1949, kept the two countries on either side of the demarcation line, cut the line of control, with little else being resolved. And to be honest with you, nothing's really changed. Nothing has really changed. Both India and Pakistan see Kashmir as an inalienable part of their territory. The long-term viability and any substantial agreement will ultimately depend on the extent to which the leaders of India and Pakistan can carry their countries with them. For Kashmir has become a cause célèbre and a matter of intense national pride between both populations. Never mind what the people of Kashmir themselves want. I think, they'll probably just prefer to just chill out and have their own say and maybe have their own country, free of the interference from their unruly neighbours of India, Pakistan and China. One thing that I will just mention before I wrap up here, if I go to Rajasthan, Delhi, Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh. That's where Agra is in Uttar Pradesh. Taj Mahal. Akbar the Great. Okay, so just so you know, the reason why I'm so hard on modern architecture is because I think it's shit. And the reason why I think it's shit is because I went to the Taj Mahal many, many years ago and I thought, if humans could build this bloody thing in the 1600s, I put that much work and dedication into it, Why are we building boxes? Why are we just building boxes? Everything's a concrete box these days. Taj Mahal, described as the most extravagant monument ever built for love, this sublime Mughal mausoleum is India's most ogled icon. Many have tried to sum up its beauty, a teardrop on the face of eternity, according to an Indian poet, the embodiment of all things pure, according to Rudyard Kipling. As an architectural masterpiece, it stands alone. The Taj was built by Emperor Shah Jahan as a memorial for his second wife, Mumtaz Mahal, who died giving birth to their 14th child in 1631. The death of Mumtaz left the emperor so heartbroken that his hair is said to have turned grey virtually overnight. Construction of the Taj began the same year, and it was not completed until 1653. So that's another. It wasn't completed for 22 years. Although there is some debate on the exact time of completion. Not long after it was finished, Shah Jahan was overthrown by his son, Aurangzeb, and imprisoned in Agra Fort, where for the rest of his days he could only gaze out at his creation through a window. Following his death in 1666, Shah Jahan was buried here alongside Mumtaz. In total, some 20,000 people from India and Central Asia worked on the building. Specialists were brought in from as far afield as Europe to produce the exquisite marble screens and marble inlay work made with thousands of semi-precious stones. A popular story that Shah Jahan intended to construct an identical Taj in black marble as a tomb for himself on the opposite bank of the Yamuna River, creating a mirror image in the negative, is probably too fanciful to be true. Local guides are fond of saying this is part of the reason Aurangzeb threw him in jail. The Mughal Empire couldn't afford his grandiose plans. The spectacular mausoleum was designated a World Heritage Site in 1983 and looks as immaculate today as it was when it was first constructed, though it underwent a huge restoration project in the early 20th century after falling into disrepair and even suffering vandalism. It's unbelievable now, isn't it? In recent times, the threat of damage has come from atmospheric pollution, acid rain produced by sulfur dioxide from vehicle and industrial emissions began to discolor the famous white marble and erode the fine carving inlays. In an attempt to reduce pollution, new industrial developments in Agra were banned in 1994, and only non-polluting vehicles are allowed within 500 meters of the Taj. It's not doing that much good though in the end. But yeah, so do I recommend India? Yeah. Did you ask? I don't know if you asked, but yeah, I do. It's just one of the great countries of the world. It's one of those places that I guess there should be. I mean, you don't have to have a bucket list, I suppose, but if you're going to have a bucket list of places to visit in your lifetime, you could do a lot worse than picking India as one of them. Okay, so I need to blow my nose again. Sorry. Ta-da! Sorry about that. Witchy Goth. Well done, still being here. Thank you. I'm just going to move my microphone around to here for my Twitch stream. What's happening here? Twitch still working at 8:02. Says Russell. I think Russell's the only person watching on Twitch, but it's good to have the backup in case this dies. I don't want to have a moment where the OBS crashes and as a result I have to stop the stream. Please don't make that happen. Okay, so on to the next country. It's probably Ireland, isn't it? What comes out? Oh, Indonesia. Okay, let's go to Indonesia. So we were here in India. We're going to go down now to Indonesia. So just so you know, let's get this measure distance. So if I draw a line like this, like this. Oh, hang on. That's not right. Okay. I'm going to draw a line around Indonesia. Pretty much. There you go. Okay. That's right. So that's Indonesia, peeps. Oh, I just made it disappear. So let's have a look. Let's have a look around. So let's start in Jakarta. Let's start. This is Java. This is the main island. It's called Java after the coffee, or the coffee's named after it. I don't know. And there's some really cool shit to see in Java. There's some very famous temples and things like that are worth going to go and see, although they're not labeled on this map for some reason because it just hates me. Go on, show. Okay, you got mountains. That's good. Are you going to show me where the temples are? No. I suppose this isn't really made for tourists. It's just made for people who want answers quick. Anyway, so there's Java. Up here we have Sumatra. Here, this island here is Sumatra. Over here, the bit to the south of this demarcation line, this border here, is Kalimantan. That is Sulawesi. It's kind of shaped like a character from a foreign alphabet. Then we've got the Maluku Islands there. We've got Talabu Islands. We've got loads of little islands. We've got Maluku there. Then you've got Southwest Papua. It's Sorong. We've also got West Papua. This area is all on the left hand side of this vertical line is part of Indonesia, and then you've got East Timor there, Timor-Leste, and this is a little bit of Timor-Leste, which is actually in the west, which is a bit odd, but there you go. It's in the west. It's in the west, but it's Timor-Leste, which means East Timor. Graham, 24-minute warning. Thanks, Viper Scott, and thank you for the super chat. But don't worry about it because I started this stream again at 5 o'clock. So I've got I'm only on 2 hours. 5 o'clock. I'm only on 2 hours and 22 minutes on this stream at the moment. So I've got loads of time. Loads of time. Don't worry about it. Do not worry. Oh no, it must have been. Does it start this again? Or maybe it started it at 10 to 6 or something. I can't remember. Whatever it was, started it again. I'm kind of losing track of time here. I can really do with like someone who's paying a bit more attention than me. Anyway, so here's Sumba Island over here, and then we have Flores Island. And over here we have Rinca and Komodo Island. They both have Komodo dragons on them. Over here we have Sumbawa Island, Lombok, Bali. This is the party island, which Australians go to. But there's a cool bunch of stuff there. You can go up the volcanoes, a volcano to climb. There's monkeys and stuff. It's kind of cool. So just to let you know where I've been in around here, I have been to Jesus. I've been down here. I've been to Jakarta. I've travelled up through here to Butatinggi. Butatinggi here. Where's Butatinggi? Where's Butatinggi? Where's Butatinggi? I don't know where Butatinggi is. Can't see it. Oh well, no. There's Butatinggi. Butatinggi. There you go. Butatinggi, been there, and then went over to over here somewhere. Was it Medan? I don't know. And then over to Malaysia. So that was one trip that I made. Oh no, actually, I'm missing out something here. I went to Bali. Went to Bali on one trip, and then if I just clear that, when I went there on the Odyssey expedition, I came from Singapore this time, and I went to a little island there called Palu Batam, which is part of Indonesia, just over the border, and then I went to Jakarta on the ferry, and then from Jakarta I went to Bali, Flores, Sumbawa. I went to Rinku Islands, went to saw the Komodo dragons. Then Flores, across Flores to, I don't know, around here somewhere. Flores is a Christian island. Bali is a Muslim, is a Hindu island, and the rest of Indonesia is Muslim, apart from West Papua, and I'm sure there's a Hindu part as well. Anyway, so Flores got the ferry over to Kupang down there, which is where Captain Bligh turned up at the end of the Mutiny in the Bounty. Mutiny on the Bounty. He travelled all the way there, and then I went to Dili in East Timor. Came back. Travelled all the way back across here, all the way back across here, all the way back to Denpasar. Then I went to along here. I went to Surabaya, and then I went. I think I went all the way back to Jakarta. Yeah, I did. And then I got on another ship that took me over here, and then I went over here, and then I went up here, and through here, and through here, and then I got to Sorong, which is there. So wrong, and then I got another ship that took me to along here to Jayapura. Ta-da. So there you go. That was the journey I took on the Odyssey expedition, because I had to go to. Oh, actually, do you know what? I'm not lying, but no, I didn't do that. I went to Jakarta. I think I went to Jakarta, and then I went to Kalimantan first. Oh, okay, so I shouldn't be dragging that one. No, that's fair. That's fair. Let's leave that one there, Graham. So this, I need to go over here, right? So what I did, I went to Jakarta. I went to over here to Brunei. Take Brunei off the list. Then I went over here. Went to an orangutan sanctuary. Went to Mindanao. Came back. Went to Brunei again. Went to, God damn it. Travelled to Pontianak here on the equator. Went back to Jakarta. Then travelled. Oh my God. So yeah, that's the journey I did on the Odyssey expedition. Now I'm looking at it. It looks absolutely cray-cray. The hell was I thinking? Yeah, a lot of the Pelni ships come in and out of Jakarta there. So the capital, so you had to sort of keep going back to Jakarta to get anywhere. So even though I was a lot closer to West Papua when I was in West Timor, I couldn't actually go that way. Yeah. How many volcanoes do we think Graham has climbed? I'm going to guess 22 for starters. I don't know if it's that many. Climbed the volcano in Comoros, in Reunion, Sicily, Etna, Vesuvius, Bali. It's 5. I'll have to have a think. It's not 22. It's probably about 10 or something. Anyway, so Indonesia, known as the Spice Islands. It was Dutchy for a very long time. True story. Let's get into it, shall we? Talk about my travels around Indonesia. So I've been to Indonesia twice in my life and travelled around quite extensively. Do you know what? If I had just opened up my Lonely Planet, I could have seen the make me big. I could have seen my biro mark of where I actually went without having to. Yeah. Oh no, I did go. I didn't go back to Jakarta. I got the ferry to West Papua. I got that from Surabaya. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Indonesia. Indonesia. So, there's far too much words here, so I'm just going to read the beginning. History. Until the last few hundred years, it was widely believed that the first humanoids, Homo erectus, lived in central Java around 500,000 years ago, having reached Indonesia across land bridge from Africa before either dying off or being wiped out by the arrival of Homo sapiens. But the discovery in 2003 of the remains of a tiny islander dubbed the Hobbit seems to indicate that Homo erectus survived much longer than was previously thought, and that previously accepted timelines of Indonesia's evolutionary history need to be examined. Although many scientists continue to challenge the Hobbit theory. Yes, they do. Sorry, just checking here. So where are we? Most Indonesians are descendants of Malay people who began migrating around 4000 BC from Cambodia, Vietnam, and southern China. They steadily developed small kingdoms, and by 700 BC, these settlers had developed skillful rice farming techniques. The growing prosperity of these early kingdoms soon caught the attention of Indian and Chinese merchants, along with the silk and spices that adorn Hinduism and Buddhism in Indonesia. These religions quickly gained a foothold in the archipelago and soon became central to the great kingdoms of the first millennium AD. The Buddhist empire had sway over the Malay Peninsula and southern Sumatra, extracting wealth from its dominion over the strategic Strait of Malacca. While the Hindu, Mataram, and Buddhist kingdoms dominated central Java, raising their grandiose monuments at Borobudur and Prambanan over the fertile farmland that brought them their prosperity. Indeed, when Mataram slipped into mysterious decline in the 10th century AD, it was fast replaced by an even more powerful Hindu kingdom. Founded in 1294, the Majapahit Empire made extensive territorial gains under its ruler and prime minister, while they control much of Sulawesi, Sumatra, and Borneo now seem fanciful. Most of Java, Madura, and Bali certainly fell within their realms. But things changed with the arrival of Islam, the reason and will to oppose the hegemony of the Majapahits. And the satellite kingdoms soon took up arms against the Hindu kings. And in the 15th century, the Majapahits fled into Bali, where Hindu culture continues to flourish. As I mentioned, Bali is a Hindu island, majority Hindu island. And otherwise, Islamic kingdom, but then, Flores is predominantly Christian. Meanwhile, the influential trading kingdoms of Malacca on the Malay Peninsula were also embracing Islam, sowing the seeds that would later make modern Indonesia the most popular Muslim nation on earth. Malacca fell to Portuguese in 1511, and European eyes were soon settling on the archipelago's riches, prompting 2 centuries of unrest as the Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and British wrestled for control. By 1700, the Dutch held most of the trump cards, with the Dutch East India Company controlling the region's lucrative spice trade and becoming the world's first multinational country. So the Dutch were pretty much in charge until after World War II. The Dutch were very reluctant to relinquish their hold over Indonesia, sorry, my glasses are so bloody filthy. It's amazing I can see anything through them. Really is. Just do that thing, you know, when you sort of just moving the dirt around, not actually getting them clean. Okay, that'll do. Duh, duh, duh. But American and UN opposition to the reimposition of colonialism and the mounting casualty toll eventually forced the Dutch to pack it in, and the Indonesian flag, red and white, which is exactly the same as the flag of Monaco, was finally hoisted over the Freedom Palace on the 27th of December 1949. It's a different aspect ratio. The Moroccan flag, I think it's more square. Not Moroccan, sorry, Monacan. The Monaco flag it's a bit more square, and the red is a slightly different shade of red, but otherwise it's red on top, white on the bottom. If you switch those colours around, you get the flag of Poland, which is red on the bottom, white on the top. Boring ass flags, OMG. Yeah. Suharto became leader of Indonesia, and he brought unity through repression, annexing Papua in 1969, and in 1975, Portuguese Timor was invaded, leading to thousands of deaths, and separatist ambitions in Aceh and Papua were also met with a ferocious military response. As Asia's economy went into freefall during the closing years in the 90s, Suharto's house of cards began to tumble. Indonesia went bankrupt overnight, and the country found an obvious scapegoat in the cronyism and corruption endemic in the dictator's regime. Protests erupted across Indonesia in 1998, and the May riots in Jakarta left thousands, many of them Chinese, dead. After 3 decades of dictatorial rule, Suharto resigned in 1998 in May. Passions cooled when Vice President BJ Habibie took power on a reform ticket, but ambitious promises were slow to materialize. They've been trying to get more and more democratic, but there is corruption, destruction of the environment for palm oil and other stuff, poverty, fundamentalism, and taxation reform are just a selection of the huge challenges ahead of Indonesia. But right, aside from all that, right? So what do you need to know? It used to be Hindu and Buddhist, and then the Muslims came and they became more Muslim. And don't forget the other countries around there. Sorry, I'm gonna have to sneeze. Oh boy. The other countries around Malaysia, a lot of them are Muslim. Like Malaysia is Muslim, and Brunei is Muslim, and the Sulu Islands off the south of the Philippines are Muslim. So yeah. Oh. Well, as Homo flaccidus disappeared. Very good. I like that. So yeah. Where was I? So yeah, and then the Dutch turned up and basically ran them as the Spice Islands for centuries. But after World War II, they couldn't really hold on to them anymore. Lots of pressure for them to allow Indonesia to run its own affairs. But with Timor-Leste and with Papua over here, they were both invaded by the Indonesians. And I think this is really bad. Like Timor-Leste is East Timor. It was a Portuguese colony. They speak Portuguese there. It's a Christian country. It's very, very different from the rest of Indonesia. And same with Papua New Guinea. It's a very, very different place to Indonesia here. I spent a bit of time here. One of the things I couldn't believe, if I can find the best meal I ever had was here in Jayapura. But have they got the little guy? Can I? Oh, yes, they have. Let me see. Is it there? Is it there? Don't know. No, it's not there. So you'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. But maybe they're taking it down. Maybe they have. I'm looking for a roundabout. If anyone spots a roundabout, let me know. No, that's not a roundabout. Need a roundabout there. I mean, it's not that big a place. Jayapura. No, that's not the one I want. No, that's not the one I want. No, it's not out in the water. Jayapura. Is that it? Is that it? Nope. Sorry, everyone. I'm looking for something. If you're watching this on TikTok, it's probably not very interesting. I'm just looking for something in Jayapura. I just want to show you this. I can find it. Map. Tourist attraction. No. Oh, I don't know. There's a border there. No, I'd have to use Google Street Maps and have a little bit of a walk around to see if I can find the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, well, I can't find it. Maybe it's just not there. Maybe I'm just mad. So you see on these intersections here, you see how you got these sort of little monuments that they have. They've got one somewhere in Jayapura, and it's quite shocking. You know, there's a bit in what's it called, Harry Potter, where they make a statue of a wizard in the once the Ministry of Magic's been taken over by the bad guys, J.K. Rowling's lot, and they have like a statue, don't they, of this might be it actually, of Voldemort, and he's basically standing on a plinth. And a wizard is being held up by the Muggles. Yeah, that's not it. But like a lot of the roundabouts around here have these what's it called? These a lot of the roundabouts have these monuments on them, and there's one in particular. No, not that one there. That I'm looking for, and it's basically the Indonesian equivalent of that. Like it's kind of unbelievable to see it. It's an obviously Indonesian soldier with an AK-47 being held up. I mean, it's shit as well. This is really rendered really badly, but it's being held up on like a platform, being held up by obviously Papua New Guinean people, and you're looking at it going, "Are you absolutely kidding me?" But I can't find it at the moment. Maybe I could just I could faff around all day. I'll probably never find it, but yeah, it's quite shocking. It's quite shocking that's just sitting there in the middle of this town in Papua New Guinea. I mean, bad anywhere, but not in Papua New Guinea, in Papua. So Papua New Guinea, just to explain, this whole island is called New Guinea. It's one of the biggest islands in the world, and it's split between Papua New Guinea, which is an independent nation, and the left-hand side of it, or the western side of it, is that's all Indonesia. So there you go. emoji time to encourage Graham. Drop in the chat, folks. Morning. Great to see you're still going. Says Kissy Ivan. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Got a super chat out of that. Awesome. Indonesia, by the way. Yeah, well worth visiting. Lots of fun. Jakarta's going underwater because it's all based on an aquifer, and people are taking water out of the aquifer underneath the ground. And as they're doing so, it literally... Indonesia is, Jakarta, the capital, is sinking beneath the waves. Some places are sinking inches, literally inches, down into the ground every year. Anyway, so let's move on to the next place on the list, which it's got to be Ireland now, hasn't it? Can we do Ireland yet? Are we up to Ireland? Are we up to Ireland? Aha. What does this say about Indonesia? Indonesia's numbers astound. More than 17,000 islands, of which 8,000 are inhabited, and over 300 languages are spoken across them. And also, one of the top places to go, if you do go there, is just around here. I think it's is this it? See these islands here. These are called the Raja Ampats, and these have the most amazing diving and snorkeling opportunities in like the world. They are really, really famous. And the Raja Ampats, which is well worth checking out. Okay, so next up from a country that I do rather like, to a country that I absolutely love, and it doesn't get much love, to be honest with you, because hardly anyone's been there, because it's very hard to get into. And at the moment, America's at war with it for some reason. But it's Iran. There you go, Iran. I love the bones of this place. Welcome to what could be the friendliest country on earth. I agree with that. Iran is the jewel in Islam's crown, combining glorious architecture with a warm-hearted welcome. Absolutely. A population of 80.2 million people. The official language is Persian or Farsi. By the way, when we're talking about population figures, Indonesia is 255 million, absolutely huge, but that is absolutely dwarfed by India, which in this book, it's got the population at 1.27 million. I think that's a few years out of date, mate. I think the actual figure now is a lot higher. I think it's 1.4 billion. Kind of crazy. So yeah, Iran. If you're drawn to places where the echoes of ancient civilizations resonate down through the ages, Iran could be your thing. Some of history's biggest names, Cyrus and Darius, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, all left their mark here, walking around the awe, some power of and beauty of Persepolis, and experiencing the remote power of Shush, and talking in the most wonderfully and immense Emelite ziggurat at Chokozambil will carry you all the way back to the glory days of ancient Persia. Iran is a treasure house for some of the most beautiful architecture on the planet, but its greatest attraction could just be its people. Offers to sit down for tea will be an everyday occurrence, and if you spend any time at all with Iranians, you'll find yourself invited to share a meal at someone's home. That is absolutely true. That is so true. Say yes whenever you can, and through it, experience Iranian culture firsthand. No matter what you think you know, Iran is a safe country in which to travel, and Iranians will go out their way to look after you. That is very true. Couldn't agree more. And it really breaks my heart of what the Trump administration and the dickheads who think it's great that people are horrible. Do these knobheads who just do horrible things all day? Do they not ever stop and go, life's too short? Why are you making life more difficult for people in Iran? And they already got it hard enough. Let's make it harder. Oh, they got a really bad regime there. Okay, yeah, cool. What do you want to do about it? I was thinking of bombing them. Sorry, what? We'll just bomb the people in Iran. We'll bomb a school full of little girls. Why would you do that? You know, because of the bad regime. How's that going to get rid of the bad regime? Well, you know, they might look at it and go, oh, that's bad. We should stop being bad now. Morons. Liam Graham restarted the stream at around 5:45. So my friend, he did, when he did, my friend Sandy, what? Liam Graham restarted the stream around 8:45 a.m., my friend. So that went when he did, my friend. Sadly, what went? What went? Oh my god! I want a refund. I lost my chat points and left it running when I went to sleep at 3:30. Oh no, you're not number one in the chats anymore. Sorry about that. No, I have to restart I had to periodically restart this this video because if I go longer than 12 hours, it will not save. It will not save. Sorry, my friends. So yeah, where are we going next? Iran. We're in Iran. Let's talk a little bit about Iran. Oh. Yay, Middle East. In 1550 BC, 29-year-old Cyrus the Great defeated the Medians, and within a century, he and his successors, Darius I and Xerxes, had made the Achaemenid Empire the greatest the world had ever seen. The Persians expanded their rule all the way to India in the east and the Aegean Sea in the west. But Xerxes' defeat by the Greeks at Marathon began a slow decline. The end came in 330 BC when Alexander the Great invaded Persia and sacked the greatest of all, Achaemenid, I don't know how to pronounce it, Achaemenid monuments, Persepolis. After Alexander's death, his empire split, with Persia being controlled by the Macedonian Seleucids, who gradually introduced a Hellenic culture. The Parthians under King Mithridates, maybe, took over in. Tell us, Socrates. Took over in the 2nd century BC, and in turn were replaced by the Sassanids, a local dynasty from the Fars province. The Sassanids ruled from 224 AD to 638 AD, but suffering continued conflict from the Roman Empire and later the Byzantine empires. The empire and weakened by all the scrapping the Persians, whose religion was Zoroastrianism, fell easy prey to the spread of Islam and the Arabs. Persia was controlled by an assortment of rulers before the Turkish Seljuk dynasty established itself in the 11th century, heralding a new era of Persian art, literature, and science, marked by such thinkers as Omar Khayyam. Cool. Beginning in 1502, the Safavid era heralded a great Persian renaissance under the rule of Shah Abbas I. Foreign influences were purged from the country, and architectural works such as those in Iman Square and Estevan have left a permanent reminder. The Safavid decline was hastened by an invasion from Afghanistan in 1722. A few years later, Nadir Shah, a tribal leader from the northeast, threw out the Afghans and went on to antagonize Persia's neighbors until he was assassinated, in 1747. And then there was the Zand period. Then there was the Islamic Revolution. Since the early days, the Pahlavi era, there had been a smouldering resistance. that occasionally fled into violence. Students wanted faster reforms. Devout Muslims wanted reforms rolled back, and everybody attacked the Pahlavi's conspicuous consumption. As the economy deteriorated following the 1970s oil price spike, the growing opposition made its presence felt with sabotage and massive street demonstrations. The Shah introduced martial law. Wake up. And hundreds of demonstrators were killed in street battles in Tehran before the Shah fled in January 1979. He died a year later. Exiled cleric Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini returned on 1st of February 1979 and was greeted by adoring millions. His fiery brew in nationalism and fundamentalism had been at the forefront of the revolt, and he achieved the goal of establishing a clergy-dominated Islamic republic, the first true Islamic state in modern times, with brutal efficiency. Opposition disappeared, executions took place after meaningless trials, and minor officials took the law into their own hands. In 1980, Saddam Hussein in Iraq, looking to take advantage of this post-revolutionary chaos, invaded Khuzestan in southwest Iran on the pretext that the oil-rich province was historically part of Iraq. The resulting war lasted until 1988 and claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. Trench warfare and poison gas were used for the first time since World War I. Khomeini died in 1989, leaving an uncertain legacy in the country dominated for a decade. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, so not Khomeini, but Khamenei, succeeded him as Iran's supreme leader, but inherited little of his predecessor's popular appeal. In 1997, moderate cleric Mohammed Khatami was elected president by a huge majority. Most voters hoping that he could liberalize some of the social restrictions on the Islamic Republic. Virtually overnight, Iran became different, far more liberal place, and around 2000, the reform movement won a sizable majority in the parliament. However, while the religious police disappeared and couples could be seen courting openly, the public wanted more. The reformers were keen to deliver, but about a third of the legislation passed during 2000-2004 was subsequently vetoed by the Guardians Council, a hardline body appointed by the Ayatollah Khomeini. People began to feel like the reformers were impotent, and during the 2004 parliamentary elections, many voters stayed away. The result was a conservative victory, and Khatami served his last 16 months as virtually a lame duck president. Then in 2005, Ahmadinejad became mayor. Sorry, he was the mayor of Tehran. Then he became he became the president of Iran, and meanwhile, Iran's relationship with the USA has retreated from the relative warmth generated during the collaboration to get rid of the Taliban to mutual saber-rattling over Iran's seemingly inevitable pursuit of nuclear power, weapons, or both, depending on who you believe. As unpredictable as Iranian politics can be, it seems a fairly safe bet that Iran will remain a member of the USA's axis of evil for some time to come. Yeah. That was written in April 2006. That was 20 years ago. That was 20 goddamn years ago. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I think it's crazy. So Iran couldn't, the expression that I've taken from there was always be good to strangers, because one day you might be the stranger. I've got loads of stories about how people just took me in everywhere I went in Iran. It was just a lovely place full of lovely people. And I hate the fact that it's, for so long, it's just had this very, very bad rap, which is based on the actions of the government, which has been shit. And the people get stuck with this nonsense, and there's nothing they can do about it. I think it's really cruel. Ahmadinejad was a good guy. No, he wasn't. But he got beaten in an election, so he stood down. He didn't have to be a coup or anything, because despite the religious people who actually have the veto power over everything Parliament wants to do and the president wants to do in Iran, the actual democracy when it comes to parliamentary elections, when it comes to presidential elections, it's fairly democratic. I'm just going to burn my nose again, sorry. Okay, so where are we going next? We're coming up to 9 o'clock now, so it's going to be the first 24 hours. Viper Scott, I don't need to reset it. It's fine. Sorry, is that to reset it? Is that I don't need to reset it? But yeah, it'll be the first 24 hours. Although I have taken an hour off, but that's okay. I can take an hour off. I get an hour off every 12 hours I do. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Do not freak out. We're all good. Okay. So that was Iran. Top experiences in Iran here are Estefan. The square is home to arguably the most majestic collection of buildings in the Islamic world. In Estefan, the purpley proportioned blue tiled dome of the Masjid-e-Shah, the supremely elegant Mashhad-e-Sheikh Lot Fola, and the indulgent, I can't pronounce all these things, ancient Persepolis, which is where the old, what they called, them people, Xerxes, Darius, Cyrus the Great. That's where their bodies are entombed. Desert oases, Mashhad, art scene, Zoroastrian fire temples. Zoroastrianism. They worship a god called Ahura Mazda, which is the only god that actually has a car company named after him. Which is a bit mad. Imagine driving around in the Jesus Christ, the Renault Jesus Christ, or the Jesus Christ coupe. Are we due a confetti blast right then? You're doing well, game. Yes, I think we are. Confetti! Woo! Let's go. So now we are going to travel, as we are wont. We're going to travel from Iran next door to Iraq. Obviously, next alphabetically. Iraq is a lot smaller than Iran. It's about a third of the size. Torn between its glorious past and recently bloody history, Iraq is a country in turmoil following the 2003 US-led invasion and problems that ensued. The country had little time to recover before a wave of violence swept through in June 2014 when jihadist group ISIS took control of large swathes of North Iraq. This instability has made the country too dangerous for independent travellers. Which is a shame. So when I went to Iraq, I didn't go to Baghdad. It's too dangerous. I didn't go to Kirkuk or Mosul. There's Kirkuk there. Can you see this little dotted line? Can you see that dotted line? That dotted line there is for what is called Kazakhstan. Okay, Kazakhstan. How's wrong with me? What's called Kurdistan. Sorry, Kurdistan. So Mosul is part of Iraq proper, but Erbil is the capital of the Kurdish region. And I came over the border. Let me see. I came over the border from Turkey. I came down here. I think I went up here and around here, and then down through. What's not supposed to happen? And then went to Suleimania. So yeah, when I came over the border, they said, "Don't go to Mosul, don't go to Kirkuk, because if we catch you, I'll put you in jail. If they catch you, they'll put you on YouTube. On YouTube." So Suleimania here. It's a really cool little place. There's some really good kebabs from there. Had a snowball fight. Didn't expect to go to Iran and have a snowball fight, but there you go. But yeah, this area of Iraq has been autonomous since 1991. because since the first Gulf War, because that was one of the deals that was made. One of the deals that was made with the regime. With the regime. Okay, so Iraq is the home of ancient Mesopotamia, which means between two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, as you can see here. I hope you can see that. Oh, no, can't really see it on this map. I hate the way you can't really see rivers and stuff on this map. Nah. Railways and rivers, like this, it's so geared towards cars. These you can tell them American. They like to go home and sleep with their cars. Mesopotamia. Iraq's story begins with the Sumerians, who flourished in the rich agricultural lands surrounding the Tigris and Euphrates rivers from around 4000 BC. In 1750 BC, Hammurabi seized power and went on to dominate the annals of Babylonian Empire. Despite the constant attacks from the Hittites and other neighboring powers, Babylon would dominate the region until the 20th century BC, after which it went into a slow decline. It has survived a much reduced state, and Babylon remained an important cultural centre, but it was not until 626 BC that the new Babylonian Empire regained the extent of power that the Babylonians had enjoyed under the Hammurabi. In the 7th century BC, Assyrian civilization reached its high point at the capital at Nivea. It was one of the great capitals of the world, with cuneiform libraries, luxurious royal courts, and magnificent bas-reliefs that survive to this day. And yet, it was the extravagance of the court and the debilitating military expenditure needed to keep this disparate empire together that sowed the seeds of Assyrian decline. Nivea fell to Medes in 612 BC. In 539 BC, Babylon finally fell to the Persian Empire of Cyrus the Great, whose empire Nineveh was absorbed. For the next 1,200 years, Mesopotamia would be ruled by a string of empires, among them the Achaemenid, something like that, the Seleucid, the Parthian, and the Sassanid. In AD 637, the Arab armies of Islam swept north from the Arabian Peninsula and occupied Iraq. Their most important centers became Al-Kufa, Baghdad, and Mosul. By 1638, Iraq had come under the Ottoman rule. After a period of relative autonomy, the Ottomans centralized their rule in the 19th century. Iraq finally became independent in 1932, and the period that followed was distinguished by a succession of coups, counter-coups, and discovery of massive reserves of oil. In July 1958, the monarchy was overthrown in a military coup, and Iraq became a republic. 9 years later, the Arab-Israeli War in 1967 caused Iraq to turn to the Soviet Union for support, accusing the USA and UK of supporting Israel. And on the 17th of July 1968, a bloodless coup by the Ba'ath Party put General Hamid Hussein al-Bakr in power. In 1979, Saddam Hussein replaced al-Bakr as president, and a revolution in Iran took place, and relations between the two countries sank to an all-time low. Saddam, increasingly concerned about the threat of a Shiite revolution in his own country, declared that Iraq wanted to return to exclusive full control of the Shatt al-Arab River. Full-scale war broke out in 22nd September 1980, with Iraqi fronts entering Iran along a 500-kilometer front. The 8 years of war that followed were categorized by human wave infantry advances by enemy artillery, all for very little territorial gain. 1 million lives were lost, and the economic cost to Iraq alone is estimated at more than $100 billion. In March 1988, just prior to the war's end, the Iraqi government responded to the occupation of northern Iraq by Kurdish guerrillas by killing thousands of civilians, most infamously in Halabja, where chemical weapons were used to devastating effect. Saddam Hussein soon turned his attention to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam accused the Kuwaitis, with some justification, of waging economic warfare against Iraq by attempting to artificially hold down the price of oil and stealing oil from the Iraqi portion of an oil fields that straddled the border. On the 2nd of August, Iraq sent troops into and tanks into Kuwait, and 6 days later named Kuwait as Iraq's 19th province. It was a costly miscalculation. An international coalition, including a number of Arab states, including Saudi Arabia, gathered on Iraq's borders before launching a 5-week bombing campaign, followed by a ground offensive that drove Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Controversy has persisted over the number of civilian and military deaths in Iraq and Kuwait. Estimates range from 10,000 to 100,000. As part of the ceasefire agreement signed on the 28th of February 1991, funnily enough, that's the same date, because it's my birthday, so I remember it. It's the same date that the Americans decided to start bombing Iran. It's the same date that they had to go at Vladimir Zelensky in the Oval Office last year. The ceasefire signed on 20th of February 1991. Iraq agreed to comply fully with the all UN Security Council resolutions, including full disclosure, inspection and destruction of the country's biological, chemical and ballistic nuclear weapons stockpiles and development programs. Kuwait was free, but the moral support offered by US President George Bush in calling on the Iraq people to rise up was not backed by the Allied military support, and rebellions in the Shiite south and Kurdish north were brutally put down. The UN sanctions caused widespread malnutrition, and medical care became inadequate throughout Iraq in the 1990s. Despite the much abused UN Oil for Food program, according to the World Health Organization, over 500,000 children died as a direct result of sanctions that did little, if anything, to undermine Saddam Hussein's regime. In August 1998, weapons inspectors were denied access. In 20th of March 2003, despite a lack of UN authority, the US launched missile attacks on Iraqi targets. In July 2003, Saddam's feared sons Uday and Qusay were killed in a shootout with US troops. In December the same year, a bedraggled Saddam Hussein was found cowering in a hole in Tikrit. Few Iraqis mourned him or his family's demise. Euphoria on the streets of Iraq over Saddam's demise quickly turned to anger at the inept early days of the US administration. Priceless antiquities were looted. It says here, priceless. Someone get some copy editor in. Priceless antiquities were looted. The Iraqi army was disbanded, leaving massive bands of armed and suddenly unemployed men on the street. And the process of de-Ba'athification stripped the country of many capable administrators who had joined up the Ba'ath Party only under the threat of death. Up to 100,000 Iraqi civilians and more than 1,500 US troops are believed to have died as a direct result of this invasion and its aftermath. What an absolute shit fight. And then obviously this ends in 2007, I think this edition is from 2007. No, it's from April 2006. So it doesn't actually go into the rise of ISIS and the shit that ISIS did across Iraq, which is so horrific it doesn't even bear thinking about. Have you watched Brazil? It's directed by Terry Gilliam from Monty Python. It's a brilliant, futuristic, dystopian comedy film. I've watched it. It's really good. Anyway, so where to next? We've done Iran. We've done Iraq. Would I recommend going to Iraq? Not at the moment. I mean, you can go up to the north. That's pretty okay. But the rest of Iraq is pretty dicey at the moment. Where else have we got? Oh, okay. Oh, right. So we've got a few more eyes left. You can probably guess what's coming up soon, which isn't going to be a lot of fun to talk about. But the one that I'm going to talk about now should be a bit of fun to talk about because I'm going to talk, well, in a moment, about, I'm going to talk about my friends. I'm going to talk about Ireland. Ireland's a really old Lonely Planet. This one's from the 90s, I think. It's got the number for Helen in it. And Lance. 1998. So this is the 1998 edition. It's 30 years old, almost. 28 years old. So we've done 9 o'clock. We are at 9 o'clock. We've just done it. We're going to launch the confetti count. We're going to take a break for a little bit to meet the loo. So thanks very much for being with us for the first 24 hours of this marathon live stream. We're halfway through. We're halfway through, peeps. And don't forget, we need to get to 45 hours and 45 minutes. We don't have to get to the full 48 hours. I'm going to try my best. But if we don't get there, we don't get there. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's all good. Right. I'll see you in a moment. I'm just going to nip to the loo. I'll be 5-10 minutes or something. Okay. So until I see you in a moment, I don't know, find something else to do. If you want to watch on TikTok or you want to watch on Twitch, I'm not going to turn them off. They're going to continue on. But here on YouTube, you're just going to get a screen that says Hughes of the World. Sorry, not sorry. Here we are. See you in a bit. Bye. Ooh, hello. Whew, I just went for a run. I need to get some fresh air. It's really stuffy in here. The window is open, but you know that because obviously it's warm today. Whew, a bit out of breath now. I did a bit of a daft one. I look like the Ministry of Silly Walk, so I had my knees up really high. Sorry, everyone watching on Twitch. I turned the sound off, so back on now. I was just saying I went for a run. There we go. Right. Where are we? I don't know. Keep going, Graham. You're doing a grand job, says Darian, the star. Thank you, the star. Hey, listen, if anyone wants to get more people watching this, if you want to let anyone you might know in like the media or like, I don't know, some journalists or something say, this crazy bastard's been doing a live stream for 24 hours straight. Go, you know, get on him. He might, he's talking bollocks and he might fall over. I don't know. I fall off his chair. So where are we going to next? We're going to Ireland. We are going to Ireland. And this is 1998. I don't know if this is going to have the Good Friday Agreement in it. Is it going to have the Good Friday Agreement? I don't think it will. Because that happened in 1998, didn't it? Let's have a look. Flora and fauna. Ecology and environment. Population of people. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You gotta see a different section, but I'll tell you what. Instead of reading from there, I'll read from the Europe Lonely Planet because that's a bit more up to date. Obviously, you'll have the stuff in about the Good Friday Agreement. So yes, Europe on a shoestring. Over halfway through already. Graham, keep going, lads. Woo! Yes, halfway through. Thank you very much, Sid. Our legend. Morning, Graham. Not a major outlet, but Rossendale Radio send you. Will said the number of journalists on my contact list is 0. Well, just let people know. TV showing news needs a nudge. It's about to time out. Oh no, I've done that. Do not worry. I can just start it again. It's funny how like when I went to sleep before, what's it called? TikTok stayed on the whole time. I fell asleep, and then when I sat down again, I was just reading. It disappeared. It has just disappeared. Fanny wants to know how I'm not sleepy and able to talk and still able to talk coherently. So I've texted back just a string of letters. Anyway, so we need to go to Europe next because we're gonna go to Ireland, where at least some of my ancestors came from. What about the rest? Everyone thinks they've got Irish blood in them, don't they? It's about time. Reads a recent Dublin tourism tagline, and nothing could be truer. Sure, at face value, it's just another tourism bureau slogan, but looking deeper, you realise these words illuminate much of what it means to be Ireland in the 21st century. Thanks to skyrocketing economy, the Celtic Tiger has burst from the fog and the rain of its battered history to become one of Europe's most prosperous countries. The land of Stone Age tombs, rolling green hills, and medieval castles, and towering cliffs that the word Ireland conjures still exists, but today it shares space with things of this century, such as beachfront vacation homes and the M1 motorway. Don't know what a vacation is, but whatever. So, the slogan is also indicative of the Irish as a people. Centuries of conquest, famine, and emigration have left them surprisingly friendly, yet expectedly cynical, a combination making up for a wickedly dark sense of humour. If you ask the fellow sitting next to you at the pub what he thinks of the Celtic Tiger or the staggering rate of new immigrants, or the declining power of the Catholic Church, he might just say it's about feckin' time. This sentiment rings just as true for Northern Ireland, which remains part of the UK. If you ask a person up north what she thinks about the new climate of peace, chances are she'll tell you, well, you know what she say. It's about feckin' time. Celtic warriors reached Ireland around 300 BC. Christian monks, including St. Patrick, arrived in Ireland around the 5th century AD, from the end of the 8th century to the rich monasteries were targets of raids by the Vikings, who were followed by Anglo-Norman forces, Jesus, in 1169. Catholic oppression got serious in the 1500s when Elizabeth I gave loads of Irish land to Protestant settlers, sowing the seeds of today's divided Ireland. Divide and rule, divide and conquer. It's always been the way. Always been the way. By the 18th century, Ireland's Catholics held less than 15% of the land and suffered brutal civil restrictions. Irish movements for civil rights alarmed the Protestant gentry, and in 1800, the Act of Union joined Ireland with Britain. Successive failures of potato crops between 1845 and 1851 brought about mass starvation, while British and Ireland's ruling classes profited from inflated food prices. About 1 million people died from starvation or disease, and another million emigrated. This tragedy was called the Great Famine, and the Irish population has still not recovered from that event. The bungled 1916 Easter Rising was heavy with rhetoric and light on planning. While the response of the British was just as poor, a series of trials and executions transformed the ringleaders into martyrs, rousing international support for Irish independence. In the 1918 election, Irish Republicans stood on the banner of Sinn Féin, or We Ourselves, or We Alone, and won a majority of Irish seats. Ignoring London's parliament, the newly elected declared Ireland independent and formed the first Irish Assembly led by Eamon de Valera. The resulting Anglo-Irish War from 1919 to 21 pitted Sinn Féin and its military wing, the Irish Republican Army, against the British. During this period, Michael Collins masterminded the IRA's campaign of violence. While serving as finance minister in the new parliament, the new Dáil, and after months of negotiation, he and Arthur Griffiths led the delegation that signed the Anglo-Irish Treaty in 1921, giving 26 counties of Ireland independence while allowing for the 6 largely Protestant counties in the north, brackets Ulster. Don't forget, it's only 6. It's only 6 counties within the 9 of Ulster. The chance to opt out. Under the Irish Anglo Treaty, the British monarch remained the nominal head of the new Irish Free State. To de Valera and many Irish Catholics, the compromise was a betrayal of Republican principles, and a brief civil war ensued. A new 1937 constitution abolished fealty to Britain and claimed sovereignty over the 6 counties of Ulster. In 1948, the Irish government declared the country a republic. In Ulster, the Protestant in six parts of Ulster, not all now. In Ulster, the Protestant majority had systematically excluded Catholics from power. In 1969, in January, the civil rights marchers marching from Belfast to Derry were attacked by a Protestant mob outside Derry. British troops were sent to Derry and Belfast in August to maintain law and order. The peaceful civil rights movement floundered, and an armed independence struggle under the IRA took flight. Thus, the so-called Troubles rolled throughout the 70s and 80s. Passions exploded in 1972 when 13 unarmed Catholics were shot dead by British troops in Derry on Bloody Sunday. 30th of January. Then again in 1981, when 10 IRA prisoners fasted to death on hunger strike. In August 1994, a permanent cessation of violence by the IRA was announced by Sinn Féin to be matched by a Protestant ceasefire 2 months later. After setbacks, the peace process regained momentum with the May 1997 victory of Britain's Labour Party, and in July 1997, the IRA declared another ceasefire. In April 1998, all-party talks produced the Good Friday Agreement, which allows the people of Northern Ireland to decide their future by a majority vote. In May 1998, the agreement was approved by 71% of the voters. That is absolutely emphatic. And in the north, and 94% in the south. After the Good Friday Agreement, though, the peace process often stopped and started largely over acts of violence and wrangles such as how and when the IRA should decommission its weapons. Positive steps were made in 2003 when the IRA destroyed some of its weapons, but those steps were derailed by the 2004 £26 million Northern bank robbery and the murder of Robert McCarthy, both of which were pinned on the IRA. Then suddenly, on the 28th of July 2005, the IRA had big news. They announced the official end to the armed campaign. 2 months later, the independent arms decommissioning body had verified the IRA had destroyed all of its weapons. Today, optimism prevails, and although it often seems bickering of one sort or another will continue forever, most agree that the war is finally over. Although Northern Ireland, which I'll be talking about separately to not Ireland, it's still segregated to a ridiculous amount. If you go to Belfast, there's still peace walls set up for one area or another. Kids don't mingle in the same school. But yeah, when we look at the history of the British in Ireland, it is one of almost like a very disturbing test case. It was the British going into Ireland and seeing what they could get away with, seeing what worked. If we get this to work here, we can get it to work elsewhere. What the British did to the Protestants, to the Catholics, by putting Protestants in the country and basically messing around with the demographics and making it so that the people of Ireland would be too busy fighting amongst themselves than to actually fight against the British. That was seen as a little test case, when you just do a little thing to try and perfect forward perfect the formula for like taking over countries and fucking them over. In the same way that Britain sent Protestants over to go and take over vast swathes of land in Ireland, it's very similar to the way that Britain got people from India to go and live in Fiji, or people from India to go and live in Guyana, or just moved people around in general. Tyrants have done that for centuries. Obviously, Stalin famously moved people around the USSR at a whim, and you see this time and time again. And this is the thing. I mean, I think there's a lot of British people who don't like to think about the fact that we could be the baddies. That moment in the in the Mitchell and Webb sketch where he's points at his hat and says, "Are we the baddies?" Our hats have got a little, our helmets have got a little skull on them. Are we the baddies? And no one wants to admit that they're the baddies. The Nazis didn't think they were the baddies. They thought they were doing God's bloody work. None of these people who vote for Trump or vote for Nigel Farage, they don't think they're bad people. They're not doing it like ticking on, this is gonna fuck things for everyone. They just don't think. They don't think that far. They're just the heroes of their own, narrative. And I think that it's uncomfortable to admit for a lot of people, and they just don't want to. They don't want to admit the crimes of the empire. They don't want to admit that the crimes of slavery. They don't want to admit the crimes that were perpetrated against the Irish and people all over the world as well. And they want to say, that the Irish brought this on themselves, and they could have done this, they could have done that. But the reality is, you look at Oliver Cromwell's reign of terror across Ireland. What could the Irish do? And it's just it's just really horrific, and it kind of like you sort of look over the history of this, and you go, so what do the Protestants get really excited about? Why did they go out marching? Oh, to celebrate the Battle of the Boyne. The Battle of the Boyne. What happened there? Well, you see, this guy came over from the Netherlands, hurdy. Oh, that's a Swedish chef from the Muppets, isn't it? He came over from the Netherlands, saying "ooh" a lot, ooh a lot, because that's what they do over in the Netherlands. They go ooh a lot. A lot of the words have an ooh in them. And we asked him to become our king because we weren't happy with the king that we had. What? So some Johnny Foreigner came over here and became our king, yeah? Imagine that happened now. Imagine if we went, we're not happy with King Charles. Oh, well, can William become king? No, we don't want William. We don't want George. We don't want any of those tossers. Do you know what we should do? We should get a king, right, from another country. How about the king of Eswatini? Let's get the king of Eswatini and get him over, and he can be our king instead of the one that we got. Imagine that now. Would you have any patriots running around going, this is the most amazing thing that's ever happened? Would you have in years to come people celebrating the fact that that king had come over here and then killed a bunch of people in Ireland or in Britain even? You know. Yeah, remember that thing where that horrible thing happened? Yeah, it was great, that. Sfax, to me, Ireland for the British seemed like testing ground for plantations, kind of what the Canaries were for the Spanish Empire. Yeah, absolutely a testing ground. That's what it was. And Britain got the Dutch to drain all the swamps after they'd taken the trees, which is why they still burn so much turf here. Really? It's bullshit, this aging thing. Hairs growing where you don't want them. Cardboard cutout would be a better king. Cromwell did the same thing to Scotland, attacked Scottish shipping blockades, seized castles, Graham. You know, they should not have a statue of Oliver Cromwell outside Parliament. I think it's really offensive to parliamentarians from Scotland, parliamentarians from Ireland. I think it's disgraceful. I think it's genuinely disgraceful. Northern Ireland, obviously. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, this pisses me off because, you know, I bothered to get a GCSE in history. I bothered to get an A level in history. I bothered to get a degree in history. And people who have never studied history and they're like, no, studied a bit of history. Go, no, you've got to keep the statue up there, otherwise people won't know the history. I'm like, what are you talking about? Will Wikipedia stop existing? Will history stop being a thing that's taught in schools? Will the history books all evaporate, you know, from the library? I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, we won't know our history unless there's a statue there. Yes, most people don't even know what half the statues are that they see. Hardly anyone knows that the guy in the middle of Durham is a gobshite who killed lots of kids in Durham. Yeah. Anyway, what have we got? Witchy Goth. I have a special razor for my face. I was humouring them a bit, says Fax. Just embrace the chaos. Indeed. Fax, did you find out what Dark 4x4 was on about? I fell asleep. I don't know. I find it very difficult to understand. It's like sometimes when the girls are talking to each other, they talk because they're teenagers almost. Well, one of them's almost a teenager, the other one's a teenager. They talk to each other in almost like a code. And I'm like, we're like loads of references that you wouldn't get unless you knew the lyrics to every single Taylor Swift song, for instance. And I'm just like, okay, so where next? Oh, fuck. All right. Listen. Before we go to the next place, I just want to give a shout out to Ireland. Any of Irish people in my chat? There's Ireland there. Ireland's a beautiful country. I've never gone as many times as I would like to have gone. I've been a few times, but it has. What I love about Ireland more than possibly anything else is the fact that Ireland has just got a good. The Irish people I know, like, it's not just that they're funny. Like, I don't know any Irish people who can't sing or play the guitar, or they're entertaining you. They're just like, and there's a big thing of that in Liverpool as well. It's like we're always entertaining each other, always making each other laugh, and I think that's why the ties between Liverpool and Ireland. There's obviously blood ties there as well, but I do love the fact that the crack is so important in Ireland. Having a good time, and the hug in Denmark. Obviously, that's important. I like having that feeling of being together with your friends or your family and having a lovely time, just chilling out. But at the same time, you got hug, and then you got crack, and the going out and what are you doing that for the crack. I just love that. I just love the joy that people have. So yeah, really, really, really love Ireland, and some of my friends are moving over there now because of the way things are going in the UK. I completely understand why they would do that, because this is crazy. Like, for years, Ireland was a place where abortion was illegal and homosexuality was illegal, and it was really like quite regressive for a very long time. And now the regressive place is Northern Ireland. And Ireland is like way, way, way more progressive. It's more progressive than the UK. I've always felt Ireland has a lot in common with Ukraine, but we are better at preserving our language and worse at managing politics post-independence. Yeah, I mean, Ireland, there are places in Ireland you can go to where people only speak Irish. But even real people say, "I'm a good crack." Say Cuthbert, says Cuthbert. Yeah. I woke up at the crack of dawn. I said, "Dawn, get off my face." Anyway, so we're going to go over to the next country now. Sorry, we are going to have to talk about this, aren't we? Let's get into it. Hello, it's Israel. Oh, God, this isn't going to be controversial, is it? I'm going to keep politics out of this. There's Israel. Some might call it a little bit of a thorn in the side of the Middle East. See, because it's shit like that. Okay, anyway. It's literally thorn-shaped, and it's on the side of the... I mean, come on. These jokes write themselves. There is Israel. Middle East. Let's get into it. Okay. So, Israel, or Palestine, depending on your politics, defies the logic that size equals importance. A tiny finger of land hugging the eastern Mediterranean, no bigger than the US state of New Jersey. The biblical lands of Judea and Samaria bear as much significance for the modern world today as they have for the past 1 or 2 millenniums. The same land that St. John predicted would host Armageddon. Today, the land frequented by heads of state, each armed with ideas to prevent the event from occurring. It's the land of the Bible and the Talmud. It's still considered by millions as the basis of Western law, ethics, and religion. For many, it's the spiritual centre par excellence, the promised land of the Jews, and the last place touched by Muhammad on his journey to heaven, and the birthplace of Christ. Israel and the Palestinian territories may be renowned for their mythical past, disputed present, and uncertain future, but there is more than what meets the international headlines. Facing fascinating archaeological sites, a wealth of natural beauty spots, and cultural diversity matching anywhere in the Middle East are enough for a trip in its own right. The modern state of Israel, developed for tourism and equipped for stringent security, makes travel both safe and easy to explore its sites and commune with its people. Your religious, cultural, and political baggage is best left at home. Any militant preconceptions picked up during a lifetime of media exposure are bound to leave you off balance. So clear the state, then plunge in, stay informed, and ask questions and listen to voices around you. Most surprising are not the opinions you'll be bombarded with, but the effect that the speck of land leaves with you long after you have left. Peter Painslot says Netanyahu is the problem, not Israel itself. Could not agree more. But it's not just Netanyahu. It's Ben Gvir and a bunch of the others. But Oh my God. I'm not going to go for the whole history. I'm just going to go for the first inhabitants of modern Israel, the West Bank and Gaza Strip, were probably the Canaanites, who God told the Jews, the early Jews, to wipe out, didn't they? The Canaanites, who had migrated to productive coastal areas from Arabia and Mesopotamia in the early 20th century BC. It's believed that these Canaanites were Semitic, that is, descended from Shem, the son of Noah, of the flood fame, but that seriously strains the biblical timeline. Around 2800 BC, Egypt claimed Canaan as part of its empire. What's going on there? It's really bad lighting, man. Why have you got a window behind you, and why have you got a camera below you? Around 2800 BC, Egypt claimed Canaan as part of its empire, and in period of famine, the Israelites, descendants of Israel, grandson of the patriarch Abraham, migrated to the Nile Valley for work. According to the book of Genesis, God had promised them there Israel would make a great nation. What, in the Nile Valley? After a period of prosperity and exile, the Pharaoh Ramesses forced the migrant workers into servitude. Sometime around the 13th century BC, Moses led the descendants of the Israelis for 40 years through the Sinai, as reported in the book of Exodus, which I kind of was talking about, like it might take you 40 days. Why the hell would it take you 40 years to get that far? And across the Jordan River back into their promised land. Well, hang on, they were promised the... Oh, no, this makes sense. They were promised prosperity in the Nile Valley. Around 1200 BC, the Semitic civilization known as the Philistines arrived and established a coastal government between the present-day Ashdod and Gaza. The Israelites, threatened by the Philistines' political superiority, consolidated their disparate tribes under one king, Saul. Upon Saul's death, some Israelites supported his son Ishbaal as successor, but the tribe of Judah supported King David, who became the local hero when he killed the Philistine Goliath and eventually conquered the city-state of Jerusalem. There in the 10th century BC, so at 1000 BC, David's son Solomon built, no, it would be 900, wouldn't it? Would it? It'd be 11. David's son Solomon built the first temple. There is at least one version of this history. This is at least one version of history. However, the history of the region is just as much a battleground as any present-day West Bank or Gaza refugee camp. Millennia-old events are constantly being re-questioned, reinterpreted, and fresh claims made. It's part of the world where archaeology and scholarship have serious political implications. This drives you up the wall as well. You don't know. You don't know. So you jump to conclusions. Again, just like with your statues of slave traders and child labour exploitists and people who went over to Ireland and murdered a bunch of innocent people. Statues, to them, when people say, "Oh, this you need this because of history," I just think it's undermining history, because you should put it in a museum and put it in context and say what you know. So people doing this kind of thing pisses me off as well. It's just written in this holy book. I'm like, yeah, but there's no corroborating evidence, and it contradicts itself all the freaking time. Anyway, I need to blow my nose, so back in a moment. Oh my God. Why did I choose to do this when I had a cold? Honestly, I woke up Monday morning, yesterday morning, I was like, oh, I've got a cold. Hey, George Laws only, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Graham, just worked 2 night shifts in a row. Although at least I did have a few hours kip yesterday. I know what sleep deprivation is like. Well, when I start hallucinating, it's going to go bad. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that you learn quite quickly when you're studying history is that you'll never have a definitive answer to what happened. So what you want to do is draw upon as many sources as possible. If you're studying a particular time, or like a battle, or a bit of royal, palace intrigue, or whatever it is, you want to get multiple sources, right? And you've got to be a bit of a detective about it. And you've got to be sensible. You kind of want to go, well, who's saying this and why are they saying it? Like, who's telling this story? What's their motivation? Can't take things as read. Of course, someone who writes a Bible or, a book of the Bible is going to say, oh, these people were bad. We had to kill them. Okay. Well, can we get some testimony from someone who wasn't, someone who benefited directly from these people dying? So you want someone who was on one side, you want someone who was on the other side, and you want someone who had no skin in the game and just told you what they think they saw. But don't forget, 3 people see a car accident and 3 people see 3 different things. They interpret 3 different things. And that's something that's just happens. The Mr. Men books, proof that Mr. Men exist. Great story, Graham, but it's all twaddle. Sorry, myth. A bunch of tribes coalesced around 2 tribal gods, El and Yahweh, and illicit, I don't know, the 2, and pooled their tribal myths. Yeah. Phil's saying the hallucinations will come soon. That might be entertaining. I've got the book upside down. Settlers are religious fanatics, insane people, psychologically one-track minded, and everything is about the end times. My friend is an ultra-Orthodox Jew in Brene Brock. She has no idea what's really going on. I don't dare to begin talking about it. To paraphrase John Oliver, status are not about how we remember statues, and not about how we remember history, but how we glorify people. Yeah, it's the only reason putting up statues, to glorify people. And people find it difficult to shoot another human being that's looking directly at them. In the same way, people find it difficult to be horrible without an excuse. And all things being equal, humans will always find an excuse to do something horrible. But you got to admit, religion is a hell of an excuse. History is a hell of an excuse. Now, so when I say that people use religion as an excuse to do horrible things, it's not necessarily that I'm saying, we should get rid of religion. I don't think that's realistic. In the same way that using history to justify what you're doing now, if you're doing a horrible thing, I mean, why do we never use history to justify doing something really, really nice? Why do we never use history to go, well, look, we did these horrible things in the past. We should be paying, some kind of compensation to these nations that we have injured, and the people, this generational trauma that we've handed down to these countries that have never been able to get off the ground. We talk about developing nations. Look, mate, there's about 50 countries, right? And they're not developing. Let's be honest. The countries of the world, there's about 50 economies that are doing all right. There's about 100 that are developing. And then there's 50 that are just not, they're stagnant. They're not going anywhere. They haven't gone anywhere for years. Most people who live there are subsistence farming, and they're not doing that much better from one year to the next. That's just the reality of it. Yeah, we could do with helping places out more. But we're quite happy to use history as an excuse to march down Kilvackie Road banging some drums. But we don't use history to do good things. History to go, oh shit, that was a bad thing we did in history. Oh. How can we make amends? How can we make amends? Have you noticed this? And it's not that history can't be used for that reason. The same way like religion can often be used to do nice things. You don't have to be horrible. You do horrible things all the time because of religion. And some people are genuinely motivated by their religion to do wonderful, wonderful things. Be really caring, really giving their time back to society and helping out. But time and time again, we see a lot of people who just want to do horrible things. And unfortunately, giving them an excuse to do a terrible thing is the worst possible thing that we could do, as far as I'm concerned. If you actually dig into any spirituality, none of them promote being a dick. It's the human organized religions that do that. Well, I don't know. I think you can I think you can say a bunch of things I don't know. I think because all religions are spiritual to some degree, and nearly all of them grew out of spirituality. And if you think about what is religion, well, it's the codification of spirituality. It's not just saying, I don't know what's out there, but I feel the universe, I feel a presence, I feel this, and it's a very individualized um, vision of that. It's like a collectivized spirituality. Um, and so, yeah, I mean, people's spirituality is used sometimes to do horrible things. It is, you know, people's need to believe in something, to want to think the best of people, which is a wonderful thing, to want to feel the best, to think the best of people. But then when you see people falling into, you know, cults like the Jonestown cult that we talked about earlier in Guyana, it's led to the deaths of 1,000 men, women, and children. Unbelievable! This massacre, absolutely horrific massacre. Um, and not everyone wanted to drink the Kool-Aid. Some people were forced to drink it. Some people were shot dead trying to run away. And the people who did it thought they were absolutely justified in doing it. So yeah, and I think there's a natural sort of desire for us to go, well, no, that's not me. That's not what I believe. And it's fine, you know. If you can use your religion, you can use your spirituality to do good things, great, you know, go with God, literally. But if you use that as a reason to do actual harm to other human beings, why are you doing this harm? Oh, because this is my belief. This is my belief. And that's it makes that process of not knowingly doing harm to another human being, it just makes it a bit easier. But like I say, I'm not saying that we should get rid of religion because I don't think it's practical. I don't think we should get rid of history. I don't think we should, we shouldn't start some year fucking zero thing. But yeah, the world's focus on Israel and Gaza, understandable as it is, it's another I don't want to say culture war because that undermines the seriousness of the situation. I mean, people are dying, you know. But it is yet another weapon of mass distraction. While we're all going, my God, what's happening in Israel? We're not seeing what's happening elsewhere because it's taking up all the bandwidth. While we're going, oh God, what's that President of the United States done today? It's taking all the bandwidth. You know, the nonsense culture wars that they come up with in the UK. It's taken all the bandwidth out of, we just don't have time to talk about anything else, which I think is kind of depressing. Anyway, so I'll head back to the history of Israel. So this has been written in a kind of like trying to be as neutral as possible, and this takes us up to the 90s, I think. This is this is up to 2006. So this is up to 2006. Few accounts written prior to the Roman era can be considered absolute fact. And that's an absolute fact. And millennia-old events consistently being reinterpreted to fit. Millennia-old events are consistently being reinterpreted to fit current political agendas. Absolutely. Fast forward a few thousand years, the modern Middle Eastern conflict between the Jews, said to be the tribe of Judah, and the remnants of the scattered diaspora or lost tribes, and the Palestinians, who argue descent from the Philistines. Many Jews claim the right to live on the lands now known as Israel, based on historic lineage stretching back to the kingdoms of Solomon and David, and before that to the rule of the 12 tribes. Taking this into perspective to the extreme, some Israelis claim, based on Old Testament law, writings that God gave Israel to the Jews, and that the land is theirs by divine right. The Palestinian claim is based on centuries of actual occupancy, actually bloody living there. Whether or not they're descendants of the Philistines, Arabs form the majority of inhabitants of Palestine from soon after the ascendancy of Islam in the 7th century until the 20th century. So that's 1,300 years for those of you keeping count. For centuries, Jews dreaming of returning to their ancestral homeland, next year in Jerusalem being a phase uttered since the fall of the Second Temple, but the idea was never really stoked into serious action until Austrian journalist Theodor Herzl surmised in his 1896 book, Der Judenstaat, that the Jews had to establish their own homeland or risk further persecution in Europe. The following year, he organized the first international Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland, which resolved to find a small piece of Earth's surface where Jews could establish a homeland. In 1903, London offered Uganda, which the Zionists accepted, but then threw out the following year in their ultimate pursuit of a state in Israel. I believe also that they were offered a place in Australia as well. Waves of Jewish immigrants began making their way to Palestine, which was then part of the Ottoman Empire in the wake of World War One. These lands passed to the British sphere of influence. The increasing number of Jews arriving at the ports at Haifa and Jaffa have been causing unrest amongst the Arabs of Palestine, sparking fighting and rioting, and Britain determined to take a hard stance. In November 1917, the British cabinet announced the Balfour Declaration, which promised a homeland for Jews in Palestine. However, the controversial document never determined the status or the extent of this homeland, and from an Arab perspective, it contradicted the McMahon White Paper for Arab Independence, signed 2 years earlier, which guaranteed an Arab kingdom to the Sharif of Mecca. In the 1930s, Adolf Hitler rose to power in Germany and set about fulfilling his twofold dream of establishing the Third Reich and exterminating the Jewish race, which he considered the root of all the world's problems. By the end of World War II, 6 million Jews, 1.5 million of them children, had been murdered in the death camps of Eastern Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Holocaust survivors moved to British-controlled Palestine, knowing now more than ever the importance of Herzl's Zionist dream. Palestinian Arabs felt ever more threatened and resented having to bear the brunt of what they saw as a European problem. In February 1947, the British decided to turn the issue over to the UN, which voted to partition the region into Arab and Jewish states and make Jerusalem an international city. So the idea was Jerusalem was supposed to be split into different quarters. So you had the Armenian quarter, you had the Jewish quarter, you had the Islamic quarter, and then you had the quarter. It's not quite the way it turned out. Really. So they voted to partition the region into Jewish and Arab states and make Jerusalem an international city. Ironically, it was Hitler's Holocaust that did more to create the hope for a Jewish state than any other factor, which is true. While the Jews accepted the proposal, the Arabs rejected it outright. Britain washed its hands of the whole affair and withdrew from Palestine in 1948, and the Jews declared the independent state of Israel, and war broke out. By the way, I often mention the partition of India happened under a Labour government in Britain. Yeah, the establishment of Israel happened under a Labour government as well. Some people go on about the wonderful days that never existed of Labour being this super socialist, left-wing party. God, we need to get back to the days of Attlee. I'm like, what? The days of nuclear testing and the foundation of Israel and the partition of India. Anyway, the Britain washed its hands of the whole affair and withdrew from Palestine in 1948. The Jews declared the independent state of Israel, and war broke out. The combined armies of Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and Syria invaded, but backed with arms from Czechoslovakia. The Shal Israeli army held its ground until the ceasefire was declared. An armistice of 1949 delimited the Jewish state, leaving the Gaza Strip under Egyptian mandate and the West Bank under Jordanian control. A green line determined the border with Jordan, largely on the basis of where soldiers dropped their weapons. Hundreds of thousands of Arabs fled the fighting. Their house keys and land deeds will become a symbol for their right to return, and became refugees in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt. The Palestinian desire to return would be later echoed with Yasser Arafat's rallying cry next year in Al-Quds, which is what they call Jerusalem. But Arab governments neither engaged in dialogue with Israel nor would they offer amnesty to the Palestinian refugees, causing an instability that would haunt the Middle East for the next 50 years. Well, 75 years now, more. Tensions came to a head in 1967 with Egypt's blockade of the Strait of Tehran, a move that ended Israel's preemptive strike against Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. After 6 days of fighting, Israel had tripled in size with its occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and the Sinai. That part of let's get the map up. That part of Egypt we were just looking at. So see that bit there between the two fingers sticking up. That's the Sinai Peninsula, and that was all taken by Israel, along with the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So yeah. However, early defeats in the Yom Kippur War in 1973 left Israel less certain of its defenses. Subsequent negotiations resulted in the 1978 Camp David Agreement, which brought peace between Egypt and Israel, for which Egypt was ostracized by the rest of the Arab world, but they got Sinai back. During the 70s and 80s, under the spearhead of Yasser Arafat's Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, a terrorist campaign brought the Palestinian plight to international attention. Initially, much of the world watched in horror, condemning the Palestinians for their ruthlessness, but the 1987, the Intifada, the popular rising, pitted stone-throwing Arab youths against well-equipped Israeli soldiers, and the resulting images seen on worldwide TV did a great deal to resurrect international sympathy for the Palestinians. The peace talks to follow appeared to offer little fruit until the news broke in August 1993 that Israel and the PLO have been holding secret talks for some 18 months in Norway, resulting in mutual recognition. Now the PLO leader Yasser Arafat and the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin made their prematurely Nobel Prize-winning handshake on the White House lawn in Washington, D.C. As a result, the Gaza Strip and most of the West Bank were handed over to the Palestinian Authority rule, with Yasser Arafat ostensibly at the helm. Despite the Washington show, mutual trust between Rabin and Arafat wasn't exactly solid, and there remained quite a few details that had to be hashed out, not least the status of Jerusalem and the future of the 4 million Palestinian refugees spread across the Arab world. Added to that was a fractious relationship with Syria, centered on the disputed Golan Heights, not to mention the continued confrontation with Hezbollah, the Party of God, in southern Lebanon. Any progress forward, such as the Israeli troop withdrawal from most of the West Bank, was set back again with the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin by a disgruntled Jewish extremist on the 4th of November 1995. Rabin's death marked the beginning of several years of stalled negotiations that came with the ultimate collapse of the deal for a two-state solution known as the Y2 Accord. Brokered by Bill Clinton in 2000, it was rejected by Arafat despite support by Israel and much of the Arab world. Meanwhile, tit-for-tat violence escalated to fever pitch in September that year when Israel's Defense Minister Ariel Sharon paid a controversial visit to the Temple Mount. Within months, the fighting grew into a fully fledged intifada. When Jewish voters got their chance, they chose Sharon to lead them through the storm. While most moderate Israelis and Palestinians continued to support the cause of peace and the creation of a Palestinian state, Sharon and Arafat got down to doing what they do best. Blows were exchanged in the form of Palestinian suicide attacks and Israeli Defense Force aggression that ranged from bulldozing Palestinian homes to dragnet arrests to full-scale aerial and ground assaults. By late 2004, the number of deaths stood at nearly 35,000 Palestinians and over 1,000 Israelis. The Intifada was also taxing national morale, as Sharon's horrible tactics were threatening to make Israel a pariah state amongst European government. The economy suffered too. Israel's tourist industry collapsed, and the Palestinian economy suffered from $14 billion in losses. But the war was to be Arafat's swan song. Despite a lifetime of fighting for an independent state, he never realized this achievement, dying of an unknown disease in a Paris hospital on the 11th of November 2004. Andrew Ray, well done, halfway there. Salute. Thank you very much, Andrew Ray. It's very kind of you. Your little heart. And Peter Painslot says enough about it as well. I'm nearly finished. Arafat's passing sparked a mood for change that fell on the shoulders of longtime PLO bureaucrat Mahmoud Abbas. 3 months after Arafat's death, Sharon, known as the bulldozer in reference to his strong-arm tactics and campaigns that stretched back more than 50 years, shook hands with the new Palestinian counterpart in the Summit for Peace in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Encouraged by the international supported roadmap for peace, the Palestinian Authority and Israeli cabinet resumed talks and several encouraging steps, including the withdrawal of Jewish settlers from Gaza and 4 West Bank towns in August 2005, and the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. Yet the path to peace moves slowly. IDF disengagement has stalled in the West Bank, and Israel continues to build its controversial security fence. Sharon has repeatedly called for Abbas to disarm rogue militant groups, but so far the PA has refused to confront Islamic Jihad and Hamas, fearing a civil war. The settlement has put off final status talks that would have finalised issues like settlements, refugees, water, borders, and most importantly, Jerusalem. The wait-and-see period has only caused added strain for ordinary Palestinians and Israelis, as attacks from both sides still occur despite the ceasefire. The lack of significant progress has soured the public opinion of both Abbas and Sharon. The former took a beating in 2005 when Hamas and Islamic Jihad rolled over the leading Fatah party in the local elections. Mainstream Israeli and Palestinians, mainly those living in bigger cities, are visibly tired of war and the enormous economic and emotional toll that is wrought on them. But with peace still hanging in the balance, it may not be up to the mainstream to decide the fate of the conflict. As ever, violence on the part of extremists, Jewish or Arab, or even in small numbers, can have a lasting impact on the fragile peace plan. That was written 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And we haven't moved. It stayed still. Yeah, 2006. April 2006. We haven't moved. So yeah, I don't think we've got time to debate what the solution is in Israel and Palestine. Certainly not helped by that clown in the White House. But yeah, the whole thing is just really depressing. It's really, really depressing. So I think we have to move on. I think we have to move on from Israel and Palestine. And where should we go next? I have a feeling that we have one more I country to go after Israel. Where have we got to go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Let's go to Italy. Yeah, of course, Italy. That is the last one, yeah. So let's go to Italy. Italy is an extraordinary feast of heart-thumping, soul-stirring art, food, and landscapes rivaled by few and coveted by millions. Population 60 million. Capital Rome. Official language Italian. Let's get into it. So Italy, one of my favorite places on earth. Again, I've got a few of them. Big booze, Italy there. Kicking Little Sicily. Where have I been in Italy, you ask? I've been to Rome. Been to Rome a few times. Been to Vatican City. Been to the Trevi Fountain. Been to the Colosseum. Oh, hang on. Been to the Colosseum. Oh, been there. Been there. Oh, been on the stage. Are you not entertained? The Vatican City. Trevi Fountain there. The Basilica of Saint Mary Major. I mean, it's just fabulous. It's just an incredible, vibrant country with great I mean, just immense amount of history. God, if I start in the history of there, I'm going to be there all day. Oh, okay. Do you want me to get it for you? It's there. Do you want me to get it for you? Okay. Cat's getting the kettle. Oh, I went to Rome in Italy, and I wanted to come home. um, cat's stealing my kettle off me. Yeah. Cat. Could you? Are there any more Cokes left to put in the fridge, or are they all? Yeah. Just put them in the fridge. I've got one here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're all in the fridge. Okay. Cool. No worries. Cheers. Drink them all in the night. No, I didn't. No. Okay. Sorry. Italia. Obviously. Asteroid strike. Sun spitting the sky right now. 21 degrees. 21 degrees. That's not bad, is it? Viper Scott. I'm on 22 degrees. I'm a whole degree hotter than you. Hey. So yeah. Let's just talk about Italy for a moment. So yeah, where have I been? I've been to Sicily. I've been to Catania. I've been to Tower Messina. I've been to Taormina. Sorry, I've been to Messina. I've been to Palmero. I've been to Syracuse. I've been to Palazzo. I think that's pronounced pot. It's double Z is T, isn't it? Like pizza. It's TZ. So that's Pozzallo. And there's Malta. That's not part of Italy. What's up with you, Graham? And there's Sardinia. I've not been to Sardinia. Would like to go to Sardinia one day. Not been there. Been to Naples. Naples. Also been to Salerno. And the Amalfi Coast. I've been to Positano, which is just absolutely stunning if you ever want to go there. I've seen the island of Capri. Oh, that's not Positano. Where's Positano? Oh, there's there. Look at that. That's up on there. Look at that. It's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And if you go to Sorrento, and we managed to get like an Airbnb, like it was dead cheap, and it was like a castle. It's like a castle up on the hill. So yeah, we got to watch the sunset over the island of Capri. It was just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I've been to Bari. That's where I missed the bloody boat because there were no bloody taxis. And I've been to Brindisi. Where else? I've been to San Marino, which is another country. I've been to Venice. It's absolutely beautiful. The Venetian Lagoon is amazing. I've been to Milan. I've been into Milan and out of it. Been to Turin, been to Pisa, seen the Leaning Tower of Pisa, which apparently Mussolini hated it. Mussolini hated the Leaning Tower of Pisa. He wanted to push it straight. He thought it was an embarrassment that it was leaning. Like it made Italy look silly because it wasn't. It's actually the bell tower of the church there. It's the bell tower of the church, and they built it separate for whatever reason. And yeah, it sunk down, but they've had to do loads of work on it over the years to stop it from toppling over. But yeah, very famous, the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You can go up it. You can go up the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You're feeling fruity. You saw Naples and you didn't die. Yeah, I didn't. I've been up into the mountains. One place that I haven't been that I really want to go. I've been through Florence on a train, but I've not actually stopped and had a look around, and I really want to. It looks amazing. But yeah, Italy, the home to some of the greatest painters ever. The Renaissance started in Italy, which kickstarted the modern world as we know it. Let's face it. Yeah, I've been to a lot of really, really cool places in Italy, and I've always had a good time. Always, wherever I've gone in Italy, I've always had a good time. I mean, I like some places more than I like others, but generally speaking, always had a good time. So we're going to get into that in a moment. But first, I've got to just go and sort something out. I will be a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back, and then we'll clock on. So I'm just going to make sure that I've got this time here, 10:00. So I'm just going to do that. Okay, and I'll see you in a moment. I'll be back. Hey, I'm back. How you doing? Hey, sorry about that. Right, sorted. What was I going to do? Oh, we're going to talk about Italy, weren't we? So I need to find my Europe on a shoestring. Lonely Planet. Sorry for shaking the camera there. Shake, Sharona. Italy. So let's quickly, a very, very quick history of Italy here. Known to the Italians as the beautiful country, il bel paese, Italy hits the census hard. It's impossibly beautiful 1 minute and comically chaotic the next. It's colourful, noisy, and highly theatrical. The food is superb and its passion is utterly disarming. It's a nation with a lot to live up to. Many of its sights seem so familiar that the risk of disappointed expectations is a real one. Fortunately, though, no photo can portray the thrill of exploring the Colosseum in Rome or seeing Michelangelo's David in Florence. The atmosphere of Venice's canals or Verona's romantic lanes can never be felt on film. Away from the cities, Italy provides a wealth of outdoor opportunities. You can walk the Amalfi Coast, ski in the Dolomites, or simply soak up the sun on Sicily and Sardinia's golden beaches. But there's more to Italy than the obvious. To list every Umbrian hill town and review every cool trattoria in Tuscany will require a tome heavier than your average backpack. The art of visiting Italy is to get out there and discover it for yourself. Sooner or later, you'll find a corner that you can call your own. I'm always happy to go back. Predating the Romans, the Etruscans were the first major force to emerge on the Italian peninsula. By the 7th century BC, they dominated central Italy, rivaled only by the Greeks of Magna Graecia in the south. Both groups thrived until the 3rd century BC when Rome's rampaging legionnaires crashed in. Founded in 753 BC, possibly by Romulus, possibly not, Rome became a republic. Romulus and Remus, the twins brought up by wolves. Rome became a republic in 509 BC. Expansion followed, and by the turn of the millennium, it ruled much of Western Europe and the Mediterranean. After Caesar's death in 44 BC, his great-nephew Octavian defeated his rivals Mark Antony and Cleopatra, establishing the Roman Empire in 27 BC and adopting the title of Augustus Caesar. The empire's golden age came in the 2nd century AD, but a century later it was in decline. Emperor Constantine heralded in Christianity, and in AD 330, he founded Constantinople in Byzantium. Rome and its Western Empire fell to Germanic barbarians in 476 AD. The Middle Ages also witnessed the development of Italy's powerful city-states, which gave Florence made the biggest impact, giving rise to the 15th century Renaissance. By the early 16th century, much of Italy was in foreign hands. The Austrian Habsburgs in the north and the Spanish Bourbons in the south. Not much changed until the mid-19th century when Risorgimento unification movement culminated in 1861 declaration of the Kingdom of Italy under King Vittorio Emanuele. Italy's brief fascist interlude was a low point in the nation's history. Mussolini gained power in 1925 and in 1940 entered Italy into World War II on Germany's side. Defeat ensued and he was killed by partisans in April 1945, hung from a lamppost, I believe. Italy's post-war era has been largely successful. A founding member of the European Economic Community, it survived a period of domestic terrorism in the 1970s and enjoyed sustained economic growth until the 1980s. The 1990s heralded a period of crisis as national bribery scandals rocked the nation, paving the way for Silvio Berlusconi's entry into politics. After a short period as PM in 1994, the billionaire media magnate took the reins again in 2001, going on to become the longest-serving PM in Italy since the war. party came to an end in April 2006 when, after a knife-edge vote, Romeo Prodi's centre-left coalition won Italy's general election. Obviously, that's from 20 years ago now, so things have changed a little bit. But obviously, Berlusconi is no longer with us. He had his big, beautiful day. Yeah, it's not difficult to stereotype the Italians as volatile, charming, stylish, and enviably uninhibited. And to an extent, they're all those things. One of the things that I really loved about Italy when I went there, back in when I was doing the Odyssey expedition, I've been to Italy before, so it wasn't like, oh my god, I've never been to this place, it's amazing. But it was the fact that for just to give you an example of what I've been up to. Just give me 1 second. I need to get rid of the Trevi fountain off here. Need to get rid of these lines. Okay, so I had left Spain from Morocco in the May. I think it was in the May of 2009. It couldn't have been the April. I've been too early. No, I've got to refer to my book. Got to refer to my book to get me dates to see what the date was. Dude, where's my backpack? Luages, San Marino, Spain, Portugal, Western Sahara. Do you know what? I didn't put too many dates in this. Maybe I should have just done it as like a blog entry. It would have been easier. Anyway. Okay. Right. So May. Yeah, it was May. So it was May 2000. It was the beginning of May. Beginning of May? It was like, I don't know, halfway through May. And I travelled through Morocco, travelled through Western Sahara, got down to Senegal, went to Cape Verde, got put in jail. 6 weeks later, got back to Senegal, through Guinea, went into Mali, went down into, oh no, not through Guinea, sorry, through the Casamance into Mali, then down into Conakry in Guinea, then to Sierra Leone, Liberia, into Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and up into Burkina Faso, and then over to Niger, and then back again, down through Nigeria into Cameroon, and then up through Cameroon into Chad, and then Central African Republic, just stepped over the border, then down into Equatorial Guinea, then over to Gabon. Actually, I kind of went around it like that. Went over to Sao Tome and Principe, came back. I was in Gabon for like 3 weeks waiting for a boat to get out of there. Went through the Congo here. Got stuck in bloody prison again. Went down into Angola, sped through Angola 5 days. Namibia, passed through Namibia, down to South Africa, went to Bloemfontein and up to Pretoria, Joburg, went over the border into Botswana, came back to Joburg, went down to Lesotho, went over to Eswatini, up through Mozambique, over to the border here, popped over into Zimbabwe, and then over here up through Malawi, popped into Tanzania. Popped into Zambia, then across to Tanzania, went to Dar es Salaam, then went to Comoros, then went to Madagascar, across to Madagascar, went to Reunion, went to Reunion, then I went to Mauritius, then I went to Reunion, then I went to Mauritius again, and back to Madagascar. Tried to get up to the Seychelles, couldn't get there. Came back down again. Went over to here in Comoros. Spent a good how long did I spend there? 3 weeks in Comoros. Then I got back to Dar es Salaam. Then I raced up to Rwanda. Went to Burundi. Went to Uganda. Went to Kenya. Went up to Ethiopia, travelled up to Djibouti, stepped over the border into Somalia. Then I travelled to Jeddah on a boat. Then I got up to Suez here. And then I went to Egypt, and then I traveled down to Sudan, take that off the list. And I traveled back up here, tried to get across the border into Libya here, but couldn't do it. Went back into, went back through, what's it called? I've forgotten the name of the places now. Egypt, down here into Jordan. Then I popped into Israel for the night, and then came back into Jordan, up into Syria. Go away. Got into Syria, then up to Lebanon, up to Aleppo, into Turkey, all the way across to the border with Iraq. Went to Suleimania in Iraq, a couple of days there. Headed back over the, headed back into Turkey, and then travelled down here into Cyprus, and back into Turkey, and then I literally got back to Istanbul, and then I had to go back to the UK to get visas to go to Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, right? So I got an overnight bus that took me pretty fast bus that took me all the way to Germany, and then I got the bus to, maybe got the train, I can't remember, to London. I got the train back to Liverpool, put in my application for my visas, and then headed back, got my visas, and headed back into Italy, right? So I headed back into Italy, right? And that whole journey, so I started in May, and by the time I got back into Italy here, it would be the end of February, right? And so for most of that journey, right? And I mean, I know I've gone back to the UK for a minute, but for most of that journey, I hadn't seen. I hadn't seen Aleppo. Aleppo. It's a name of a place in Syria. All that time, right? I hadn't seen a single couple traveling all around Africa holding hands, or kissing, or cuddling, or being affectionate to each other. All those countries I went to, didn't see a single couple behaving like that. Went to Italy, and out in Rome, and went down to Sicily. Everywhere you went, the young people just hanging out, showing affection to their fellow humans, and it was lovely. It was just really lovely. So that's something that always stays with me about Italy. It's like, I'm not massive on massive public displays of affection. I don't mean like people snogging each other's faces off or anything, but dry humping each other. But just the physical touch between two humans that are clearly in love with each other. It was lovely to see. It was really lovely to see. It was really, really lovely to see. But yeah, like I say, I mean, I loved my travels around around Africa. I had a great fucking time. It's not like it was a bad time. I'm not saying it was. It's just that it was very noticeable after doing all that traveling, going to Italy and going, oh yeah, love. I remember that. I remember affection. I remember people showing affection. But yeah. So yeah, Italy, now at the moment doesn't have a particularly great leader, but she's doing better than I thought she was going to do, which isn't saying much. My expectations were quite low. But yeah, really, really recommend Italy. There's loads of stuff to do. Obviously, you don't need a visa to go there, but since Farage had his way, you can stay there as long as he likes. You can only stay there for 3 months out of every 6, mate. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you Brexit. Anyway, so Guinea. Well, I'm too far over. Right, Italy. Oh, Andorra. My interesting fact about Andorra from my book is Andorra has a permanent army, in inverted commas, of just 12 people. 12 people. That's the army. That's crazy. Let me see. Malta, Vatican City. Italy. What of the 4 Renaissance artists who share names with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, only Raphael was not born in Florence. So there. Bet you didn't know that. I wonder what the info for Ireland is in here. Oh, I need to write my next book so I can write about all the other countries. Pogue Mahone, a popular name for Irish bars around the world, comes from Pog Mathon, meaning kiss my arse. I think everyone knows that, don't they? Anyway, hello. Woo! It was a beautiful season day, and I enjoyed drinking a cold beer high up on a piazza while watching a storm literally roll down the opposite side. A lightning strike a tree alight. Florence, the home of Leonardo da Vinci, the amazing painter and inventor and architect. Mona Lisa, the mural of the Last Supper. Yes. Remember Maloney eye rolling when Trump was around? Yeah. You're a trooper, Graham. Well, you know, try my best. Full of beans, mate. Full of beans. Seeing everything else is happening here. Okay, so I need to just keep an eye on my storyteller shares a journey through Africa and Europe. Join the discussion. I love the AI keep on TikTok keep trying to work out what I'm saying. Hello, it's now 10:25. This is my Guinness World Record longest solo live stream attempt. This is my first attempt at this. Hopefully first one will be successful. I don't know. This might have to be just to iron out the kinks in what I'm trying to do. But I am streaming out on Twitch. I'm streaming out on TikTok, and I'm streaming out on YouTube to give me something to talk about. I'm talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order, and you can't stop me. So we've just done Italy, which is the last of the I's, and now we're over to the J's. The JJJs. And do you know what the first J is? I'll tell you what the first J is. The first J is, oh God, oh, Graham, what are you doing? What are you doing, you crazy badger? Oh no, what is even happening now? The background's gone all funny. Why did you make the background move? I tried to make the map move, but I pressed on the wrong thing. We're going over here to Jamaica. Yay! Hey, my wife went to the West Indies. Jamaica? No, she went of her own accord. Where did your wife go in North America? Alaska? What, don't you know? Anyway, so going over to Jamaica. Hello, Jamaica. How you doing? There used to be an eatery, a Jamaican food place in. Sorry. I'm just making sure the mic is okay there. There used to be a Jamaican food place on Lark Lane in Liverpool, and it was called Jamaican Me Hungry. I love it. Anyway, so there's Jamaica there. It's just underneath Cuba. It's like Cuba's the mothership and Jamaica is the drop ship. It's just kind of dropped Jamaica, and Jamaica's like going, so we're an express elevator to hell, going down, sort of thing. Which is cool. The tanks should come back the other way as well. Anyway, so Jamaica, absolute capital of the world for music. Like, yes, I am aware that the United States has a lot of good music, right? A lot of the bands I really love, especially the bands I loved growing up, came from the United States. Absolutely. And the argument could definitely be made that the UK punches above its weight when it comes to making music. Obviously not making love, but making music definitely punches above its weight. But here's the thing, right? The population of the USA, the population of USA is 330 million. In fact, I'm just going to look it up now to see what the population is. Is it 330 million? United Arab Emirates. United States of America. Yeah, it's down here as 323 million. I think it's more than 330 million now. Um, population user. Yeah. Oh my God. Wow. So the US has grown massively in the last few years. Well, according to Worldometer, it's 350 million. According to Wikipedia, it's 340 million. So yeah, there's breeding like rabbits. So America, 300. Let's split the difference. 340 million people, right? The UK, 68 million people, right? Jamaica, 2.6 million. 2.6 million people. And they have had more of an influence on world music than per capita than any other country in the world. It is an absolute powerhouse for music. And you might be going, I don't like reggae. It's much more than just reggae and ska. The influence that Jamaica had on world music is just staggering, and pop music in general. And for that, I will be eternally grateful to the good people of Jamaica for making some really great tunes. Now, I only just found out this week that if you talk patois in the Jamaican Parliament, right, it's against the rules. You know, like if you call someone a liar in the British Parliament, that's against it. If you talk patois, the lingua franca of Jamaica, you get told to stop speaking that. You have to speak the proper Queen's English. Yeah. You know when the British left Jamaica, that black kids weren't allowed to go to school. Only the white kids were allowed to go to school in Jamaica. So that happened. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Whenever I pick this book up, like the other books are either alphabetical in sections. So like you'll have North Africa, you'll have Central Africa, South Africa, Southern Africa. This one is not alphabetical. It's north to south. Oh, the train hits a school bus in Belgium. Well, that's awful. Okay, so Jamaica. Despite its location almost smack in the center of the Caribbean Sea, the island of Jamaica doesn't blend easily with the rest of the Caribbean archipelago. Sure, it boasts the same addictive sun rays, sugary sands, and pampered resort life as most of the other islands, but it is set apart historically and culturally. Nowhere else in the Caribbean is the connection to Africa as keenly felt. Kingston was the major nexus in the New World, the barbaric triangular trade that brought slaves from Africa and carried off sugar and rum to Europe. And the Maroons, runaways who took to the hills of Cockpit Country and the Blue Mountains, safeguarded many of the African traditions, including jerk seasoning to Jamaica's singular cuisine. Marcus Garvey founded the Back to Africa movement in the 1910s and 20s. Rastafarianism took up the call a decade later, and reggae furnished the beat in the 60s and 70s. Little wonder so many Jamaicans claim a stronger affinity for Africa than for their neighbouring Caribbean islands. And that's not much of a surprise because there's not much, like I say, there's not much of a way to move about in the Caribbean at the best of times. And when you look at where Jamaica is situated, I mean, you could argue that could have some kind of relation with the Cayman Islands. That's not too far away. But Cuba is French speaking. Haiti over here is French speaking. Dominican Republic is Spanish speaking. Obviously, you've got these countries, so maybe it's got a bit of a relationship with Belize, but all these other islands in the what they call the Lesser Antilles, are they the small ones? Yeah, that's the major Antilles, and the Lesser Antilles are down here. It's quite a far way. It's quite a way from Jamaica to other English-speaking countries like Dominica and Saint Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago and Grenada and Barbados. And also, there's no ferries. There's just no way. There's no real mobility around the Caribbean. So no wonder people in Jamaica feel more connected to Africa and their African roots than they do to other countries in the Caribbean. It doesn't have to be that way, but you know. Anyway, so let's just jump into the history of Jamaica. Jamaica's first tourist was none other than Christopher Columbus, oh God, who landed on the island in 1494. At the time, there were perhaps 100,000 peaceful indigenous Arawaks who had settled Jamaica around 700 AD. Spanish settlers arrived from 1510 and quickly introduced two things that would profoundly shape the island's future: sugarcane production and slavery. By the end of the 16th century, the Arawak population had been entirely wiped out, worn down by hard labour, ill treatment, and European diseases. In 1654, an ill-equipped and badly organised English contingent sailed to the Caribbean. After failing to take Hispaniola, the wicked army of common cheats, thieves, and lewd persons turned to weakly defended Jamaica. Despite the ongoing efforts of Spanish loyalists and guerrilla-style campaigns to free Spanish slaves, the Cimarrons, or wild ones, or Maroons, England took control of the island. New slaves kept arriving, and bloody insurrections occurred with frightening frequency. The last and largest of the slave revolts in Jamaica was the 1831 Christmas Rebellion, inspired by Sam Sharp, an educated slave who incited passive resistance. The rebellion turned violent, however, as up to 20,000 slaves raided plantations and murdered planters. When the slaves were tricked into laying down arms with a false promise of abolition, and then 400 were hanged and hundreds more whipped, there was a wave of revulsion in England, causing the British Parliament to finally abolish slavery. The transition from a slave economy to one, because don't forget, when they first passed the law to abolish slavery, they didn't abolish it in the British Empire. If you already had slaves, you could keep them. The transition from a slave economy to one based on labour and wage labour caused economic chaos, with most slaves rejecting the starvation wages offered on the estate and choosing to fend for themselves. Desperation over conditions and injustice finally boiled over in the Morant Bay Rebellion. I'm just going to grab a book from my bookshelf over here. So, this is a book called Empire Land by Sathan Sangara and Sangera, and it's a really good book. It's obviously well read by me, this is really disturbing part of it. There's a few very disturbing parts. I folded down some. Let's see. I'm just seeing which pages are folded over the corner. In history, maybe it's in the other book. Benin bronzes. Sorry, everyone. I've got to. One sec. Just one sec. I just have to look this up because I've forgotten the guy's name. Thomas Thistlewood. Thomas Thistlewood. That's who I want to look up. Thomas Thistlewood. Once you learn about Thomas Thistlewood, oh wow, there's quite a few references to him. 2000, not that big a book. There you go. Okay. I don't want to go into this too much because it's going to be like, this is quite traumatic. So I'll try and read it in a way that isn't too triggering. But I'll give you some idea of what the black slaves in Jamaica had to put up with. If you want to read about an absolute monster, a British monster, an English monster, there's a guy called Thomas Thistlewood, and he was a slave owner in Jamaica. When he bought his slaves, the man was nothing less than a sadist. When he bought his slaves, they were branded with TT on their shoulder, renamed, and their characteristics listed. He kept detailed notes in his diary on what he did to them. He wasn't ashamed of what he did to them. He wrote about it freely in his diary. He had a runaway slave savagely whipped, and then worse. When one slave was discovered eating sugarcane because food was scarce, Thistlewood had him flogged, and something so horrific. I'm not going to read it out here, but I mean, on another level of disgusting sadist action. When a third slave ran away, he gave him a whipping. He put things on the whip marks to make it sting, and just did the most sadistic, horrific things. Make me feel a bit sick actually reading this. I don't want to say what it is because it's just horrific. He was, oh my God. So just basically some really, really horrific, sadistical punishments meted out to slaves that he freely wrote about, because he didn't think that doing this was wrong. He didn't think for a moment that this was a wrong thing to do to people. He was also a serial rapist of female slaves, taking whoever he wanted, whenever he wanted, and he didn't care who saw him. He lived in Jamaica for 37 years, and by his own accounts, raped over, he's got an exact number here, 3,852 women, infecting many of his slaves with VD. Having I don't know if he sexually assaulted 3,852. It wasn't, that wasn't the number of people he assaulted. That's the number of assaults that he committed. I can't even read any more of this. I can't read anymore. Anyway, Empire Land. Maybe, right? Get a copy of that, right? And when some dickhead is going on about, why did he pull down that statue of Thomas Coulton? He never did nothing wrong. He was a lovely man. He just had to a library in Bristol, right? Just read that bit from Empire Land, mate. I think it's page 212. You have a look. No, not 212. I've lost it now. Was it 202? I don't know. Just read it out. Just read it out to them. Just read it out to them. Hopefully they'll soon shut the F up. New slaves kept arriving. Bloody insurgency. The banana that bowled over at the Morant Bay Rebellion. The banana-led economic recovery was halted by the Great Depression in the 1930s, and then kick-started again by the exigencies, I don't know what that word means, of World War II, when the Caribbean islands supplied food and raw materials to Britain. Adult suffrage for all Jamaicans was introduced in 1944, and the virtual autonomy from Britain was granted in 1947. Jamaica seceded from the short-lived West Indies Federation in 1962 after a referendum called for an island's full dependence. Post-independent politics have been dominated by a legacy of two cousins, Alexander Bustamante, who formed the first trade union in the Caribbean just prior to World War II, and later formed the Jamaica Labour Party, the JLP. And Norman Manley, whose People's National Party was the first political party on the island when it was convened in 1938. Manley's son Michael led the PMP towards democratic socialism in the mid-1970s, causing a capital flight at the time when Jamaica could ill afford it. Basically opposed factions engaged in open urban warfare preceding the 1976 election, but the PMP won the election by a wide margin and Manley continued his socialist agenda. The US government, what's people saying? Is Graham reading the Reform Manifesto? Well, yeah. Who was it who did that? Thomas Thistle. His name was Thomas Thistlewood. Thomas Thistlewood. I mean, I think if you look him up on Wikipedia, because he says he kept a diary. This is all the stuff from his diary. But he just an absolute monster. Yeah, all the stuff that's in Empire Land is in there. I think yeah. Yeah, it's in there. Honestly, it's absolutely sickening. But if you've got a mate who's like, oh yeah, slavery wasn't that bad. It's just like the indentured labourers from Ireland. If you think about it, no, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, the indentured slave labour is not. That's not a great thing, obviously. But you worked off for so many years, and then you weren't enslaved. Your wife wasn't enslaved. Your children weren't enslaved as part of the deal for the next generation going forward. You weren't deprived of any kind of dignity or legal protection. If you're an indentured Irish labourer working in America and someone killed you, your family could still bring a case against the person who did it. You couldn't do that if you were a slave. Anyway, so yeah. The US government was hostile to the socialist path Jamaica was taking, what a surprise, and Manley began to develop close ties with Cuba, and then the CIA purportedly planned to topple the Jamaican government. Business pulled out, the economy went into sharp decline, and the country lived virtually under siege. Almost 700 people were killed in the lead up to the 1980 elections, which were won by the JLP's Edward Seager. Seager restored Jamaica's economic fortune somewhat, severed ties with Cuba, and courted Ronald Reagan's USA. Nothing to see here. Relatively peaceful elections in 1989 returned a reinvented mainstream realist Manley to power. He retired in 1992, handing the reins to his deputy, Percival James Patterson, Jamaica's first black prime minister. Those apples rotten don't fall far, do they? Coming back home to England and bringing his raping lifestyle to his friends, supported by politicians. Sounds like last year's news to me. Res Lloyd, thank you so much for the super chat to lighten the mood a bit. More coffee, Graham. Best of luck with your attempt, mate. Thank you. That reminds me, I've got to drink some more coffee. I need to stay awake. So yeah. Manley returned to power, retired in 1992, handing the reins to his deputy, Percival James Patterson, Jamaica's first black prime minister. So Jamaica didn't get a black prime minister until 1992. In fact, Jamaica didn't get a black prime minister until 2 years before South Africa did. In 2004, Hurricane Ivan bounced off Jamaica en route to the Cayman Islands, causing widespread damage. With great resilience, the island recovered from devastation. Then they got a new prime minister in 2007, who inherits lots of battles. That's also a great concern. According to UNESCO, over 90% of 15 to 24-year-olds couldn't both read and write in 2004, and threats to the environment through deforestation and overdevelopment. In the meantime, the Jamaican people face the future with resolve and a measure of good humour. They've endured worst in the past. The biggest problem in Jamaica, and the 2007 murder rate was 17% higher than previous years. Really, yeah. again, just like a lot of countries that were colonies or were slave ports, or just a place used for the exploitation of resources and humans, we left it in a shit way. We left Jamaica in a shit way. And do you know what? There are those who might argue erroneously that, well, that's just the way it happens. We did the best we could. That's not true. You look at how we handed over places like Singapore or Malaysia. We didn't pull out overnight. We didn't draw the lines and say, "Oh, here's your new country." We let them sort it out for themselves. And we gave them a transitional period. You look at many of the countries that did well in the run out from empire: Canada, Australia, New Zealand. The handover process was formally agreed. It took a few years. It wasn't all done overnight. There wasn't unresolved questions. And we didn't leave them in a poverty hole and said, "Oh, you want out of this poverty hole that we dug you into? Well, by stripping all your resources and enslaving the population and make sure no one in the country's got a university degree." Well, I'll tell you what, mate. What we'll do is we'll lend you money. We'll lend you money and you can pay it back to us with a massive interest rate. Mm. Mm. Crazy. Mm. It was the sound of schoon. Mm. Maybe nearly up to 11 o'clock here. Mm. Nearly up to the 26-hour mark. Going well. Mm. 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 Ooh. Political actress in the chat. All right, Alex. Hey, buddy, have you seen the breaking news with restore versus reform versus rejoin versus renew versus reclaim? No? Are they going at it cat and dog? I sure hope so. This story in Belgium's awful about the train and the school bus that have collided. So yeah. Witchy used my fan to dry off in bed yesterday. Damp sheet warmed up though. It wasn't as good as I thought. It was good while it lasted. It was good while it lasted. So yeah, there's also quite a large Jamaican diaspora around the Caribbean, most notably, where my place is in Panama. So a lot of Jamaican workers were brought over to work on the canal in Panama City, and here in Bocas del Toro, if you go up to Old Bank here, there's a place. This is Bastamentos town here, and this is essentially little Jamaica, because a lot of the Jamaican labourers who worked on the canal stayed in Panama to work on the banana plantations that used to be here in Bocas del Toro, and a lot of people stayed, and they speak a version of Patois called Guadi Guadi, and there's no road there, there's no cars, it's just tracks, it's just to get from one place to another. It's a phenomenal place. Oh wow, Andrew Ray, thank you very much for the £20 super chat. That's very kind of you, Andrew Ray. My brother, Dr. Ian Ray, was Bob Marley's doctor in Kingston. I went to white private school in Mandeville for 3 years, then did my redemption song in a black mixed school that my dad as director got built in the Bahamas for 5 years. Oh wow, that is really interesting. Wow. Bob Marley's doctor. Didn't Bob Marley die of foot cancer or something? Didn't he have something weird? Political X says, all Minnie Hain defecting to restore from reform, calling out reform for being sexist. And restore I'm gonna be. That's hilarious. Anyway, so yeah, that's Wizard Beach. Come on, you gotta go somewhere called Wizard Beach, haven't you? That's cool. This beach is only for wizards. It's great Wizard Beach. You can turn up at any time you like. You're never late, or nor are you early when you go to Wizard Beach. So this is Jamaica. Obviously, Kingston is the famous part of Jamaica. Now I've only been to the port here. I've barely really explored Jamaica at all. I wish I had done. In fact, when I did the show about Cuba, and I was talking about Cuba and talking about the history, I should have mentioned that the place I went to was a place called Maria La Gorda here on the coast. Beautiful white sand beaches, absolutely gorgeous. Little bar, little shack on the beach here. Had myself some Havana Club, some real Havana Club rum. It was fantastic. And Maria La Gorda is actually named after the let's say the plus model Maria, who was a big she was a prostitute, and she was everyone's favorite prostitute. And when she died, they named the city. They named the town after her because she was so popular. Maria the Large. Let's just say, true story. That's where I went from Key West. Went to Maria La Gorda, and then from Maria La Gorda, I got the same boat, and we went over to Cancun in Mexico. Well, actually, no, we went to Isla Mujeres, which is like the island of the women, apparently. But yeah, that was pretty cool. There you go. So there's Jamaica. So yeah, I saw Bob Marley live in London '81. I think. Wow. What he said to Carol Vorderman was disgusting. She wants to know. Oh God, is that horrible man who's standing in that constituency? Okay, so hello again. Hello everybody. Thanks very much, Andrew Ray's getting a look at this. He's getting one of these. 3, 2, 1. He's getting a confetti. Hey, listen, if someone else wants to chip in a bit, you know, I'm up for moving it up to a Boba Fetty. Yeah. Since you're there, Alex, if you want to let any of your mates in the media know that I'm doing a Guinness World Record attempt for the world's longest live stream, and I've already been going for 25 hours and 55 minutes. You know, just put them through to me. Just pass them the link. I'm already a Guinness World Record holder, as you can see. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Jamaica is the Caribbean country that comes with its own soundtrack, groove to its singular rhythm as you explore beyond the beaches and resorts. This tiny island has musical roots that reach back to the folk songs of West Africa and forward to the electronic beats of contemporary dancehall. Simply put, Jamaica is a musical powerhouse. I hadn't actually read this in the book before I picked it up, but this is exactly how I started talking about the place. A fact reflected not just in the bass and the omnipresent sound systems, but the lyricism of the patois language and the gospel sounds from the island's many churches. Music is life in Jamaica, and you'll soon find yourself swaying along with it. Jamaica is a powerfully beautiful island. It begins with crystalline waters flowing over gardens of coral, lapping onto soft sandy beaches, then rises past red soil and lush banana groves into sheer mountains. Rushing waterfalls seem to erupt out of nowhere. Jamaican culture can be a daunting subject for foreigners to understand, but ultimately it's a matter of appreciating the great green garden of land and how much its cyclical rhythms set the pace of so much island life. Oh, absolutely. That's put so well. Yeah, I'm talking about Bob Marley, something I learned when I was traveling. If you, no matter where you are in the world, if you meet someone and you want to put some music on, put some Bob Marley on. Honestly, I mean, you might meet one person in a million who says, "I hate this, get it off." But most people, they're like, "Oh, I love this." Wherever you are in the world, anywhere in South America, anywhere in the Caribbean, anywhere in North America, anywhere in Europe, anywhere in Africa, anywhere in Asia, Southeast Asia, anywhere in down in you know, around the Pacific Ocean. Bob Marley. Bob Marley's just an international language of awesomeness. I've still got a bit. Yeah. Could I possibly have a Coke? Is that all right? Oh no, I don't need one. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I've still got some. Oh well, now I haven't. Caffeinate me. Oh, thank you. Cheers. Oh, it's the last one. Cat? Cat? If it's the last one, leave it in there. I'll have it later. Thank you. Sad it's the last one. Sorry. Witchy Goth. I've actually held off that comment. I know you were just saying what that whole man said, but I don't want it coming up on the stream. This is for Guinness World Record attempt. It's not a usual knockabout on a Sunday night. But yeah, what he said was absolutely horrible. He's a horrible man. He is a horrible man. Of course, he's a horrible man. He's standing for reform. Okay, where are we now? We have got ourselves to Japan, and we are. Let's have a look. We are. Let's have a look. We've got 974 pages in all, and we need to divide that by 462, and yeah, so we're over halfway through, which is good. I think 462 times. Oh no, we're not. Damn it, I can't add up. Okay, we're not quite halfway through yet. Still got a bit of a way to go. Maybe I'll speed up, but not right now because we're going to the next J country. Do you know what the next J country is? I'm sure you do. Let's go over to another country that I really want to go back to and spend more time in. It's Japan. Oh, you couldn't see that. Jamaica is the only country in the world the flags don't contain red, white, or blue. And yet, that is one of the best looking flags in the world. I love the Jamaican flag. It is a fantastic flag. One of the best. Japan, it's just a circle in it. A bit boring. So this is Japan. Sort of in some ways, the Great Britain of Asia. It's a big island. Off the coast. Wants to be a part of everything, but at the same time, now and again wants to be left alone. Japan, population 126 million. Population is going down, actually, at the moment. The capital is Tokyo. It used to be Kyoto, which is an anagram of Tokyo. The neon lit. Japan is truly timeless. A place where ancient traditions are fused with modern life, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The neon lit streetscapes of Japan's cities look like sci-fi film sets, even though many of them are decades old. Meanwhile, cities like Tokyo and Osaka have been adding new architectural wonders that refine what buildings and cities should look like. There is an indelible buzz to these urban centers with their vibrant street life, 24-hour drinking, and dining scenes and creative hubs that turn out fashion and pop culture trends consumed the world over. While on the surface, Japan appears exceedingly modern, traveling around it offers numerous opportunities to connect with the country's traditional culture, spend the night in a traditional inn, a ryokan, padding through well-worn wooden halls to the bathhouse, chant with monks, or learn how to whisk bitter matcha, powdered green tea, into a froth. From the splendor of Kyoto geisha dance to the spare beauty of a Zen rock garden, Japan has the power to enthrall even the most jaded traveler. I've got the power to need to take a drink. Andrew Ray, 26 hours. Yay! God, 26 hours. Woohoo! We're getting there. We're getting there, peeps. Talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order for some reason. So, obviously, this book hasn't got the history in because it'll take too long. But the problem is I have a book about Japan. And obviously, because it's an entire book, the history is going to be quite extensive. So what I'm going to do is, oh my God, yeah, we'll be here for an hour if we read all this. So let me just say, the earliest traces of human life in Japan date to around 30,000 years ago, but it's possible that people were here much earlier. Until about 12,000 years ago, a number of land bridges linked Japan to the continent, Siberia to the north, Korea to the west, and probably present-day Taiwan to the south. So there you go, land bridge. The earliest identifiable culture was that of the Neolithic Yeoman, who from about 10,000 BC inhabited coastal areas, particularly around eastern Japan. Historians associate them with a distinct style of hand-formed pottery, imprinted with twisted cords. Yeoman means cord markings. They lived a quasi-nomadic life, gathering seaweed and wild mushrooms, hunting deer and bear. Sorry, not deer and beer. Fishing and dry farming crops like taro. Sounds quite idyllic. Sometime between 800 and 300 BC, a new culture began to take shape, which we refer to as yayoi. Again, after a distinctive form of pottery, this time created on a wheel. There remains much debate regarding the origins of the shift, whether it was brought about by settlers from China or Korea or both. The earliest known yayoi settlements were discovered in northern Kyushu, which is close to the Korean peninsula. By the 1st century AD, the yayoi had spread to the middle of Honshu, bringing with them a huge game changer, wet rice farming. Not only did this labor-intensive practice demand more stable settlements, it also encouraged the population growth in fertile basins and population growth in general. Agriculture-based settlement led to territories and boundaries being established, and the yayoi also introduced iron and bronze. The mythic origin, though, of Japan. Once upon a time, the male and female deities Izanagi and Izanami came down to a watery world from the plains of high heaven to create land. Droplets from Izanagi's spear solidified into the land known as Japan, now known as Japan, and Izanami and Izanagi populated it with gods. One of these was Japan's supreme deity, the sun goddess Amaterasu, the light of heaven, whose great-great-grandson Jimmu became the first emperor of Japan, reputedly in 660 BC. This is the story of Japan's creation as told by the young empire's first written accounts, the Kojiki, the record of old things, and the record of Japan, the Nihon Shoki. Scholars are skeptical of the very existence of these earliest emperors. Some believe that the 10th emperor, Sujin, was the first to really exist, and he was perhaps the founder of the Yamato dynasty. Some think he led a clan of horsemen into Japan from the Korean peninsula. Different accounts place his reign anywhere between the 1st century BC to the 4th century AD. Emperor Kinmi reigned from 539 to 71 AD. 571 AD. Is the first emperor of verifiable historical records. According to lineage of legend, he would have been the 29th emperor. Either way, the Yamato dynasty is the longest unbroken monarchy in the world. So, yes, like I say, 3rd century AD, Queen Himiko reigns over a region called Yamate and is recognized by Chinese visitors as the overqueen of Japan's more than 100 kingdoms. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's no good. I've my live stopped. You've stopped my live. Why did you stop my live? I tell you what, I'm pretty sure that this is just turning off willy-nilly. Howdy, Graham. Howdy, Chris C. How you doing? Um, go live. Go live. Go live. Go live. Hey. Okay. Hello. Hello, TikTok. Are you there? Hello, hello. We are just into the 26th hour of me talking for the longest solo live stream Guinness World Record attempt. So we're over halfway through, and we're talking about Japan. Okay, so Japan. I know that's backwards for you, but it says Japan. So anyone joining us here, Guinness World Record attempt. Give me something to talk about. I'm talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order. So I'm just going to close the door because it's rattling. It's really Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so where were we? Mr. Nimbus impression. Mr. Nimbus. Woo! Okay, so now the mid-5th century AD, writing and thus record keeping is introduced to Japan by scholars from the Korean kingdom of Baekje, although based on Chinese system of characters. Baekje scholars introduced Buddhism in the mid-6th century. Its text can now be read by the now literate elite, who use it as a unifying tool. In 720 AD, Japan's first capital is established at Nara, based on Chinese models. By now, Japan, with its estimated 5 million people, has many characteristics of a nation state. From 712 and 720, the complication of two major historical works, Kojiki, which I've just mentioned, and Nihon Shoki, allows the imperial family to trace its divine origins, and this way legitimize its right to rule. Divine right, absolutism. Shinto is actually one of the few religions in the world with a female solar deity, the light of heaven, or Amaterasu. Sun goddess is enshrined at Jinja, spelled Jinja, the most important shrine in the country, where members of the imperial family serve as chief priest or priestess. Wow, I didn't know that. I think it's either LSE or ISE. It's not entirely clear whether it's an L or an I. But let's say it's an I, because that means that it's Ginger. Ginger. That's kind of cool. I got my spelling of ginger from Ginger Islands from the good people of Uganda, named after the ancient kingdom of Ginjiro, where they used to find out who they wanted to be the king by having a running race. I think they had some kind of race. There's some kind of, like, competitive event that you had to win, and if you won it, you became king. How cool is that? So then, construction began on the vast Todaji temple complex in Nara in 740 AD. It's thought the complex was built to provide a focus for the nation and ward off smallpox. In 794 AD, the imperial capital moves to Heian-kyo, renamed Kyoto in the 11th century. It is laid out in a grid in accordance with Chinese geometric principles. In 804 AD, after traveling to China to study Buddhism, Kukai, also known as Kubo Dashai, founds Shingon, or the esoteric Buddhism in Japan, and establishes the famous Koyasan religious center. In the early 1000s, the Lady of Court, Marusaki Shikibu, writes Tales of the Genji, considered to be the world's first novel. Don't forget the Odyssey and the Iliad are poems. World's first novel, 1100s. The northern Fujiwara clan, largely independent of the court, wrests control of northeastern Honshu, present-day Tohoku, pushing the native people's possible Johan descendants north to Hokkaido. The major provincial clans in 1156, Tara and Minamoto, are employed by rival court and factions and engage in bitter warfare, with the Taira prevailing under its warrior leader, Kiyomori. Minamoto Yoshitomo toppled the Taira and fights to secure his authority by eliminating his rivals between 1185 and 92 AD, and by defeating the northern Fujiwara in 1189, he adds northeast Japan to his territory. Yoritomo takes the title of Shogun, Generalissimo, from aka Generalissimo, from a largely powerless emperor, and establishes the Bakufu, or the shogunate, in his home territory of Kamakura, heralding the start of feudalism in Japan. Has anyone watched Shogun, the TV show? It's really good. It's the guy in it, the British guy's in it, is really annoying, but I think it's meant to be. It's really good. 1200 to 1250, Honan and Shinran promote Pure Land schools of Buddhism, which remain the country's most popular Buddhist sects with a T. Get your mind out the gutter. The monk Dogen and studies Chang Buddhism in China, and later returns to found the Soto school of Zen Buddhism. Zen proves popular with the warrior class and goes on to influence Japanese aesthetics. That was in 1223. 1274 and 1281, under Kublai Khan, the Mongols twice attempt to invade Japan, but failed due to poor planning, spirited Japanese resistance, and especially the destruction of their fleets by typhoons. Issei ginger. Issei? It's ISA. Is that pronounced Issei? I don't know, probably. 1333. General Ashikaga Takauji, aided with Emperor Go-Daigo, topples the unpopular Hojo shogunate. Takauji requests that the title of shogun, but Go-Daigo declines and a rift develops. 1338 to 92. Takauji installs a new puppet emperor who names him shogun, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate in Kyoto's Muromachi district. Two rival emperors exist till Go-Daigo's line is betrayed by Takauji's grandson in 1392. So then there's all this battle. There's the war, the Onion War, and then in fact the Portuguese arrive in 1543. Portuguese, the first European, arrived by chance in Japan, bringing firearms and Christianity. Firearms prove popular amongst warlords. Christianity gets a mixed reception. 1568, the warlord Oda Nobunaga seizes Kyoto and becomes the supreme leader, although he does not take the title of shogun. He's noted for his massive ego and brutality. Then we have Nobunaga Nobunaga is betrayed and forced to commit suicide. Power transfers to one of his loyal generals, who takes the title of regent in 1582. And then in the late 1500s, Sen no Reiyus lays down the form of the tea ceremony, the ritualized drinking of tea, originally practiced by nobility and later spreading to wealthy commoners. Then we've got 2 periods about trying to conquer Asia, which didn't work. And then the warlord Tokugawa, Ieyasu, broke an earlier promise to the dying Hideyoshi to protect his young son and heir, Hideyori, and seize his power at the Battle of Sekihara. So yeah, a lot of fighting amongst themselves by the looks of things. I'm just going to trot on here. Early to mid-century, the nation's isolation is threatened by increasing number of foreign whalers and other vessels entering Japanese waters. Treatment to those attempting to land is harsh, including punishments like being boiled alive. Opposition to the shogunate grows in the mid-1800s, led by samurai from the Satsuma and Chosu domains, resulting in civil war. The last shogun retires in 1867. Japan annexes the Ryukyu Kingdom in 1879, the year that Albert Einstein was born, and renames it Okinawa. Assimilation policies are also carried out against native Okinawans. Defeating China in the Sino-Japanese War, Japan, who initiated the conflict in 1894, gains Taiwan, and its territorial expansion begins. And this is really, the really grim part of Japan's history during the shogunate period when they're just fighting amongst themselves. Fair enough, but this is when things get really nasty. 1902, Japan signs the Anglo-Japanese Alliance, first ever equal alliance between a Western and non-Western nation, and an indicator of Japan's growing power. In 1902, so 1904 to 5, Japan wins the Russo-Japanese War. Antipathy towards Russia had developed after the Sino-Japanese War, when Russia pressured Japan to renounce Chinese territory that then occupied. Free of any Russian threat, Japan formally annexes Korea, which had become increasingly interested in since the 1870s. The international community makes no real protest about this. In 1910. In 1912, the emperor, Mutsuhito, dies, and after seeing Japan rise from a remote pre-industrial nation to a world power in half a century, his mentally disabled son, Yoshihito, succeeds him. 1945 to 1915, Japan signs with the Triple Entente in World War II. That's us, that's the French and the Italians, but they didn't really take part in it. In 1914, it was Russia, wasn't it? The Triple Entente was the UK, France, and Russia, and the Triple Alliance, was it? Was that was Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy, but Italy didn't get involved, something like that. It was a long time ago. In 1915, Japan presents China with 21 demands for more control in China, earning rebuke from its new allies. The Great Kanto earthquake strikes Japan near Tokyo, killing an estimated 100,000 to 240,000 people. Much of the destruction is caused by fires sweeping through Tokyo and Yokohama after the quake. 1931, increasingly defined to the west, Japan invades Manchuria and then dramatically withdraws from the League of Nations in response to the criticism for invading a huge chunk of what should be Chinese land. During an attempted occupation of China, Japan commits grave atrocities in Nanjing, killing many thousands of people, mostly civilians. The Nanjing massacre got so bad that a Nazi had to say, "Hey, this is a bit much." One of the Germans who was there said no, and the Nazi ended up sheltering people in the German embassy so they didn't get killed or raped. 1941, Japan enters World War II by striking Pearl Harbor without warning on the 7th of December, destroying much of the USA's Pacific Fleet and drawing America into the war. After early military successes in 1942, Japan's expansion thwarted at the Battle of Midway in June, with significant losses from this time. Japan is largely in the retreat. 1945, following intensive firebombing of Tokyo in March, Hiroshima and Nagasaki become the victims of an atomic bombing on the 6th and the 9th of August, leading Japan's leader Hirohito to surrender on the 15th of August. Japan undergoes US-led occupation and rapid economic recovery follows. Hirohito is spared from prosecution as a war criminal, angering many American allies and also Chinese people, I'm sure. Godzilla makes his first appearance in an animated movie the same name in 1954. The premise that Godzilla was a monster created by the atomic bombings of World War II. 1955, the Liberal Democratic Party is formed, accepting periods of 1993 to 94 and 2009 to 12. It will hold continuous power. Pretty much, it's a right-wing party as well. Protests against the signing of the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation between security between the United States and Japan erupt in 1960. Protests against it, ushering in a decade of social agitation. 1964, Tokyo hosts the Summer Olympics. 1972, the USA returns administrative control of Okinawa to Japan. 1990, the so-called bubble economy based on overinflated land and stock prices finally burst in Japan. By the end of the year, the stock market has lost 48% of its value. 1995, the Great Hanshin earthquake strikes Kobe, killing over 6,000. 2 months later, a cult, the Mooney cult, wasn't it, releases sarin gas on the Tokyo metro. 2005, Japan's population declines for the first year since World War II, a trend that will continue. 2010, China suppresses Japan as the world's second largest economy after the US. 2011, on the 11th of March, the Great East Japan earthquake strikes off the coast of northeast Japan, generating a tsunami that kills many thousands and sets off a crisis in a nuclear power plant in Fukushima. Prefecture. And 2019, Emperor Akihito, the first Japanese emperor of the modern age to abdicate, steps down on 30th of April, ushering in a new era, Reiwa. So there you go. It's a stream of fun. So there you go. That was just reading the timeline for Japan, the actual history in Japan that's got in there. It's honestly, it'd take me an hour to read it all. Okay, so where are we going next? Is that all the J's done? Is that all the No, it's not all the J's. Don't be silly. By the way, I will mention again, I did mention this last time, but I took a ferry over from Busan, which is about there, over to Fukuoka, and then back again. And I spent about a couple of hours in Fukuoka. And then I came back on a cargo ship, and we stopped in Okinawa. But I wasn't allowed off the ship. Well, I was allowed off the ship, but I wasn't allowed out of the port in Okinawa because it's all very secretive or something. It's a bit of a weird thing that they have going on there in Japan. I don't know. I didn't want to get involved, so I just stayed out of trouble. Okay, so where are we going next? Well, I'll tell you where we're going next. We're going here. Yay! Let's talk about Israel again. No, I'm joking. We're talking about Jordan. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, Jordan. Let's go disco. Tell me about Jordan, Graham. Okay. Please. Since you asked so nicely, I will tell you about Jordan. Jordan has always been a crossroads for the Middle East's great civilizations. Although most invaders have simply passed through en route to more prized possessions. I need to finish off this because it's gone cold. Jordan has always been the crossroads of Middle East's great civilizations. Nowhere is this better exemplified than the monumental, incredible wonder of the world that is Petra, which for some reason is not coming up on the map. Oh, I was too far down. There we go. There's Petra. So, believe it or not, this isn't fake. This isn't studio nonsense. This is actual, a real thing that really exists. Let's just do this. That is it. That's Petra, right? It's an entire city hewn out of this red rock, this sort of red sandstone. It is absolutely phenomenal. It's just an incredible thing to see. That's really low quality. It's really low res, but that's the Treasury building. That's obviously featured on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, also the last good Indiana Jones film. There's little caves for Carl Pilkington to hide in. There's more buildings that were built in Petra, and this is what you see. I think it's called the souk as you come in to see the treasury there. It's a phenomenal experience to go through and see this for yourself. Gotta say though, once you're inside, you go inside. It's just an empty room. It's just like it's weird. It's like it's just all a facade. There's nothing actually behind it. And there you go. There's another temple there, hewn out of the rock. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And there's another place. It's just eroded over time. Soft sandstone. And the way they used to construct these is they used to hang down on ropes so they could stay, like, get everything in the right, get everything straight, so they could use the rope, so they would be their own pendulum, apparently. And some of these places have like footholds, so you can see where people climbed up either side when they were carving them out. But it's just amazing. It's just it's just totally hidden. You'd be walking along and you just wouldn't see anything. It's like it's hidden in this crevice of the desert. Absolutely phenomenal. In 333 BC, Alexander the Great stormed through Jordan on his way to Egypt. After Alexander's death 10 years later, Ptolemy gained Egypt, Jordan, and part of Syria. In southern Jordan, the Nabateans, a semi-nomadic Arabian tribe that controlled the lucrative trade routes, built its splendid capital at Petra, which we've just seen some pictures of, while the Roman Empire controlled much of the rest of the country. After periods of occupation by the Seleucids, Sassanians, and Byzantines, Jordan was the site of several initial key battles between the Byzantines and the Arabs before it was overrun by the armies of Islam in the 7th century AD. In the late 7th century, Jordan came under the control of the Umayyad dynasty, in probably pronounced that wrong, sorry. Empire controlled in Damascus, centered in Damascus. In AD 747, an earthquake devastated much of Jordan, ushering in the rules of the Abbasids, who were in turn followed by the Cairo-based Fatimids in 969 AD, and then from 1037 by the Seljuk Turks. In the 11th century, Pope Urban II launched the Crusades, capturing Jerusalem in 1099, slaughtering countless inhabitants and devastating the area. The Crusaders took control of much of Jordan by about 1115 and AM, in the year, and built fortresses at Karak, Shobak, and Petra. In the 12th century, the armies of Nur ad-Din and later Salah ad-Din, or Saladin, as he's known, reunited the Arab and Islamic world and occupied most of the Crusader strongholds in Jordan. The Mamluks, former soldier slaves, were finally expelled. They finally expelled the Crusaders in 1250 AD. The Ottoman Turks defeated the Mamluks at 1516 and ruled until World War I. In June 1916, the Arabs, with the assistance of T.E. Lawrence of Arabia fame, launched the Arab Revolt and helped the British drive the Turks from the region. In return, the Arabs were given British assurances that would be allowed to establish an independent Arab state. The newly formed League of Nations instead gave Britain a mandate over Palestine, and shortly afterwards, the state of Transjordan, lying between Iraq and the east bank of the Jordan River, was made a separate entity under King Abdullah. What remained of Palestine corresponded more or less to the present-day Israel and the Palestinian territories. Directly after World War II, the British threw down the towel and handed over the mess to the UN, which voted in favour of the partisan of the partition of Palestine into separate Arab and Jewish states, but agreement could not be reached. And the Arab-Israeli War broke out in 1948, prompting many Palestinians to flee to Transjordan and ending with the comprehensive victory for Israel. It ensured Jewish occupation of the zones allocated to them under the UN and the partition plan, as well as almost all of the assigned to the Palestinian Arabs. Transjordan exploited the situation and occupied the West Bank and part of Jerusalem. This done, King Abdullah shortened his fledgling name of his country to Jordan, because it wasn't Transjordan anymore, it was just Jordan. King Abdullah was assassinated in 1951. He succeeded the following year by his grandson Hussein, who took to the throne at the age of just 17 and managed to hold it for 48 years throughout insurrection attempts, 2 wars with the Israelis, and a virtual civil war with the Palestinians. He reigned until his death in 1999. In the 1960s, aid poured in from USA, and Jordan enjoyed a boom in tourism, mainly to Jerusalem's old city. The situation was radically altered by the Six-Day War of 1967, in which Jordan lost the West Bank and half of Jerusalem, and occupying Israeli forces. In return, it gained a huge influx of Palestinian refugees. As the Palestinians, particularly the PLO, became more militant against the Israeli occupation in the early 70s, and they also posed a danger to King Hussein, given that most operated from Jordanian territory. They came to the constant power in the Union, angered in part by Hussein's claim to be the leader of the Palestinian people. After some bloody fighting in 1971, the bulk of the radicals were forced to cross the border into Lebanon, where they would later become part of amongst many of that country's woes. King Hussein's diplomatic skills were stretched to the fullest when, during the 1991 Gulf War, he refused to side against Iraq, fearing unrest against Jordan's Palestinian populace. And also, there's that whole massive kind of the massive kind of border. See the border here with Iraq. You see the border there. Yeah, that might have also been a factor. I know it's a desert, but. For the third time in 45 years, Jordan experienced a massive refugee inflow, with as many as 500,000 Palestinians previously working in Gulf states fleeing to Jordan. Jordan recovered remarkably well from the conflict, and despite fears of the threat of Islamic extremism, King Hussein went ahead and signed a full peace treaty with Israel in 1994. When King Hussein finally succumbed in February 1999 to the cancer that had been ailing him for so long, his son and nominated heir Abdullah II became king of a comparatively stable and prosperous country. There you go. So that's the story of Jordan, which in an area of places that seem to frequently lose their freaking minds over things, Jordan has come across as one of the more sensible places in the Middle East that you can do business with. It's not to say that it's a great place for human rights or for homosexual people or for anyone who's a bit different, but still it's head and shoulders above some of its neighbours, not mentioning any names, when it comes to not just randomly killing people for a laugh. Okay, so we're going to move on now. We've spent enough time on the J's of Japan and Jordan and stuff, so now we're going to go to the next country on our list, because we've got to hurry up. So we start picking up the pace. We're going to go to this is exciting. I'm going to need a bigger boat. I'm going to put this back. It's going back. What else have I got? China can go back as well. Don't need you, China. Don't need you, Japan. But what I do need is this one. Central Asia. Hello. We're going back to Central Asia again, because the next country on the list is Kazakhstan. So let's take a ride on with the dogs tonight in Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan is there, not to be confused with Kyrgyzstan, 2 different countries. Kazakhstan, one of the biggest countries in the world, absolutely mammoose. It's huge. Look at the size of it. It's bigger than Mongolia. Look at it. It's massive, massive place. It really is. Because of this little bit over here, somewhere. It claims to be part of Europe, and it's actually a member of UNESCO. Strangely enough. Is that strange? I think it's strange. Today, Kazakhstan's expanse of Eurasian steppe offers one of the last great undiscovered frontiers of travel, with some home comforts and mod cons. The population of Kazakhstan is 18.3 million, and the official language are Kazakh and Russian. So be careful, because you might get invaded because you speak Russian. Try not to speak Russian, or you might get invaded. So, little potted history of Kazakhstan. Then, let's have a listen. Let's see what's going on here. History. Your history, no good to me. So Kazakhstan was part of the Soviet Union. It was one of the 15 countries that split off, that ended up at the end of the Soviet Union. The early history of Kazakhstan is a shadowy procession of nomadic empires, most of whom swept into the region from the east and left few records. By about 500 BC, southern Kazakhstan was inhabited by the Saka, a nomadic people who were considered part of the vast network of Scythian cultures that stretched across the steppes from Altai to Ukraine. The Saka left many burial mounds, in some which fabulous relics have been found. From 200 BC, the Huns, followed by various Turkic people, migrated to Kazakhstan from what is now Mongolia and northern China. Around AD 1130, the Karakhanids were displaced by the Kittans. No, they can't be called the Kittans. They are called the Kittans with Khitans. Kittans. Imagine, I'm going to write that down. That's brilliant. The Kittans. Imagine that. They turn up these warlike people and they're like, we're going to kick your ass. We've got all this armor and swords and shit. And they go, what are you called? And they go, we're called the Kittans. You're going down now. Brilliant. The kittens. So yeah, I'm dealing with that. Buddhist people driven out of Mongolia and northern China, the Central Asian state set up by the Kittans, known as the Karakhiti. Oh God, I'm taking the piss now. The Karakhite Empire stretched from Xinjiang in China to Transokina. But I don't even know where that is. But early 13th century, they became prey to the rising power at both extremes. And then the Kazakh people, descendants of the Mongols and the people who survived their conquest, did not emerge as a distinct group until the 15th century. Russia's then the Russians the Russians arrive. Russian expansion across Siberia ran up against the Dzungars, who they built a line of forts against the Kazakhs' northern border. The Kazakhs sought Tsarist protection from the Hungars, the Dzungars, and the Khans of all three hordes swore loyalty to the Russian crown between 1731 and 1742. So 9 years. The revolts, they were brutally suppressed. Kazakhstan was stimulated by the abolition of serfdom in Russia and Ukraine in 1861. In 1916, Russian mobilization of Kazakhs as support for labor behind the World War I front caused widespread uprising. It was brutally quashed, with an estimated 150,000 Kazakhs killed and perhaps 200,000 fleeing to China. Then the communist takeover started, and the chaos following the Russian Revolution of 1917, a Kazakh National Party tried to establish a independent government, but the Russians weren't having this. The Russian Civil War raged across Kazakhstan, and then there was meanwhile the next disaster to form the Kazakhs was nomadization. Which began in the late 1920s. The world's biggest group of semi-nomadic people were pushed one step up the Marxist evolutionary ladder to become settled farmers in the new collectives. They slaughtered their herds rather than hand them over to the state control, and unleashed through agriculture died in the hundreds of thousands from famine and disease. In the 30s and 40s, more people from other parts of the USSR, prisoners and otherwise, were sent to work in new industrial towns and labor camps in Kazakhstan. So to be clear, like there was an attempt to bring forward a Kazakh nationalist party in the wake of the Russian Revolution, but they ended up siding with the Bolsheviks, and there was Alash Order. That was the name of the party that was set up. This was trying to establish an independent government, and it was led by a guy called Ali Khan Berky Khanov, who was a prince and the descendant of Genghis Khan, and ultimately would end up being a victim of Stalin's 1930s purges. So they tried to put their lot in with the Soviets, and they became part of the Soviet Union. And in the 1930s and 40s, more people from other parts of the USSR, prisoners and otherwise, were sent to work in industrial towns and labor camps in Kazakhstan. Although the labor camps were wound down by the mid-50s, many survivors stayed on. Yet more Russians, Ukrainians, and other Soviet nationalities arrived to mine and process Kazakhstan's reserves of coal and oil. During the Cold War, the USSR decided Kazakhstan was empty and remote enough for its chief nuclear bomb testing ground. They finally got independence in 1991 during the breakup of the Soviet Union. Kazakhstan was actually the last Soviet republic to declare independence. He soon, the leader at the time, a guy called Nur Sultan Nazarbayev, he renounced the opportunity for Kazakhstan to become nuclear power by transferring all 1,410 Soviet nuclear warheads on Kazakh soil to Russia. Kazakhstan's first multi-party elections took place in 1994. He returned to the parliamentary favourable to Nazarbayev, but these were judged unfair by foreign observers. The parliament, however, had to be a thorn in Nazarbayev's side, obstructing his free market capitalist economic reforms, which the deputy called shock surgery without anesthetics. In 1997, Nazarbayev moved Kazakhstan's capital from Almaty to Astana, then a medium-sized provincial city located in the central north. Nazarbayev's free market economic policies won the support of Western governments and companies, some of which paid vast amounts to get a slice of Kazakhstan's large oil and gas reserves. The Kazakhstan is famously home of Borat, but it's also the home of Russia's space program, and a lot of rockets take off from Kazakhstan. In fact, if you want to go and see a rocket taking off, you'll probably get a better view if you go to Kazakhstan. I think you're allowed a bit closer. They don't care so much about health and safety. I don't think you can go right up to it, but you can get a bit closer. BBC are crap at transition sequences. The Kurs-Lorda region in Kazakhstan is renowned for dinosaur remains. This is where Soviet scientists unearthed the unpronounceable and the other unpronounceable thing. Why can't they just call dinosaurs like Barry and Jeff and things that I can say? But you have to spell Jeff Jeff. If you spell it with a G, I don't stand a chance. A G and an O. Where's the O in Jeff? Is that the same O that's in jail? Where's the O in jail? What? My cat, Free Endo, is my familiar. It's always nice to have a familiar. So that's Kazakhstan. So I travelled to Kazakhstan from Azerbaijan. I got on a ferry to Aktu over here, and then I went over to Uzbekistan along what used to be the Aral Sea, and then I went down here and then to Tashkent. Right. So if we zoom in here, this is what's left of the Owl Sea. And what you'll see of the Owl Sea is really depressing, because this used to be one of the biggest inland lakes in the world, and now look at the state of it. So just to be clear, right, this lake here used to be this big. So I'll draw some lines for you. I'll do the measure distance thing so I can draw some lines. This used to be the lake. Oh. Actually, might be even bigger than that. That used to be the lake. And look at the size of the Caspian Sea. It's one of the biggest inland lakes in the world, and the Soviets made it all dry up. But you know, the fall of the Soviet Union was one of the biggest tragedies of the 20th century, apparently, according to Putin and Owen Jones. Bit of politics. The USSR ruined the Owl Sea. It did. Graham, just be aware that when you put your hand on your hip, you cover up some of the clock for a bit. I'm not sure this is important, covering by angle on other feeds. I don't think it matters too much. I mean, it's just to help me when I run back through the footage to find moments when I decide to bugger off, which I'm going to do now for a moment. I will be back momentarily. I'll just leave it running. So I'll just write down 11, 50, 50. Back in a mo. Oh, thank you.
I'm watching the Guinness World Records podcast. It's really good.
Hey, the tally's gone off. 11:52. What was that? 40 seconds. Let's get myself a drink. Right. Hello, everyone. Hi. That's working. Why is that gone off then? That's really annoying. You're very annoying. Why did you do that? The moment that I leave the room, it goes, oh, I'll just be awkward. At least TikTok's still going on. Oh, there's a FIFA World Cup thing. I don't know. No one's going to watch the FIFA World Cup. Jesus. Well, no one's going to watch it in person, are they? It's going to be embarrassing. That's going to be embarrassing. I can't believe it turned itself off. You bastard. Watch live. There we go. Ooh. It's got very hot in here. So please keep on all your clothes. Okay, where was I? Graham is a good tinnitus remedy. Oh, I knew it was useful for something. He's stolen the last Coke. I have stolen the last Coke. What's your choice of caffeine poison, Graham? Well, this is Coke Zero, so it's got no sugar in, which is a bad thing. I should be drinking. I should be taking loads of sugar. I should just be sitting here drinking sugar and eating cakes. But yeah, where are we now? We're still at 22 degrees here in sunny Durham. I don't know if it's getting much hotter than that. You know, it's a cool place. It's a cool place. We're a cool place. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it, baby. North Devon is far hotter than South Devon. Yeah. Screw those guys. Right, so where were we? For those of you just joining us, this is the longest solo live stream attempt, as it says there, Guinness World Record attempt. We've been going now for 26 hours. No, it must be more than that. No, it's 26. 26 hours and 53 minutes. I've had a couple of breaks throughout that, so that's going to add up to about an hour. I'm allowed to take 5 minutes break every hour, and I can bank them. So obviously after 12 hours, I can bank an hour. Thank you, darling. Thank you. So I've got another hour in the bank, I think, about now. Someone can work that out. Someone with bigger minds than me can work that out. How many minutes I've got left. I'll wait till I get to 30 hours, and then that's easier to work out, isn't it? Totally worth it. She's not really that old. 68 years, 68 years young. But she wants to buy me an ice cream, and knows I'm a vegan. She throws some orange squash to keep me cool. Oh, that's nice. I've lived on both Devon coasts. I've never been to Devon, never been to Cornwall. So I'm not that well travelled. Was going to go to Devon and Cornwall this summer for a holiday, but the girls didn't want to be in the car for that long. I swear. Effing crazy. Right. Are we all set up again now? Okay, so Kazakhstan. Yeah, so that's all you need to know about Kazakhstan, I think, for now. Where are we going next? Is it going Kenya? Or Let's see. Let's see where we end up. Ooh, that's interesting. So Kazakhstan. Kenya. It is. Right. So my friends, my wonderful little chicky poos, we're going to zoom out. And we're going to go down to Kenya. Down here. Kenya! How you doing, Kenya? Yeah, Ken. Yeah. Hello. Vast savannas peppered with immense herds of wildlife, snow-capped mountains on the equator, traditional people who bring soul and colour to the earth. Welcome to Kenya. Woo! This sounds exciting. It is in Africa though, so only my Africa. Oh no. Do you know what I can get out now? Get out my East Africa Lonely Planet. Where is my East Africa Lonely Planet? Did I lose my East Africa Lonely Planet? Oh, I haven't seen it for ages. Maybe I did. You know what they say? Some things you got to lose along the way. Okay, so don't have that, but that's okay because it'd be more a briefer thing in this Africa book because it's got so many countries in it. It's got 53 countries in it. So, no, it's got 49 countries in this. Yeah, because the Comoros and Seychelles and Mauritius is not in it. I don't think. Maybe Comoros is. Did I read this out for Comoros? How does it get around the whole Comoros situation? Oh, there you go. Aha. Mauritius Reunion and Seychelles. Reunion. And it's okay. Well, where's Comoros? Maybe Comoros is in here. Gambia, Madagascar. Can't be Madagascar at me. I'm Madagascar at you. Botswana. Lesotho. Oh, okay. No, there's no Comoros here. I don't seem to have a lonely planet for Comoros. How did I not think of this before? This is awful behaviour. Ooh, I'm pretty sure the Madagascar Lonely Planet does. Oh, does. I'm pretty sure the Madagascar Lonely Planet. No, this isn't going to list those places. Oh, there you go. Woo! Okay, phew. Actually, this is quite interesting because this is an old copy. This is 2004. I don't know if they make this anymore. That looks familiar. Doesn't that picture there look? It does look familiar, doesn't it? Look, they've used the same picture twice. Cheap bastards. Oh wow, it's gone to 12 o'clock. We've just broken the 27-hour marker. Woo! I'd rather have Felicity Kendall, says Jenny Robinson. Ooh. Felicity. She's a bit of a Tory though, isn't she? I think. Comoros. Okay, well that's good to know that I do have Madagascar. So I do have a book that lists Comoros. Oof. It's just not under the sea. It's not under the sea, Bob. Right. Kenya. So there's countries in Africa that you've heard of, right? And the ones you haven't. Everyone's heard of Kenya. Kenya is quite a famous African country. Famous for being awesome. And there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love for Kenya. Lots of people go there on holidays and have a really good time. But also some people get robbed and make jokes about it. But you know, as far as I'm concerned, for a country its size, Kenya sure packs a lot in. Mountains and deserts, colourful tribal culture, beaches and coral reefs, some of Africa's best wildlife attractions. In fact, to say reasons to come here and picking just one is nigh on impossible. Stunning landscapes set the scene from Kakameg's rainforests in the Indian Ocean, beaches by way of towering Mount Kenya, the rolling grassland, the Masai Mara, and to searing deserts on the shores of the Jade Sea, and the Great Rift Valley cleaving a massive gash through it all. It says gash. So let's talk about the history of Kenya, or Kenya, as old British people say. What do you say? Do you say Kenya? Kenya? Or do you say Kenya? Do you say Kenya? Martin Harrow. Jenny, don't make me watch. What? What's Jenny making you watch? I'm scared now. You don't have to watch this if you don't want. Felicity lived in Kendal as a child. Her family adopted the name. Really? Okay. Now you know. Okay. The patchwork of ethnic groups, each with their own culture and language, which today exists side by side in modern Kenya, are the results of waves of migration. Some from as early as 2000 BC, from every corner of Africa. Turkanas from Ethiopia, Kikuyu, Akamba, and Meru from West Africa, and the Maasai, the Lao, the Samburu, and the southern part of Sudan. Kenya, however, was occupied long before this. Archaeological excavations around Lake Turkana in the 1970s revealed skulls thought to be around 2 million years old, and those of the earliest human beings ever discovered. How cool is that? By around the 8th century, Arabic, Indian, Persian, and even Chinese merchants were arriving on the Kenyan coast intent on trading skins, ivory, gold, and spices. These new arrivals have set up a string of commercial cities along the whole of the East African coast, intermarrying with local dynasties to found a prosperous new civilization, part African, part Arabic, known as the Swahili. By the 16th century, Europeans had cottoned on to the potential of the East African coast, and much of the Swahili trading towns, including Mombasa and Lamu, were either sacked or occupied by the Portuguese. 2 centuries of harsh military rule followed, punctuated by regular battles for control of the former Swahili Empire. The Omani Arabs finally ousted the Portuguese in 1720, but it wasn't long before the coast came to control of more European colonizers, the British, who used their battleships to protect their lucrative route to India and to suppress the hated slave trade. The British... Oh, okay, well, I suppose eventually it was, wasn't it? Graham has been awake so long, it's made me go mad. Oh, don't go mad, please. Do not go mad. I do not want you to go mad. You know, we're all mad here. You're all mad here. Oh, we've got a little sign. It says we're all mad here. Right. We all go a little crazy sometimes. Okay, so where were we on all this? Just putting some more milk in here. I like my coffee. I like my men. Strong and milky. Yeah. The Cambrian period. The Cambrian period? Cambrian, innit? Cambrian period. I'm completely bonkers. Graham knows. Yeah, it's all good. Don't have a look at that coffee. That coffee's not great, is it? It's not great. It's not great. Hello, everyone who's watching out there. I got 77 likes on this video. Or maybe that's just 77 likes on me in general. Got only 1 like maybe in this video. I don't know. But there you go. I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record. People on TikTok watching this. People on Threads. Not Threads. What's it called? There's so many T's, isn't that? Twitter? No. Threads? No. The other one. You know, Tyrannosaurus. No. Titanic. No. You know, that one. Twitch. That's it. Twitch. Do you want a shit joke? There's a guy goes into a job interview, and he's doing the job interview. He's doing quite well. Good CV. And as he's talking, he starts to twitch like this, and the person who's doing the interview says, I don't mean to be rude. I don't want to, you know, this is the thing, but you do know that you're twitching. And the guy says, oh, thanks for telling me. I have a mild form of Tourette's, and it means that, you know, my eye twitches. It's fine. I just take a couple of aspirin, and it goes away. And the guy's like, oh, okay, cool. He says, I'll do it now. So he goes into his jacket pocket, and he pulls out a pack of condoms. And he pulls out a second pack of condoms. He goes into his other jacket pocket. He's pulling out all these packs of condoms. And eventually there's a stack of condoms, like, just on the table. And eventually he gets out this little, you know, little blister pack of aspirin, pops them out, drinks them with a bit of water, swallows them down. And he goes, oh, you know, it's gone away. And he's putting the condoms back in his back into his jacket pockets, right? And the person interviewing him says, what's with all the condoms? He goes, well, I go into the chemist and I'm like, can I have some aspirin? Please. Squeaky Tank's going to get a lot of uses before this is over. Before this tyranny is over. Diz laughed. Oh, that's good. Okay, Mau Mau Rebellion. Despite plenty of overt pressure on Kenya's colonial authorities, the real independence movement was underground. Groups from the Kikuyu, Maasai, and Lu tribes vowed to kill Europeans and their African collaborators. The most famous movement of these was the Mau Mau, formed in 1952 by the Kikuyu people, whose aim was to drive the white settlers from Kenya forever. In true African fashion, the Mau Mau rebellion was a brutal war of attrition on white people, property, and collaborators. The various Mau Mau sects came together under the umbrella of the Kenya Land Freedom Army, led by Dedan Kimathi, and staged frequent attacks against white farms and government outposts. By the time the rebels were defeated in 1956, the death toll stood at over 13,500 Africans, guerrillas, as in fighting guerrillas, not guerrillas in the mist, guerrillas, civilians, and troops, and just over 100 Europeans. In 1960, the British government officially announced their plans to transfer power to a democratically elected African government. Independence was scheduled for December 1963, accompanied by grants and loans of $100 million to enable the Kenyan Assembly to buy out European farmers in the highlands and restore the land to the tribes. The run-up to independence, scheduled for 1963, was surprisingly smooth, although the redistribution of land wasn't a great success. The immediate effect was to cause a significant decline in agricultural production, from which Kenya has never quite recovered. Jomo Kenyatta became Kenya's first president in December of 12th, ruling until his death in 1978. Under Kenyatta's presidency, Kenya developed into one of Africa's most stable and prosperous nations. Do you see the connection between actually having an ordered pullout and just, pulling out overnight and pouring bloody concrete down the wells? But while Kenyatta was seen as a success story, he was excessively biased in favor of his own tribe and became paranoid about dissent. Opponents of his regime, who became too vocal for comfort, frequently disappeared, and corruption soon became endemic at all levels of power structure. So, not the best. No, sorry, that didn't deserve the tank. Did Elle give you that joke? Did said it tickled me. It would be responsible to say the method, but I always go it means I get to go the way I've always wanted. Elle, sorry, look, come on, Elle, come on, seriously, stick with us, yeah? We like having you here. We like having you around. That the world needs you in a way that it does not need Nigel Farage. It does not need Donald Trump, and we have to put up with their shit every day. Given the option, I'd rather have you telling jokes on here and not have to look at Trump ever again. Thank you very much. Can't wait for the big, beautiful day. Anyway, Kenyatta was succeeded in 1978 by his vice president, Daniel Arap Moi Kalenjin, who became one of the most enduring big men in Africa, ruling a virtual autocracy for 25 years. Nearly. In the process, he accrued an incredible personal fortune. Funny that. Today, many believe him to be the richest man in Africa. Moi's regime was also characterized by nepotism, corruption, arrests of dissidents, censorship, disbanding of tribal societies, and the closure of universities. Faced with a foreign debt of nearly $9 billion and a blanket suspension of foreign aid, Moi was pressured into holding multi-party elections in early 1992. Independent observers reported a litany of electoral inconsistencies, and about 2,000 people were killed in ethnic clashes, widely believed to be triggered by the KNU agitation. Nevertheless, Moi was overwhelmingly re-elected. Preoccupied with internal problems, Kenya was quite unprepared for the events of 7th August 1998. Early in the morning, blasts simultaneously ripped apart the American embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, killing more than 200 people. The effect on Kenyan tourism and the economy as a whole was devastating. Further terrorist attacks struck the country in 28th of November 2002 when a suicide bombing slammed an explosive-laden car into the lobby of the Paradise Hotel in Kikambala, near Mombasa. Moments before, missiles were fired at an Israeli passenger plane taking off from Mombasa's airport. Al-Qaeda subsequently claimed responsibility for both acts. To the relief of many, in 2002, Moi announced his intention to retire. He put his weight firmly behind Uhuru Kenyatta, the son of Jomo Kenyatta as his successor. Uhuru Kenyatta's a wanted war criminal, or at least he was. Meanwhile, 12 opposition parties and several religious groups united under the umbrella of the National Alliance Party of Kenya, known as the National Rainbow Coalition. Presidential candidate Mwai Kibaki was the former head of the Democratic Party. With elections again due in 2007, this book is over 20 years old, an energetic Uhuru Kenyatta as head of the newly regrouped KANU and an ambitious bid for the 2016 Olympic Games, attracting international attention. The next few years will be an interesting time for Kenyan politics. And Kibaki certainly has plenty of challenges still to come. Anyway. So yeah, what's there to do in Kenya? Well, I'll tell you what there's to do in Kenya. Go on safari. Like seriously, go. This is the place. I mean, this is famous the world over for its safaris, but obviously not the safaris that people used to do, or some Americans still do, where they go out shooting endangered animals like a bunch of dickheads. This is going out and shooting animals with a camera rather than a gun. So you've got the Masai Mara wildlife migration, the rolling savanna and studded flat-top acacia trees, the Masai Mara, which encompasses both the Masai Mara National Reserve and the private conservances that surround it. It's an iconic East African landscape that's home to some of the highest concentration of wildlife on the planet. It's fantastic any time of the year, but from July to October, the Mara's plains are flooded with hundreds of thousands of wildebeest on their great migration, along with herds of zebras, elephants, and giraffes. Trailing this walking buffet are prides of lions, lurking leopards, solitary cheetahs, and packs of hyenas. If you only visit one place in Kenya, make it the Mara. From July to October, there's the elephants of Amboseli National Park that are wandering around Lamu back streets. There is also hiking up Mount Kenya. I think it's the second highest mountain in Africa, after the country's second highest peak and the second highest on the continent after Mount Kilimanjaro. And then you got Hell's Gate National Park, which is a dramatic volcanic landscape of red cliffs, otherworldly rock outcrops, and deep canyons in Kenya's Rift Valley. And Kenyan beaches, Kakamega Forest. You've got Nairobi National Park. You've got the remote north, which I've been through on a couple of times now. Always fun to ramble through there. And then we've got next up, we've got a country which everyone says wrong until someone points it out that they're saying it wrong, and hopefully you remember how they work. That horrible man who shot the lion. I just can't stand people who shoot animals. I just think it's so disgusting. Just as bad as people who shoot people. Completely psychotic. You've got to be psychotic to shoot a person. You've got to be psychotic to shoot you've got to be psychotic to shoot an animal. So next up, we are going to Kiribati. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Graham, that says Kiribati. Yes, I know it says Kiribati, but it's pronounced Kiribati. That makes no sense, you say. Yes, I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're thinking. But that's just the way it is. It is spelt. It is spelt Kiribati, like that. See this island here? This is see how that is spelt? Can you see how that's spelt there? It is Kirit-Imati. You think it's pronounced like that? It's not. It's pronounced Christmas, because a TI in I guess Kiribati, I don't know, is pronounced as an S. So there you go. That's Christmas Island. So there's Kiribati. Now Kiribati is quite a fascinating place. It is the only country in the world that straddles 4 hemispheres. So Kiribati map. I'm going to get a map up. That's not that's not Google because it doesn't do a very good job. Oh, that's quite cool. Someone's taken the map clearly out of the out of Lonely Planet guidebook there. Except all. Sorry, I'm just getting the map up. I'm getting the map up for you. It's a bit of a shit map, that, mate. Okay. I suppose that works. Let's get this up. Okay, right, here we go. Okay, so this is a very blunt map here. So here are the island groups of the South Pacific and North Pacific Ocean, or the Western Pacific, I guess. We've got New Caledonia as part of France. We've got Vanuatu, we've got Fiji, we've got Wallis and Futuna, France. We've got Tonga, Samoa, American Samoa. Oh, yes, it is. There you go. American Samoa there. You've got Niue and Cook Islands, French Polynesia. I didn't go to Niue, didn't go to Cook Islands, didn't go to French Polynesia. But I did go to all the other places on here. So I went to Kiribati, and you can see it's spread out like this. And I kind of want you to be able to see that this is not just... There you go. That's a bit better. So Kiribati is a corruption of Gilbert Islands, because that's originally what those group of islands were called. Don't forget, a lot of these islands were called different things. So you had the Sandwich Islands, you had the Friendly Islands, which became Tonga, and Kiribati was the Gilbert Islands, I think, something like that. And Kiribati came about as a corruption of Gilbert. But it's made up of the Gilbert Islands, the Phoenix Islands, and the Line Islands, and these spread out across the Northern Hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, the Eastern Hemisphere, and the Western Hemisphere. It's the only country that straddles all of them. Did the UK test nukes on Christmas Island? Probably. I don't know. Now, just before the millennium, Kiribati wanted to be all in Kiribati, as it's actually mispronounced. Wanted to be... See, even I get it wrong. Kiribati wanted to be the first country in the world to see in the new millennium. So they wanted to all be one time zone, which kind of makes sense. It's one country, why split it into two time zones? So it made sure that it was all on the same time zone, but it's so wide that actually Christmas Island there, which I was zooming into before, which looks like Kiribati, which is just pronounced Christmas Island. That's they get their time zone is I think it's GMT plus 14. It's not just 12. It's not just like completely like the opposite time to us. So you know when it's if you're 12 hours ahead, when it's midnight for you, it's only midday for us. But there, when it's 10 o'clock in the morning, sorry, when it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's midnight for us. They're that far ahead. Crazy far ahead. UK tested 9 nuclear devices on Christmas Island. Did they? Bastards. Was it that one? There's the 2 Christmas Islands, you know. There's another one by Australia, and that's spelled Christmas. It's not spelled Kiribati or Kiribati. Kiribati, however it's spelled. Anyway, so Kiribati, fascinating place. Tarawa is the capital, and I've been there. I've actually been there twice. Tarawa over here on the left of the screen. Tuvalu is below it, and you can see the islands of Tuvalu there, and that's actually the flag. If you look at the flag, it's got stars on the flag arranged in the shape of the islands. True story. Which of the time zones that have 30-minute differences? Well, glad you asked. India is 5.5 hours ahead of GMT. Nepal is 5 hours and 45 minutes ahead of GMT because it didn't want to be in the same time zone as India. True story. I'm sure there's a time zone. Isn't there a time zone in Australia, like a weird one that's just used in one place in the outback? That's got a 30-minute. It's got a half on it. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's this one, Kimamati. Well, that's a bit shit, isn't it? Okay, so I really liked Kiribati. It's a really cool place, and to be honest with you, I like the whole of the Pacific. I just had a really good time there. It was a good time. You can see there the equator, and you can see how this part of this shape here, this dotted shape, is the international time zone, or the international date line, I should say. And you can see how it spangs out like a little hammer going out to the side, and that's to accommodate Kiribati's weirdness. True story. Newfoundland, possibly. There were about four time zones in Australia, and one is barely a time zone. Yeah. Which Iran, India, India, Iran, Myanmar. Don't remember anyone else. Hammer's Head Shark, yeah. Maybe. Anyway, Kiribati is 3 island groups stuck together, and henceforth came a nation, which is kind of cool. What I'm going to do now, let's jump onto the South Pacific and Micronesia. Lonely Planet. Captain Malfi Tonga. Oh, died. Captain Malfi. Was it Captain Malfi who died? There was a guy I sailed with, and he had a heart attack like a week after I got off the boat. I went to his funeral, but I went to see his family. Okay, where was I? I was having a look at this for Kiribati. Tigoroi means cheers in Kiribati. Tigoroi. So, the first settlers arrived in the Gilbert Islands over 3,000 years ago, which is most likely from the Caroline and Marshall Islands. The Phoenix and Line Islands never supported permanent settlements, although archaeological evidence suggests occasional pre-European landings. The early Gilbertese settled in distinct villages called Kainga, and except in North but oh no, I'm going to pronounce this wrong now because of the way they pronounce it. Apart from the Butatari and Makin Atoll, where centralized chiefs governed, each Kainga had a meeting house called a Maidaba. Most communities had a Bangota, a shrine to ancestral worship gods. The Kiribati were fierce warriors known for their sharp tooth spears. And they fought bloody inter-island battles clad in effective coconut fiber body armor. Because of its isolation, Kiribati was largely bypassed by the early explorers. Spaniard Pedro Fernandez de Quiros landed briefly in 606 AD. 1606 AD. After which there were no records until Commodore John Byron put ashore in Nickunu Atoll in 1766. In 1788, Captain Charles Thomas Gilbert sailed past and recorded several more atolls that make up the island group that bears his name. During the 19th century, a scattering of whalers, traders, and missionaries made their way to the Gilberts. Botari Terry was the main trading port, where manufactured goods were swapped to coconut oil and turtle shell. Blackbirders moved in during the 1800s, taking islanders to work on plantations in Fiji, Australia, and Hawaii. After some years of informal British involvement in the islands, the Gilbert and Ellice Islands were declared a British protectorate on the 27th of May, 1892. The Ellice Islands made up the present-day Tuvalu. 3 years later, Tarawa became the administrative capital because of its wide lagoon passage and good anchorage. In 1900, geologist Albert Ellis of the Pacific Islands Company, later renamed the British Phosphate Commission, discovered that unclaimed Banaba was loaded. That's an island, by the way, Banaba. Loaded with high-grade phosphate. 20 million tons of it. He coerced the Banabans into giving away mining rights to the island for 999 years, and the mining operation swiftly commenced. The British folded Banaba, known as Ocean Island, into the protectorate in 1901, and the administrative capital was moved there in 1908. Tarawa regained its status as the capital after World War II. In 1916, the protectorate became a fully fledged colony. Christmas Island and the other line islands were added in 1919, and the Phoenix Island joined in 1937. World War I largely bypassed the Gilberts, and the Banaba phosphate mining continued undisturbed. World War II, on the other hand, brought heavy bloodshed. A few days after attacking Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Japan bombed Banaba and also took Botari Teri, Makin, and Tarawa. This is the capital, Tarawa. In mid-1942, US Marines raided Butatari, forcing the Japanese to flee before pulling out a few days later. Japanese reprisals against Gilbertese and Europeans throughout the islands were harsh, and Betio, one of Tarawa's islets, became a reinforced concrete stronghold. By 1943, there was a Japanese airfield in Betio and a seaplane base on Butari Tari. In November 1943, Operation Galvanic saw 5,000 US Marines attack Betio. After 3 days of bloody fighting, it's Beso. It'll be because it's a TI, isn't it? Beso. After 3 days of bloody fighting, the Marines gained the beaches, but lost 1,500 men. While the Battle of Tarawa was not of lasting strategic importance, its main contribution was to demonstrate the effectiveness of the amphibious tractors, Amtraks, that were used during the battle. Many war relics can still be seen at Beso. Kiribasa's independence movement gathered momentum in the 1960s, along with those of Solomon Islands and Fiji. A series of governing structures based on a Westminster-style parliamentary system were gradually instituted, culminating in an elected House of Representatives in 1967 and a House of Assembly in 1974. On the 12th of July 1979, a year after the secession of the Ellice Islands, the Republic of Kiribati, consisting of the Gilbert Islands, the Phoenix Islands, and the Line Islands, became an independent nation, ending 87 years of British rule. Kiribati is a member of the British Commonwealth and was admitted to the UN in 1999. The 21-member Maniba, the House of Parliament, is popularly elected every 4 years, as is the President. Village councils control local governments, closely working with the village elders. It was a cruel and perhaps calculated irony that the new nation's independence coincided with the exhaustion of Banaba's rich phosphate reserves. Before independence, phosphate mining on Banaba accounted for 45% of Kiribasa's GDP and 85% of its export. Since then, copra has become Kiribati's principal export, almost all of it going to Bangladesh, where it is used in the manufacture of cosmetics. Kiribasa's principal asset is the 3.5 million square kilometers economic exclusion zone, which earns the country money almost $3 million Australian dollars annually from foreign fishing licenses. Around 1,700 Kiribati seamen work on foreign, mostly German vessels and send money back to their families. Tourism is marginal, except on Christmas Island and more recently on Fanning Island, where a head fee for a cruise ship brings over $1 million annually. Do you know what? I just realised that I didn't do Eswatini, did I? I bet it's in here as Swaziland. What year is this? Oh, this is from 2014. This is before they changed the name. Do you know what? And it'll have the wrong name for Macedonia as well, won't it? Because it'll be the former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia. Or will it? I'll have to look it up. But yeah, Switzerland, Syria. Oh. Sweden. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's still down at Swaziland. I should have done that in E for Eswatini. Oh well. I just looked it up, as I mentioned before, plus Afghanistan, also parts of Australia, Australian, Cocos, Keeling Island, Newfoundland, plus Afghanistan, also parts of Australia, Northern Territory and Australia. What is that, nuclear testing or something? We've gone up to 23 degrees, up to 23 here in Durham. Oh, a nice sweaty afternoon, I think. So yeah. Is it worth popping over to Kiribati? Well, not unless you're on a bit of a mission. I mean, it is a bit of a mission to get there, I have to admit. But like I say, I had a really good time there. I suppose if you got a sailing boat, it could be fun. But you've also got to recognise that the distances are absolutely immense from one place to the next. If I go here into the map, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So considering, for God's sake, stop doing that. I don't know why he keeps doing that. Tokelau. That's something this is a place I haven't been to either. Tokelau. Oh my God. Tap. Oh, probably would help if I spell it right. There you go. That's the capital there. It's Tarawa. Okay. And Jesus. So measure the distance. That's from the capital. Measure the capital to Christmas Island here. Yeah, that's 2,000 kilometers. That is 2,000 kilometers across. That is just crazy, isn't it? And see what I mean about it straddling four continents, four hemispheres. Because obviously that's the line of the the other side of the planet to the Greenwich line. It's kind of cray-cray, isn't it? Oh wow, 23 degrees. That's 10 degrees less than Nottingham. Though we seem to have lightning coming later on. I never see lightning in a summer heat wave. And that time in Barbados. Yeah. Have you noticed how the dickheads are going? Oh, but it's always hot in summer. Oh, it's been hot in summer. It's been hotter in summer before. And it's like, it's not summer, dickheads. It's still spring. Summer starts in June. Anyway, yeah. A tiny speck of islands in the Pacific. Kiribati still maintains traditional ways. Nothing happens fast here. Or too fast. So wind down, relax, and just chill. Enjoy living on island time. The Republic of Kiribati encompasses Gilbert, Phoenix, and Line Islands. Measured by landslide size, Kiribati is a tiny nation of just over 811 square kilometers, but its 33 atolls span a huge 3.5 million square kilometers of the Pacific. Most atolls surround turquoise lagoons and barely rise above the surrounding ocean, so it's rare to be out of sight of the sound of the sea. Kiribati's recent colonial and World War II history. The islands were occupied by the Japanese in 1942, had little impact on the outer islands, where people subsist on coconuts, breadfruit, and fish, and had done for centuries. Even in the main island, Tarawa, most locals live in traditional thatched huts. Western influence is increasing now in the form of cars, bars, and internet, and there's invariably an escalating urban drift to the outer islands, from the outer islands to Tarawa. The Aikirabas, the people of the islands, are friendly but laconic. Expect a bold Maori hello as you pass. That's really cool. Don't worry, I will swing back round to Eswatini later on. Next up, we are going to the other side of the world, to a place that I went to on the Odyssey expedition. I've been there a few times now, but it's not necessary to get the record if you do want to avoid it. It's Kosovo, little Kosovo. There it is. Obviously, Serbia still has some sort of claim over Kosovo. Well, let me tell you about Kosovo. Well, it may be Europe's newest country, but Kosovo's long and dramatic history can be witnessed at every turn in the elegant Ottoman towns and little visited mountain villas. Population of 1.88 million. Capital is Pristina. While it's perfectly safe to travel here now, this fascinating land at the heart of the Balkans remains one of the last truly off the beaten path destinations in Europe. Barbs of its past are impossible to miss. Roads are dotted with memorials to those killed in 1999 during the ethnic cleansing, as it was called, while NATO forces still guard Serbian monasteries. Whether trekking around the stunning landscapes of the Rogova Mountains, breathing deep at Peja's Saturday cheese market, or enjoying the capital's excellent dining and nightlife in Pristina, visitors will be richly rewarded. Kosovo offers welcoming smiles, charming mountain towns, incredible hiking opportunities, and 13th century domed Serbian monasteries, and that's just for starters, which is really cool. Kosovo, home of Dua Lipa. She is. I like Dua Lipa to an extent. I mean, she went to private school because, of course, she did. She's allowed to sing. Joe, one day they're going to let state school kids sing again. When will that day be? We need to write a song about letting kids who went to state school sing again. When will they be able to? When can we sing again? Tell us when we can sing. Because at the moment, literally everyone in music is dead posh. Like literally everyone. It's got worse. Back when I was a kid, there were some working class bands, the proper working class. We managed to break through. Now, there's hardly any bands. It's so difficult, isn't it? And there's unless you can afford to take 5 years off work, get really good at producing an album, do gigs for free, do gigs for practice. Yeah. Bianca S went to state school. She did. She's awesome. We like her. The Maliks went to state school as well. If you think about it, every home now has solar power in their homes. We would have a lot of energy that costs enough. Yeah, hidden that. The only person stopping you from getting that is the oil companies. So, would you like to know a little bit about Kosovo? I'll tell you a little bit about Kosovo. Woo! One moment. Hello. Hello, if you're just joining us. I'm trying to do a Guinness World Record attempt to do a live stream that lasts for over 45 hours and 45 minutes. We are currently 27 hours and 42 minutes in, but we do have to reduce that by an hour because I have taken breaks throughout the show, throughout the stream, which I am allowed to do from time to time. But here we go. Woo! Oh wow, 23 degrees. That's like 10 degrees less than Nottingham. It's not lightning storm coming on. Never seen lightning in summer heat wave. Only that time in Barbados 22 years ago. I like thunderstorms. I think they're exciting. But if we lose power, and well, before I can finish this, I'll be pissed off. So let's not lose power. What do I need? I need Europe on a stream. I need Europe. I need Europe. So let's talk about what's that thing about Kosovo? As I was mentioning earlier, the reason why Kosovo is has got so many ethnic Albanians living in it is quite simply because of it used to be part of Albania. True story. Okay. Oh, that's unhelpful, isn't it? I'm just looking, and there's no separate section for Kosovo. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Why have you got no separate section for Kosovo? You're the worst. Oh well. Oh well, you smell. That sucks, doesn't it? So top experiences in Kosovo. We got Prizren's Old Town. We got Bear Sanctuary in Festina. We've got the Viskoki, Decany, maybe, monastery, which sounds really cool. Like I say, been to Kosovo a few times, but they don't like it. They don't like it when you go to Kosovo and then try and get to Serbia. So whereas you can drive from Serbia into Kosovo, you can't drive out of Kosovo into Serbia unless you have a Serbian stamp already in your passport. So if you want to go to Serbia, you want to go to Kosovo, you can go through Serbia, come back out again, right? But if you come up through, say, North Macedonia into Kosovo, then you can't get back out of Kosovo into Serbia. Which is fine. You can go into Albania. You can go into Montenegro. There's options. There is options. So that's fine. But be aware that if they see that you've got a Kosovo stamp in your passport, they will dig it out. And happened to me. The guy went through my passport at the border, and he found a stamp that he didn't like for Kosovo, and so what he did the only thing you can really do at this point, in time, and he gave it a big fat annulled stamp. He stamped it with the word annulled. I mean, that showed me, didn't it? Sorry, I'm just flicking through my old passports here. I'm trying to find me an old stamp. But what was funny was when he annulled my my stamp, when he annulled my Kosovo stamp, he was trying to annul. Let me have a look. He meant to annul the stamp for he meant to annul the stamp for Kosovo, right? So he opened up your passport, and the stamp for Kosovo is light blue, and it's rectangular, and it was dark, right? So he takes your passport, and he stamps there. You see that word annul? Can you see annul written there? It says annul. It's also written in Cyrillic. The only problem with this is if I put this really close to the camera and then do a little bit of clever manual focusing here, you might notice that that actually says immigration Bangkok, Thailand. So he annulled my Thailand stamp, and I was like, why did you annul my Thailand stamp? And he looks at it and he goes, oh, that's my passport. And then he finds my stamp for, sorry, I'm gonna have to manual focus it again. He finds my stamp. This is my stamp for Kosovo, and then he, upside down, stamps annulled on that one. What a mistake to make. But yeah, now my trip to Thailand that I took a few years earlier than that has been annulled. Never went there. It never happened. It's not a real stamp, not a real country. Rebecca Bird, congrats on still streaming, Graham. Listening to your adventures while driving through Europe. Just past the border from Germany to Austria. Ooh, that's cool. Hey, Becca, how you doing? Glad you're listening in. I was just trying to show. I can't really show it to the other cameras, but basically, just believe me that they stamped the wrong thing. Now, Serbians get very upset when you talk about Kosovo as an independent state. So I did a video a long time ago, and it was just me saying the name of a country in a country. And I went through all the countries, but it also went to places that aren't countries. So Hong Kong is in there, Tibet is in there, Wallace is in there, Fortuna is in there, New Caledonia is in there, Reunion Islands, Martinique, the US Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands. There's a lot of places that are in there that are not actually countries, right? But oh my God, the shit I got off the Serbians for including Kosovo. It's not a country. It's not a country. Fuck you. Oh, it's not my country. Yeah. But do you know what? Top tip, my Serbian friends, and I do love you. When we get to Serbia, I'll tell you how much I love you. I went to the Exit Festival one year in Novi Sad and had a bloody good time. I was not sad in Novi Sad. I was actually quite happy in Novi Sad. In fact, I thought that Novi Sad might mean don't be sad in Serbian. I don't know. I just a top tip, if you want a place that is full of people, to not want to be your friend, maybe don't kill them. Maybe just don't go in, kill them. Maybe that's a good way of keeping your friends on side. Hey guys, do you want to be friends? And they're like, no, because you killed my family. So they won't want to be friends if you do that. Right. So moving on from Kosovo. We will go to the next country. Kosovo used to be part of Yugoslavia, and when the Yugoslavian experiments fell apart, it all went a bit horrible and haywire. Next place on our list is somewhere where I had to queue and wait for a long time to get my visa for going to Saudi Arabia. So it's quite applicable that the place is called Kuwait, because I had to queue and wait and queue and wait and queue and wait. I was there 6 weeks. There's Kuwait City there, and we can have a look at the Kuwait Towers if you like. Go and have a look. Have a look there. Oh, I thought it was going to do a thing where it's. Oh no, it just shows you pictures. I thought it was going to do that thing where it goes round like like magic. That's Kuwait Towers, golf balls on sticks. In case you need some golf balls. You go up there. I never went up the Kuwait Tower because I just didn't think about it. You can't see very much. Now, Kuwait's a weird little place, right? It's mostly on the desert. It's just basically this little port town. Obviously famous for being invaded by Iraq. Along an oasis in a parched desert, Kuwait is now the vanguard of political change and cultural development in the Gulf of Arabia. Just as oil-rich as all the Gulf countries, Kuwait hasn't gone for the glitz and glamour quite the same way. Perhaps it's the years lost to the Iraqi invasion and its aftermath, or maybe it's a conscious decision not to sell its soul to the gods of commercialism. As Kuwait lies just far enough away from the same self Gulf travel hubs to the south to mean that tourists and expats are fewer here. The result, a more authentically Arab feel to the country. At the same time, Kuwait remains an oasis in a land of desert plains and has excellent museums, a fine souk, and a corniche of combed beaches and lively restaurants. It all adds up to what could be the Gulf's most intriguing destination. So let's get into it, eh? Let's get into Q8. Now here's a question for you. Greece, Bangladesh. Yeah. Hang on. Middle East. No. Not including the Middle East. So what I need is the Arabian Peninsula. Lonely Planet. Now where is my Arabian Peninsula? Lonely Planet. Oh, there it is. Do you know what? It's under O. No wonder I couldn't find it earlier. I was in Bahrain. It's called Oman, UAE, and the Arabian Peninsula. Right, Kuwait's in this one. Phew! I keep freaking out that I don't have every single Lonely Planet. Well, every single country covered by a Lonely Planet. But it's okay, I totally do. And this is one that I use. Look at the post-it notes in that. Isn't that beautiful? A little post-it note. Hang on. Let's make me bigger. Let's make me bigger. There you go. Post-it notes. See that post-it notes in there? Cute. And that's my trip around the the Arabian Peninsula. I made the most of it, I guess. This is cool. Anyway, let's talk about Kuwait. Okay, which apparently was a country 155. I wrote 155 in there. My 155th country of Kuwait. Let's have a look. Woo! Okay. At the time of the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in 1990, there was some speculation in the Western countries at least why an unprepossessing splinter of a desert should be worth the trouble. Of course, anyone watching or retreating, retreating Iraqi army under the black sky from the burning wells could find an easy answer: oil. But oil was only half the story. Kuwait is not, nor does it ever have been, simply an oil-rich piece of oil-rich desert. Rather, it represents a vital, in all sense of the word, piece of coast for the centuries. The coast that for centuries has provided settlement, trade, and a strategic staging post. The latter is a point not lost on U.S. military forces, who until recently camped out at Failaka Island. A decade ago, at the same island, at the mouth of Kuwait Bay, was occupied by the Iraqis. Roughly 2,300 years before that, it was the turn of the ancient Greeks, attracted to one of only two natural harbours in the Gulf. And 200 years earlier still, it belonged to the great Dilmun Empire based in Bahrain. The country has a curious way of cleaning up history once the protagonists have departed, and there's very little evidence of recent events without some determined and ill-advised unearthing that the same could be said of Kuwait's 10,000 years of history. Standing at the bottom of the Mutla Ridge on the road to Bubiyan Island and staring across the springtime grasslands at the estuary waters beyond, it's easy enough to imagine why Stone Age man chose to inhabit the area around Ras Subiya on the northern shores of Kuwait Bay. Here the waters are rich in silt and from the mighty river systems of southern Iraq, making for abundant marine life. Evidence of the first proper settlement in the region dates to 4,500 BC in shards of pottery, stone walls, tools, and small drilled pearl and remains of what is perhaps the world's earliest seafaring boat indicate their links with the Ubaid people. People who populated the ancient Mesopotamia. The people of Dilmun also saw the potential of living in the mouth of two of the world's great river systems and built a large town on Falaka Island. So we'll head over to the map here. So see this little island here? That's Falaka Island there. And if you zoom out, you can see there is Kuwait, and it's perfectly positioned to pick up any passing ships that may be coming down the Shat Al Arab waterway. There you go. There's a Shat Al Arab. So you could be a Shiite Muslim going down the Shat Al Arab waterway there, which is the border between Iran and Iraq. And I went to Khorram Shah. If you ever hear me tell the story about the little grandmother who got on my bus, that's where I was going to. I was going to Khorram Shah. That's where she lived. So the way I got to Bahrain was I took a boat along the river here, along the Shat Al Arab, and then it was a ferry. It didn't take very long, and then we headed over and we landed in, I think, Doha Power Station. I don't know. Anyway, now why? So you have to understand why it's there. It's because just like the Strait of Hormuz, just like Djibouti and Yemen here, just like Singapore, tiny little Singapore here. It's a really good place to put a port. And it's the only natural deep port in the whole of the peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula. There's only one or two, and that's the other one. So the historian Arian, in the time of Alexander the Great, first put the region on the map by referring to the island discovered by one of Alexander's generals en route to India. Over time, Kuwait's main settlement settled from island to mainland, and in AD 500, the area around Ras Qasimah near Al-Jahra was the main centre of population, and it took a further 1,200 years for the centre activity to nudge along the bay to Kuwait City. By the early 19th century, as a thriving trading port, Kuwait City was well in the making. However, the trouble was always literally just over the rising. There were pirates marauding the waters of the Arabian coast. Persians snatched Basra in the north. Various Arab tribes from the west and the south had their own designs. And then, of course, there was the ubiquitous Ottomans. Enter the British. The Kuwaitis and the British were natural allies in many regards. And from the 1770s, the British had been contracted to deliver mail between the Gulf and Aleppo in Syria. Kuwait, meanwhile, handled all the transshipments of textiles, rice, coffee, sugar, tobacco, spices, teak, and mangrove to and from India, and played a pivotal role in the overland trade to the Mediterranean. So this is back before. This was back before the Suez Canal. So if you were getting something from India, you'll bring it over from what was then Bombay. Oh, don't zoom in. I hate it when it does that. Don't zoom in, you bastard. Measure distance, right? So if you're coming in and you need to get your stuff to the UK back then, and there was no way of getting it through Egypt, your only choice was your choices were you could overland it, so take it over here to Kuwait there on the corner, so, and then overland it through Turkey and then get it to Britain. Hello. So that would be a journey of around probably about 5,000 miles. Let's say 5,000 miles. Or your alternative to doing that, if you didn't want to do that, is you could go all the way down here through Africa, around Africa, and then up around here, up the coast, and get to Britain that way, which is 3 times as far. Yeah. So just so you we're thinking on the same page here. It's probably better to just get it to Kuwait and then take it overland if you can. And I guess at the time Britain could do that. And then Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf in brackets. Oh, they keep changing the names of these places, don't they? Anyway, so they weren't very happy at the Ottoman incursions. Concerned about that the emir was sympathetic towards the Ottomans, he killed him. This is a guy called Mubarak the Great. Not minding he was committing fratricide as well as regicide, he killed his brother, who was the ruler, and installed himself as the ruler. Crucially, in 1899, he signed an agreement with Britain in exchange for British Navy's protection. He promised not to give territory or take support or negotiations with any other power without Britain's consent. The Ottomans continued to claim sovereignty over Kuwait, but they're now in no position to enforce it. Mubarak the Great laid down the foundations of the modern state. Under his reign, government welfare programs provided public schools and medical services. They got postal and telegraphic services. In the 1920s, a new threat in the guise of the Brotherhood, the Ikhwan, came from the Najd, the interior of Arabia. That this army of Bedouin warriors were commanded by Abu Abdul Aziz bin Abdul, I'm sure he's got the name Abdul twice there, Rahman al-Saud, or Ibn Saud, the founders of modern Saudi Arabia. Didn't get on. Anyway, the Great Depression that sunk the world into poverty coincided with the demise of Kuwait's pearling industry, as the market became flooded with Japanese cultured pearls. At the moment when the future looked most dire for Kuwait, however, an oil concession was granted in 1934 to a Kuwaiti joint venture known as the Kuwait Oil Company, or KOC. 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 Oh, I work for KOC. Oh, you must earn quite a lot of money working for KOC. I've always wanted to work for KOC. That is actually the thing that I really want to work for more than anything else, is KOC. People said. Anyway, so KOC did quite well over the cocking, the Kuwait Oil Company. Its first wells was sunk in 1936, and by 1938 it was obvious that Kuwait was virtually floating on oil. What are the chances of that? In 1950, Sheikh Abdullah al-Salam al-Sabah became the first oil sheikh. His reign was not marked with the kind of dickishness that that kind of term later became associated. And then in 1961, Kuwait became an independent state, and the obsolete agreement with Britain was dissolved by mutual consent. And then, despite the invasion of Iraq, despite political and economic tensions, by early 1990, the country's economic prospects looked bright, particularly with an end to the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, during which time Kuwait has extended considerable support to Iraq. But you won't believe what happened next. Iraq, the place that Kuwait are given considerable aid to, support, weapons, all that kind of stuff, turned around and invaded them. And Iran annexed the Emirates on the 8th of August, 1990. And the USA and Kuwait and, Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other countries launched Operation Desert Storm. Physical signs of the Iraqi invasion are hard to find in today's Kuwait. Gleaming shopping malls, new hotels, and 4-lane highways are all evidence of Kuwait's efforts to put the destruction behind it. However, the emotional scars have yet to heal, and particularly as hundreds of missing prisoners of war are yet to be accounted for, despite the fall of Saddam Hussein. So yeah, Saddam Hussein was hanged on the 30th of December 2006, and the Kuwaitis will have finally been able to sigh with relief without having to look over their shoulder constantly. Kuwait has wasted no time in forging ahead with ambitious plans, including attracting a greater number of regional tourists, which I kind of experienced when I was there. Anyway, I had a great time in Kuwait. The immigrant community took me in, you know, as a fellow immigrant, and I met a guy who sold sand to the Arabs, which I told you a story about the other day, because the sand that they have in Kuwait is no good for making buildings with. It's not. It's too fine. It's too spherical. It doesn't lock together. Yeah, I was there for 6 weeks. Went out to the desert. I went to a lot of parties. It's a dry country, so it's hard to get alcohol, but you can get alcohol. I got invited to the British Embassy, and I watched there was a quiz night, and some other British immigrants, wanted me to be on their quiz team because they thought I might be quite good at being on the quiz team, and yeah, of course we won. And then the ambassador. It was the night of the 2010 general election in Britain, and my mum had done a proxy vote on my behalf for Labour, and yeah, I'm sitting there, and the results are coming through, and I'm getting more progressively drunk because the embassy has a crate of like a 40-foot container just stacked with booze that just arrives every month that you're allowed to have for, you know, drinking purposes. So I got, because everywhere else, like if I was trying to get some booze somewhere else, it would be like some moonshine that someone had made in the bathtub. Do you know what I mean? It's like drinking ethanol. So yeah, got some decent booze, a bit drunk, and the ambassador is very, very posh, privately educated, of course. Went to it was quite chuffed because the Tories were obviously winning the election. So I was sitting there tapping him on the shoulder, and he's going, "What?" And I'm like, "Where are the Ferrero Rocher?" Oh, I guess you had to be there, but yeah, I annoyed him for being a Tory. Where are my Ferrero Rocher? Where did we go for the Ferrero Rocher? There should be trays of Ferrero Rocher here. Call yourself an ambassador. What reception is? Anyway, thought it was funny. Never got invited back. No, that's a lie. I did get invited back. Thought it was funny. Funny looking. Anyway, so that's Kuwait. Where are we going next? I don't know. What's the next, Kay? McKay. Sorry. It was on the third stack. I was looking for the world. The world. Worth going to Kuwait? Nah. Unless you're going to every country in the world. It's definitely worth going to Kuwait. Why are we stuck in Kuwait for 6 weeks, Graham? Waiting to get a visa. Saudi Arabia. Needed a multiple entry visa. Saudi Arabia to get in and out of that place as many times as I wanted in like a month. And I used it. Oh my God, I used it. I went in to go to him. I got to Kuwait because I got on the website and it said there was a boat leaving on Sunday. But then I realised that the time, the date didn't quite match up with the day. And I realised that the website hadn't been updated since 2007. It was 2010. And the ferry from Kuwait to Bahrain, show you this. Kuwait. There you go. Kuwait to Bahrain. It's only, no, it's not, it's quite far. It's 285 miles. The boat, the ferry wasn't running anymore. I was gutted. Gutted like a pig at a pig gutting party. Anyway, so I was like, oh shit, so there's no ferry. It stopped running in 2007. And this was in 2010. And my time machine wasn't working. So I couldn't even go back in time, sort that shit out. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I had to try and get a visa for Saudi Arabia. And that's not easy. I had to get an invitation from a company in Saudi Arabia. I had to get an invitation from a company. I had to ask for a company in the UK to ask for an invitation to go to. It was a pain. Are we in need of confetti rush then? Absolutely, confetti. Thank you, Sam, for the confetti. Let's see if the goals are working. I haven't even tried to use the goals today because it's not been working for so long. Maybe they're sorted it out. Maybe someone's pointed out to them, hey, you know the goals aren't working and they're really good at like raising money. It's a good way to raise money. You know, if you're doing a show, you can raise some money. You can raise a bit of money. That'd be good. Yo, 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 yo. I lost my TARDIS in 1992. I still haven't found it, says Gallifrey Man. Yeah. 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 Yay! Confetti says this is very exciting though. So, and then I had to get an invite, and then I had to get checked by the police, and then I had to get my passport. I had to send my passport back to the UK, and I had to wait for it to be processed. And then when I finally got it, I said to all to my mates in Kuwait, some of whom I'm still very good friends with, and then I headed out of there. I went to Bahrain for the night. I stayed over in Bahrain with a guy in the US Navy. That was fun. And then in the Navy, then I went to Qatar. I was in Qatar for a couple of days. And then I got the bus out. And then I went to through Abu Dhabi to Dubai. And then I went to Muscat. Which like this. Not like this. Not like that. Like this. And then I went down to Salalah. And tried to get a boat from Salalah to the Seychelles, which are down here. But at the time, that was a high-risk zone for Somali piracy. That ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen, you know. So I went over the border to Yemen, got my passport stamped in, got my passport stamped out, walked straight out again. No offense to Yemen, but it's dead dangerous. I didn't want to die. And then I headed back through there, went to Riyadh, went to Jeddah. Why are you going back into Saudi Arabia again? Well, because I had to go to Eritrea. So I went to Massawa here in Eritrea. Spent the night in Massawa. And then got someone to make me coffee. That was cool in the morning. And then went back, watched a footy match, watched England play, and we had a satellite dish. And we had to like position the satellite dishes. We had to move it as the ship moved to try and get the signal. And then Saudi Arabia, and then back to Dubai. And then I had to get on a ship. And I got on a ship. I went around here. And then I went across to Karachi, and then I went down to Mumbai. Boop, boop, boop. So all in all, I had to go in and out of Saudi Arabia many, many times. So I got a lot of Saudi Arabia stamps in my passport, lots and lots of stamps from Saudi Arabia. Tell you a little fun story. Some of you might have heard this one before. So I'm in. I've done this mad journey, right? And I get back to Dubai because I've discovered that the shipping line, the cargo company, CMA-CGM. I think they're the second biggest cargo company in the world after Maersk, which is Danish. CMA-CGM are French, right? And they've already let me on a couple of their ships, right? So I've already got a working relationship with them. And I find out that they have a little bit of internet research. I find out they have a ship that leaves once every month, once every 4 weeks, and it's called and it runs the EPIC line. What does EPIC stand for? Glad you asked. Europe, Pakistan, India, China. Woohoo! And luckily, it should have really been called the EDPIC line because it actually did stop in Dubai. So it was Europe, Dubai, Pakistan, India, China. Right. So I wanted to get on this EDPIC line ship that was run by CMA-CGM. So I arrive I've just been to Eritrea. And I get back through Jeddah. I had to bribe a guy. To let me on a ship. And you can't buy. Normally, I'll just pull out a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label or something. But in Jeddah, can't do that. It's dry. People don't drink. It's all frowned upon. So you have to buy someone a date. Not like an escort, but like those dates that you get. So they have like a shop that's like Thornton's, but for dates. So I got a really nice set of dates. I said, will you be my date? And he looked a lot like, he looked like Clancy Brown, this guy. You know the guy who played the Kurgan in Highlander? That's what he looked like. He looked like an Arab version of that. Anyway, he let me on his boat. That's how I got over to Eritrea and back. And then I travelled over to Dubai, and I got there on a Friday. And I meet up with my mate who I'm staying with, and British guy. And he goes, it's Friday, everything else closed. You got to leave it till Sunday because everything opens on Sunday because the weekend here is one day removed. So instead of it being Saturday, Sunday, it's Friday, Saturday. Okay, cool. It's a thing in Dubai. Along with Sharia law and alarms going off in the morning to tell you to pray or something. Which is all kinds of stuff that, and all the food is halal. Which is all stuff that the refuckers love so much. That's why they all live in Dubai. So we turn up, and this is the first night in Dubai, and we go to a place called Rock Bottom. They have this green concoction that you can drink there. It's green. It's horrible. It's like really sugary. It's like one of those like I don't know, those alcopop drinks. It's like a cocktail. It like glows green. I forgot what it was called. Anyway, Rock Bottom is this night bar that all the immigrants expats go to. It's in the basement of a restaurant. Not a restaurant, a hotel. So it has a special license to sell alcohol. So we're down there, and there's a couple of pool tables, right? And there's guys playing on one of them, and they finish the game first. And me and my mate go over to them, Damien, and we say, "Do you mind if we play doubles? Do you want a game of doubles?" And they're like, "Yeah, all right." And two guys, they're both from Britain, having a chat with them, and one of them goes, "I recognise you," to me. He goes, "Are you off the telly?" And I went, "Well, kind of. My TV show about my travels around the world starts on the National Geographic Adventure channel next week, and you may have seen a trailer for it on the National Geographic Adventure channel, since it's one of the few English language channels that was available across the UAE and other places around the Arabian Peninsula." And he said, "Yeah, that's it. You're doing something mad. You're going to all the countries, aren't you? You're going to all the countries without." And I said, "Yeah, without flying." And he goes, "That's crazy. You're mad. You're a madman." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "How many countries have you been to so far?" And I go, "I've been to 162 or whatever it was by then." And he went, "That's amazing. That's really good." And he goes, "What are you doing in Dubai?" I said, "Well, I've managed to get black me away on a couple of cargo ships from CMA CGM." Oh, thank you. Oh, look at this. Thank you, darling. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, I've got some food to eat. Look at this. Look at this. I've got some golden tomatoes here. This is really cool. I've got some raspberries and melon. Look at this. And I've got some coconut there. It's nice summer and little sandwiches. Little sandwiches. Look at this little sandwich thing. Anyway, so I said to him, I've been blagging lifts on cargo ships, and I managed to get on a couple of CMA CGM cargo ships in the Indian Ocean. And basically, I was trying to get to the Seychelles. No one's going to take me there, but there's because of the insurance problems with the pirates and everything. He's like, "Yeah, I heard about that." And I said, "So what I'm planning to do is get on this ship that CMA CGM are running. That one comes from Europe, and it stops here, and then it goes to Pakistan, India, and then to China. So I get on it. I can go to Pakistan, go to Karachi, tick that off the list, and then they can drop me off in India. I just need to talk to like the logistics manager of CMA CGM here in Dubai. This is the first night I'm there, right? Just the first random person that I've spoken to. And he's like, "You're not going to believe this." And he pulls out his business card. And I shit you not, Barry Dinage, CMA CGM Logistics Manager Dubai. I was just like, I've still got the card. I've still got that card. And there's a picture of me and Barry down at the docks with the big ship behind the big CMA CGM ship with all the containers on. Thumbs up to the camera wearing our high-vis vests and the hard hats just before I was about to get on the ship. You see, you want me to prove to you there's no God. Here's the thing. Come here. I'm an atheist. That's how you know there's no God. Sandwiches and fruit. Hell yeah. Oh, trying to be healthy. Oh, there's a lot of mustard on this. And it's a ham sandwich. No, what are the chances of that happening? But I swear, some of the coinky dinkies that happened during my trip around the world were freaky. You're talking about Truman Show levels of freakiness. When you start looking around for the secret cameras. What's going on? Hidden Knight says, "I have 1 hour and 45 minutes until I can play 007 First Light. Completely forgot I pre-ordered it. Thought giving 24-hour early access and saying wait till 3 p.m. How dare they? I don't know. How dare they? What other countries have we got? Oh, we got Kyrgyzstan, haven't we? We've done Kazakhstan. We're going to do Kyrgyzstan at some point, I'm pretty sure. Anyway. That's my story about monkeying about in the old Arabian Peninsula. I had a good time, actually, to be honest with you. I wouldn't like to live in Dubai though, and I would, because I was on the TV, people wanted to buy me a drink, which was nice, and they could see that I had no money, so they all took pity on me. But yeah, it was. I went to the World Cup final viewing party in like this soccer dome, and they made like a dome in the shape of a football, and it was like this massive football, the size like the Millennium Dome, not that big. And everyone went inside and watched the big screen. I watched it on the big screen, and it was Netherlands versus Spain, and those are Spanish fans there, and those are Netherlands fans. That was cracking. Anyway, Kyrgyzstan country, right? What does Kyrgyzstan have in common with Jamaica, the UK, and Vanuatu? I'm glad you asked. All those flags, 10 out of 10, no notes. Kyrgyzstan's got a great flag. I love it. It's actually the top of a tent. It's actually a yurt. The flag is a diagram of a yurt. That's pretty cool. Anyway, so Kyrgyzstan, a half-forgotten land of mountain villages, mountain valleys, glittering lakes, and felt yurts. Ooh, I'd like to feel your yurt. Kyrgyzstan is a dream for DIY adventurers, eco-tourists, and wannabe nomads. Kyrgyzstan is a nation defined by its natural beauty, joyously unspoiled mountainscapes, stark craggy ridges, and rolling jalous summer pastures are brought to life by semi-nomadic, yet dwelling shepherd cultures. Add to this a well-developed network of homestays and visa-free travel. It's easy to see why Kazakhstan is the gateway of choice for many travellers in Central Asia. True story. Really friendly place. Like, honestly, I really love Kyrgyzstan. Where is Kyrgyzstan? I hear you all cry. We'll go and find it on the map, shall we? So last time I left it up here, and there's Kazakhstan there, and there's Kyrgyzstan. I might be going back to Kyrgyzstan. Who knows? At some point, I might need to cross the border into. Is that where? Well, I won't. Oh, I got to do it here. Is that the border crossing? Yeah, the border crossing there. I know. It's Kyrgyz. Oh, okay. What have they got? Have they got like a? Have they got like a thing there? They got a. I don't know what's happening here. Anyway, here's Kyrgyzstan, which I really liked. So I went to Kyrgyzstan, and I came across the border from Uzbekistan. Went to a place called Osh. Then I came up to here to Bishkek. I bought a what's it called? One of them things, a chess set. Bought a chess set. Sent it off to Australia. It took about 6 months to get there. I came back down. Now, I needed to get to Tajikistan. You can see how complicated these little boundaries are here. You know them? See they're little exclaves. They're little exclaves of Uzbekistan, right? So see that, right? You go close enough, it says Uzbekistan. That's a little bit of Uzbekistan inside Kyrgyzstan. All these were drawn by Stalin, probably when he was drunk. Now, my problem was that I needed to get from here, and I needed to get down to Nukat there. I needed to go along this road, right? And this will zoom in, and we'll show that there is no other road. It says no other road. You have to go through this little exclave, right? Other parts you don't need to. There's ways of getting around it, but basically, I needed to get to Tajikistan. The only way I could get there, because of the mountains, it's up in the mountains and shit, I needed to go through, God, this is confusing, isn't it? Isn't it like a confusing, like a mess? It's like a mess. But basically, I needed to, God, what is even going on here? I needed to get through. I needed to bang through to here and come out in Tajikistan. And I only had a 2 entry visa for Uzbekistan. So I couldn't, I couldn't stop. I couldn't go through here, right? Because if I went through here and we went through here, the border, oh God, no. If I went through here, right, in this taxi that I was in, I would be stopped at the border and my passport would be stamped for the second time for Uzbekistan, and then I couldn't stamp it for a third time to go and pick up my second passport that at that time was in the Afghan embassy getting my Afghan visa, or maybe it was the Turkmenistan visa. So I needed to be able to get through here without having to go through Uzbekistan territory. Have I explained that well enough? Basically, there's this inconvenient exclave of Uzbekistan. If I tried to go through it and I got caught, they would stamp my passport on my visa for Uzbekistan, which only had 2 entries. It wasn't a multiple entry, unlimited multiple entries in 1 month or whatever it was. It was 2 entries. I'd use 1 entry to get into Uzbekistan and put my other passport in the embassy in Turkmenistan embassy in the capital of Uzbekistan, Tashkent, and I needed to not get my other passport, because I had 2 passports at the time. I'd not get another stamp in it until I needed to go back into Uzbekistan, and I needed to go into Tajikistan next, and I couldn't not go into Tajikistan. So what I needed to do was go through this area here to get to where I needed to go, and basically, in order to get through here, I had to stop just before the border. I had to get out. I had to get into the boot of the car. And then we drove through here. Oh shit! Hang on. Measure distance. So we drove along here, and then we came out the other side. And then we came out here and went in the other side. So we drove for 10 miles. Me in the boot of the car to make sure that we didn't actually break any laws. Well, didn't find us breaking any laws. Now, I think it's a lot easier now. You don't have to worry about visas as much as you used to, but at the time, it was kind of funny. But yeah, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. What's with all the exclaves? What's with all the squiggly borders? Why is this here? Why is that there? Why does that say Kyrgyzstan? Why does that say Uzbekistan? What is going on? Sorry, hang on. You can't see. What is going on here? Why is this doing this thing? You know, it's like, well, because all this used to be part of the USSR and didn't really matter. It was all part of one country. And so it didn't matter. So they had little ex-slaves and whatever. They could draw a line around people who spoke, you know, who were ethnically Kazakh, ethnically Kyrgyz, ethnically Uzbek. Anyway, so yeah, boot of the car, Graham. Boot of the car. Thought America was just playing Scrabble when naming. No, Kyrgyzstan. Surprisingly few vowels in that name. All things considered. I draw the line at Red Full and vodka. Cool, man. Well, I gotta draw a line somewhere. Right, where's Central Asia? Central Asia. I remember a line from this book. I'm sure they said something about Kyrgyzstan and its religion, and just saying that they took as much Islam with them as they could fit in the bag on the camel or something, the bag on the horse. So yeah. The earliest notable residents of what is now Kyrgyzstan were the warrior clans of Saka, known as the Scythians. From around the 6th century BC to the 5th century AD, rich bronze and gold relics have been discovered from burial mounds around southern Kazakhstan and the region was under the control of various Turkic alliances from the 6th to the 10th centuries AD. And the cultured Turkic Karakhanids, who finally brought Islam to Central Asia for good, ruled here in the 10th to 12th centuries. Peace was shattered, though, in 1685 by the arrival of the ruthless Mongol Oirats of the Zungarian Empire. It's like Hungarian, but with a Z at the front of it. Zungarian Empire, who drove vast numbers of Kyrgyz south to the regions close to and into present-day Tajikistan. As the Russians moved closer during the 19th century, various Kyrgyz clan made their own peace with Russia or the neighboring Khanate of Kokand. New masters began to hand land over to the Russian settlers, and then finally the Russians decided the Kyrgyz and the Kyrgyz and the Kazakhs were separate nationalities. They had until then called the Kyrgyz Kara Kyrgyz or Black Kyrgyz to distinguish them from the Kazakhs, whom they called Kyrgyz, to avoid confusion with the Cossacks. The Cossacks, the Kyrgyz, and the Kazakhs. I can see why the problems emerged. It's a bit like Slovenia and Slovakia embassies having to swap messages and mail that go to the wrong embassy every week. Many nomads were settled in the course of land reforms in the 1920s, and then it became part of the USSR. Elections were held in traditional Soviet rubber stamp style in 1990, with the Kyrgyz Communist Party walking away with nearly all the seats after multiple ballots and compromised candidates. A physicist and president of Kyrgyz Academy of Scientists was elected as leader, a guy called Askar Askev. 6 weeks later, he was re-elected as president, running unopposed. In the meantime, land and housing were at the root of Central Asia's most infamous ethnic violence between Kyrgyz and Uzbeks in 1990 around Osh and Ozgon. A majority Uzbek area stuck onto Kyrgyzstan in the 1930s, in which at least 300 people were killed. Kyrgyzstan's first decade of independence was characterized by extreme economic hardship because it is just so landlocked. I mean, this is just absolutely 100% in the middle of BF nowhere. Like, I'm sorry, but hi, I've got something here. Hello, I'm Kyrgyzstan. How you doing? I got something for you. I need to send it to you, and it's a bit heavy. All right, okay. Good luck. Good luck, Kyrgyzstan, a country that would probably never decide to be a country if it was, deciding to be a country one day. Anyway, so where does it have to go? I mean, if it wanted to get anything down to here, I guess. I suppose it's not double landlocked like Uzbekistan, because it can get to China. So if it does a deal with China, I suppose it could use the roads in China to get stuff out to the end of China and then where? I mean, imagine you're in Kazakhstan and you've got to get something to Europe. I mean, it's just a nightmare, isn't it? It doesn't bear thinking about. What you might think about doing is putting it through Kazakhstan, and then Kazakhstan could put it into the Caspian Sea here, I guess. And then there is a canal that doesn't there? There's the Don Canal or something, which links the Caspian Sea to the Sea of Azov here. This is the Sea of Azov. The Don River. I don't know. It's navigable. I don't know. It must be, mustn't it? Don River. Don River. It looks like you can do it. Volga regards there. It looks like it links up. I don't know. Surprised if they come build, dig a trench to the Black Sea. Once you get to the Black Sea, you can get out to Istanbul. So, I mean, I suppose that's the way you'll do it, but you're still relying on your neighbours, aren't you? Aren't you? Kyrgyzstan. Didn't think of that, did you? Bleh. Okay, so is there any... So if you're spelling Kazakhstan, don't forget to begin it with KY, like KY jelly. And then it's RGY Z, Stan. So just think of like Y comes before Z. And then I don't know what you're going to do about the RG. You just got to think of something that stands for rather good. There you go. So there you go. KY, rather good. XYZ, but without the X. There's no X in it. Okay. There's a flight like what? Kazakhstan. Great name for a place. Been there. It's in Uzbekistan. Right. Okay. So next, where are we? Where are we in the world? Going next. Oh, this is exciting. Ooh, this is very exciting, my friends. We are going. Yes, we are going. No one can stop us. We are going to. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll be able to see it. It's Hughes. It's Hughes the World channel. You just have to type in at youtube.com/@ Hughes. Graham David Hughes. Just my name. Just my name. Don't wear it out. We're going to go down across China from Kyrgyzstan to Laos. Now, it looks like Laos, but don't call it Laos. They don't like that. They like calling it being called Laos. It's okay. Not everything has to be phonetic. It's okay. It's Suriname, not Suriname. It is Chile, not Chile. It's Kiribati, not Kiribati. But this is good. I can't say that, but Jenny Robinson, yes. You're entirely right. You're entirely right when you say that. I'm going to just put this tomato, this golden tomato in here, just to go crazy. So I won't be able to talk for a minute. Hang on. By the way, this is homemade bread. Yeah. It's not that supermarket shit. Italian bouillons were iconic. I agree. Right. Can't see. I've got too many books in the way. You go over there. Books. Well, so we're coming up to 28 hours and 40 minutes in. I'm just gonna nip out for the moment. I'm gonna be back in about a minute and a half. So I'm gonna just take a note of the time. I'll be back. Don't worry, I'll be back. 10. 45. 45. Oh, where's the first number? 40. 42. 45. Okay. Okie dokie. Right. This is your favourite sandwich. Go. Mine is cheddar cheese. This is the favourite sandwich. I don't know. I have to think about that. is a chicken doner kebab a sandwich? Anyway, one can never go hungry in the desert because of all the sand which is there. Ha 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 ha. How many flies does it take to change a light bulb? I'll let you know when they stop flying everywhere. That's really bad. Not as bad as my sandwich joke though. Okay. I'm just gonna. So that's fantastic news. Certainly in my time. Sorry, just turn it off. Just wanted to make sure that it stays on. Doesn't go completely cock-a-loop. Oh, we're going to allow next. I will allow it. Hello. What's happening over here? Hello. What's happening over there? I don't know. Yeah. Surround up on Kazakhstan. It's great. Yeah, it's a definite out of the way place, but I would recommend it. Just so you can say you go there. Just so you can say you've been there. Oh, this is mango. Oh, I love a bit of mango. Drinking fresh mango juice. It's good stuff, this. Favorite sandwiches are being listed in the chat. Not even Tankway. Where's my squeaky tank? What? Watch out for the ambush. It's one or more pieces of bread. It's a sandwich. I also classify a sandwich as cooking. That's fair enough. Do you know what? The crust of this bread is like really chewy. Who's the world? Mukbang. Excuse me. Excuse me. Nibbling on my toes. Does this count? Am I still presenting? Hummus, cucumber, lettuce, smoked ham, and cheddar on sourdough. Favorite sandwich. I don't know. I think it just depends on the mood, the day of the week, the time of the day. I think probably when my mum makes me an egg and bacon toasty sandwich. An egg and bacon toasty. Can't do better than that, can you? No sauce, just like God intended. That's pretty epic. I just realised this is my lunch. I can't believe it's only it's not 2 o'clock yet. My God. Oh well, I'm well over halfway there now. That's good. Graham is supposed to chew your food, not inhale it. Well, I'm trying to present this. I don't want to be disqualified for wasting too much time. Plus, I grew up with 2 older brothers. Like, if you didn't eat your food quick, they'll go, "Are you eating that?" And then the fork will come in and take it away from you. Here comes the fork. Miss Selby, all the best. But yeah, a grilled cheese sandwich is always good with Marmite on top. See this? Homemade Bounty Bar. Mmm. So good. Mmm. So good. Mmm. Mmm. Nice, right, camembert. Mmm. Camembert. Mmm. So good. What bear do you... Well, sorry, what bear? Mmm. Hang on. Mmm. Yeah, grilled cheese, grilled cheese toasty with Marmite on top. Just a little bit. You don't want it to be overpowering. So, what cheese do you use to get bear out of the cave? Come on, bear. What cheese did Bird's Eye use to hide the taste of horse meat in the lasagnas? Like 10 years ago, and there's that horse meat scandal. What cheese they used to hide the taste of the horse meat? Mascarpone. What did the cheese say to itself in the mirror? Hello, me. How do you steal cheese from a Welshman? Caffeine. Why did the Mexican take your cheese? Because it was nacho cheese. Where's that bloody tank? Can't be a good cheese joke. What's wrong with you? You want a cheese joke? Fine, we'll go to Lao. There's Lao. Hello, Lao. Lao's landlocked, but it's not landlocked because it's on the Mekong River. It's on the mighty Mekong. Hello, this is the Mekong River. See this? See this blue thing here? This is the Mekong. Look at it twisting away like a plate of Evan spaghetti. Look at it. Blah, 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 blah. You can just go all the way down here, and then you can plop yourself out into the ocean blue. Okay, you've got to go through pen and pay. I suppose they could stop you if they didn't like the look of you. But you can. There you go. Mekong Delta. Happy days out into the I mean, I suppose as far as Laos is concerned, it's a bit like, oh shit, I've got to go through Cambodia, I've got to get through Vietnam. But I think they'll get away with it. I think they'll get away with it. Why was this drunk scouser? Why did the drunk scouser walk softly? Because he couldn't walk hardly. Walk hardly. He couldn't walk hard. Yeah. What's the most stylish cheese? Swish. I do like that. That's very good. Swish. Yeah, I'm going to say that one. What cheese is the most stylish? Swish. Yeah, I like that one. I'm going to have to keep that. Put that in the old joke bank. What else have we got? And now this is getting cheesy. It is, my fans. It is. There's an explosion at the cheese factory. All that was left was debris. Anyway, where was I? Lao. We were doing Lao, weren't we? Let's do Lao. We do Lao? Not the land of a million elephants or something. Land of a million elephants. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Soft and hard. Soft and hard. Hard cheese. Hard cheese. Oh, there's a vehicle outside reversing. Why are you reversing on me? You know what? It's been annoying for ages. This is where I accidentally turned this camera off. There we go. That's better. That's more better. I keep on feeling I've got to sit up. I don't want to sit up. Better things to do than sit up like a bastard. Right, where was I? Soft and hard. Maybe a squadron of tanks. Maybe. Lao, lao, lao. My pages for Lao are coming out of the book. That's not good, is it? When you use the book so much that the actual pages are coming out of it. 176 it says on there. That was my 176th country was Lao. Lang Prabang. And I've been to Laos before. I've travelled down the Mekong in Laos. Met a lovely lady on the boat. Still Facebook friends. So yeah, good times. I was once in Laos, going down the Mekong. There's a guy, side of the road, side of the water, whatever. We'd stopped, and there were two guys sitting there having a natter. And one of them was wearing an old Everton 1-to-1 shirt. This is back in like 2002, so it wasn't that it wasn't that old. He had not a 1-to-1 shirt on, and I was like, "Oh wow, do you support Everton?" And he's just looked, "I don't know what you're talking about." And the guy next to him translated what I said to him because the guy next to him could speak English. And the guy went, wow, 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 wow. And he translated back to me. And he said, he says, no, he doesn't know who Everton are. Someone gave him this shirt. And do you know what? I was so excited because you see a lot of Liverpool shirts traveling the world. I don't mean they're traveling the world on their own like some kind of ghost. I mean, like, you know, lots of people wearing Liverpool shirts. You see lots of people wearing Man United shirts. You see some people wearing Chelsea shirts. I mean, you know, each to their own and all that, but you know, well, I wouldn't wear it on me. Might as well wear a t-shirt that says I'm a dickhead, eh? You know, maybe a squadron of tanks. What did the mineral thief get charged with when he stole salt and lithium? Assault and battery. Wasn't that a joke about the fight in the fish and chip shop that the fish got battered? I'm sure that was a joke. Wasn't the Mekong in Eagle Comics? I don't know. Why are we talking about the Mekons? We are the Mekons. Anyway, so there's Lau. Hello, Lau. It's all good. So yeah, if you see someone wearing a football shirt, sorry, of your team, the team that you support, and you're not entirely sure they might be on the same page as you, maybe keep your gob shut. Right. Where Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam tuk-tuk drivers, the Thai driver will take you to the destination via a silk shop. The Vietnamese would almost run you over for your custom, where you'll probably have to go and find the Lao driver, wake him up, and then persuade him to do some work. No teeming, smoggy metropolis, no aggressive entrepreneurialism. This is Southeast Asia's most relaxing country to travel in. In the north, a rugged terrain of emerald mountains and dramatic limestone peaks crisscrossed with rivers makes travel impossibly slow. Flat as a pancake and sprinkled with palm trees, the languid south is a quasi-market garden of Laos, separated from economic powerhouse of Thailand by the massive Mekong River. After 30 years of communist inertia, Laos is hurrying to play catch-up with its neighbours, and while economic reforms have spawned a new urban elite, the rest of the country's subsistence farming village life remains virtually unchanged since the French sidled in more than a century ago, which is pretty cool. Ensuing the international arena since its takeover in 1975, the communist regime learned by the 1980s that further isolation would be its downfall and gingerly opened its doors to foreign investment. As such, Laos has reinvented itself as a crossroads state. Major highways are being built between China, Thailand, and Vietnam, transforming the country from being landlocked to being land-linked. And while the government concerns itself over falling standards of morality, so much so that Thai TV invading the airwaves, it was with so much Thai TV invading the airwaves, the world's environmentalists are more anxious about what's happening to the country's wildlife, disrupted by the building of 11 lucrative hydroelectric dams and the continued logging of huge swathes of forest. It's a difficult place. Preservation of one of the world's richest ecosystems, resources versus Laos need to financially support itself and keep up with the other members of ASEAN. Rural poverty and the skyrocketing scrap metal trade in China has also seen a rise of unexploded ordnance, UXO, fatalities, a lasting legacy of the US-led secret war. UXOs are another factor in Laos' slow development, as land is virtually unusable until it's cleared, an expensive and time-consuming process. Government forced resettlement of Hmong villagers in an attempt to rein in more than 3 decades of major insurrection is having mixed results. Security alerts are frequent, although often unpublicized. Don't be surprised to see the odd gun-toting guard knocking around on bus journeys. Finally, the problem of slash and burn farming practice for centuries by ethnic farmers and the cultivation of coffee, rice, and rubber has led to extensive deforestation of the original growth forest. Environmentalists are working in earnest to approach change through re-education, but reversing the tradition and convincing skeptical tribes is not an overnight process. I mean, you can't convince people who have got actually went to school and got a couple of GCSEs that climate change is something that's real and we should be concerned about. On the plus side, literacy has risen considerably. Inter-country communications is improving, and many hospitals are being built, and life expectancy has risen. So, before the French, British, Chinese, and Siamese drew a line around it, Laos was a collection of disparate principalities, subject to an ever-revolving cycle of war, invasion, property, and decay. Laos' earliest brush with nationhood was in the 14th century when Khmer-backed Lao warlord Fa Nung Fa Ngum conquered Weigchan, which is Vientiane, which is the capital, Vientiane. It was Phag Ngum who gave his kingdom the title, still favoured by the travel romantics and businesses. Lan Chang, or the Land of a Million Elephants. I said that, didn't I? I said it's called Land. So there you go. Lan Chang reached its peak in the 17th century when it was a dominant force in Southeast Asia. By the 18th century, the nation had crumbled, falling under control of the Siamese, who converted much of the modern day Laos as a buffer zone against the expansion for the French. So basically, in the same way. Sorry, I pushed this too much. Sorry, I did it a bit too much. Sorry about that. It's better, isn't it? Lao. What was I saying about Lao? Yeah, the buffer zone, like Afghanistan. So Lao was just it was just the bits that weren't the other countries. You know, like England are just the bits of Great Britain that aren't Wales and Scotland. God, say that to a refucker. Hey, we have entered now our 29th hour. And I don't know about you, I think that deserves a bit of confession. You know what that means? Means I've got about 29 hours left. So I got 20 hours. 20 hours left. Time for more sun. Where's that bloody tank? That was a Ren original. Anyway, so yeah. That was a buffer zone against the expansionist French. It was to no effect. Soon after taking Annam and Tonkin, modern-day Vietnam, the French negotiated with Siam into relinquishing her territory to east of the Mekong, and Laos was born. The country's diverse ethnic makeup and the short history as a nation-state means nationalism was slow to form. The first nationalist movement, the Free Lao movement, was created to prevent the country's return to French rule after the invading Japanese left at the end of World War II. In 1953, France granted full sovereignty, but 20 years of chaos followed as Laos became a stage on which the clash of communist ambition and USA anxiety about perceived Southeast Asian domino effect played itself out. A period of shifting alliances and political mayhem saw multiple parties with multiple agendas settle into two factions: the Pathet Lao, supported by the North Vietnamese, the Chinese and the Soviets, and the right-wing elite, backed by the US government. I don't think America's ever met a fascist it didn't like. From the 1965 to 1973, the US devastated eastern and northeastern Laos with non-stop carpet bombing to counter the presence of the North Vietnamese in the country. The campaign intensified the war between the Pathet Lao and the Royal Lao armies, and if anything, increased domestic support for the communists. The US withdrawal in 1973 saw Lao divided up between Pathet Lao and non-Pathet Lao, but within 2 years, the communists had taken over, and the Lao People's Democratic Party was created under the leadership of Vietnamese protege Keystone Pham Vinh. Around 10% of Laos' population fled, mostly into Thailand. The remaining opponents of the government, mostly tribe of the Hmong, the Highland dwellers in Chiang Chong and Lao Prabang, were suppressed, often brutally. The Lao government quickly recognised that the shortcomings of the social experiment and since the 1980s, socialism has been softened to allow private enterprise and private investments, but not political dissent, of course. Why would you allow political dissent? Come on. Let's be sensible here. Southeast Asian countries known as ASEAN. What? Oh, sorry. Lao entered the political family known as the Southeast Asian countries known as ASEAN in 1997. In 2004, the USA promoted Laos to normal trade relations, cementing the end of a trade embargo that had been placed into communist took power in 1975. The Lao government has set its goal to haul Laos out of the least developed country bracket by 2020. While still heavily reliant on foreign aid, Laos has committed to income-generating prospects in recent years in the bid to increase its prosperity. True story. I think it's great. I really like Lao. I like Lao. If you want to go and visit, Lao, well, you need to. I will allow it. I made that joke already, haven't I? I would, if you just want to go for the day, you can go here, which is like the Golden Triangle here. This is where you can. It's the Golden Triangle Special Economic Zone. There's the Hall of Opium there. You're going to see the hall. You have a whole hall of opium. That's quite cool. Yeah, so you can go there. You can also go into Burma at the same time, just for a Burma beer and have a beer, and leave your passport at the border, and you just pick it up when you go. And then yeah, I've gone down the Mekong River, the mighty Mekong River in Laos, which has been really cool. Where did I go to? I went down from. I think I went to. Did I go all the way to Vientiane? Might have done. No, I think I went to here. I think I went here. Mawang Thong. That rings a bell. Anyway, I did something like that. It was cool. I'm back, says Sarah. Yay! Hey, Sarah. How you doing? We were telling terrible jokes a minute ago. I think we lost a lot of people. I think people just disappeared. So like, great, shut up, go. So yeah, Lao Prabang. Yeah, that's where I went. I went to Lao Prabang. Went there. That's really cool. Lang Prabang. Cool. And then yeah, I got on at Lao Prabang. So I went there, and then I came down the river. Yeah. And then yeah, the river just turns there, and it comes along here. Yeah, I went down the river, and then I got to Vientiane. I think that's what I did. Something like that. It was a few days' journey down the river. It was lots of fun. Lots of fun. Your plastic pal who's fun to be with. This is for you, Sarah. Yeah. Right, where we go next? Do I recommend Lao? Yes. Next up, Lao Prabang is beautiful. Just get on the Mekong. Just get down the Mekong. Some nice old lady said, "You can have my fish head." Just give me a fish head. That's nice. Latvia. Latvia. Keep going, Graham. I'm with you to the end. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Friends to the end. This is the end, friend. Thank you. Another confetti. Get the confetti out there. I'm going to eat my bouncy thing. So good. Very chewy, though. Very chewy indeed. The hidden access you need sleep, Graham. Well, then it won't get me record, and I just wasted a day and a half of half time. I could have been playing with the kids. I mean, give us a break. I'm doing the best I can. I keep chewing it. Oh. No. I miss Greece. It's alright, mate. We can go back. I still spoke about it. Sorry, I'm just eating. Okay. Where next? Wow. Oh, for God's sake. I lost my spot. Latvia. Okay. So, next up, we're going to Latvia. If you have an appetite for Europe's lesser known lights, a taste of Latvian life with its full-voiced choirs and Art Nouveau architecture to stimulate the senses, let's go to Latvia! Yay! Can't wait to go to Latvia! Woo! We can pull out here, spin the globe, and then go over here up to the Baltics. Not to be confused with the Balkans. They're different things. They're different things entirely. Anyway, there's Latvia. A tapestry of sea, lake and woods. Latvia is best described as a vast, unspoiled parkland with just one real city, its cosmopolitan capital, Riga. The country may be small, but the amount of personal space it provides is enormous. You can always secure a chunk of pristine nature all for yourself, be it for trekking, cycling, or dreaming away on a white sand beach amid pine-covered dunes. Having been invaded over the decades by every regional power, Latvia has more cultural layers and less homogeneous population than its neighbours. People here fancy themselves to be the least pragmatic and most artistic of the Baltic lot. They point at with their myriad festivals and the merry devil-may-care attitudes. Well, a subdued Nordic version of it. So there you go. The Latvians. Let's get into it. I go find that over there. Let's see what the book says about Latvia. Let's go to Latvia, everyone. Let's go to Latvia. 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 Latvia's history is a troubled whirlwind, a fierce struggle, and long periods of occupation. Latvians descended from tribes that settled on the territory of modern Latvia around 2000 BC to fish and take advantage of rich deposits of amber. These tribes eventually merged with one Latvian identity. In 1201, at the behest of the Pope, German crusaders conquered Latvia and founded Riga, which became the major city in the German Baltic. The German Knights of the Sword made Riga their base for subjugating Livonia. Latvia was conquered by Poland in 1561, and then Catholicism was firmly established. Sweden then colonized Latvia, cheeky, in 1629, until the Great Northern War of 1700 to 21, after which the country was under Russian rule. Bloody Russians. Out of World War I rose an independent Latvian state declared on November the 18th, 1918. The Soviets were the first to recognise Latvia's independence, but the honeymoon didn't last. Soviet occupation began in 1939 with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Nationalisation, killings, and mass deportation to Siberia followed. Latvia was occupied partly or wholly by Nazi Germany from 41 to 45, when an estimated 175,000 Latvians, mostly Jews, were killed or deported. The first major public protest of the Glasnost openness era was on the 14th of June 1987, when approximately 5,000 people rallied at Riga's Freedom Monument to commemorate the 1941 Siberian deportations. The pro-independence Latvian Popular Front, Latvian Popular People's Front, won big majority in the March 1990 elections, but on 20th of January 1991, Soviet troops, Russian troops from Moscow, Moscow Empire troops, Imperial troops from Moscow, stormed the Interior Ministry building in Riga, killing 4 people. That was nice of them, wasn't it? Bastards. The August 1991 coup attempt in Moscow turned the tables, and Latvia declared full independence on the 21st of August. On 6th of September, the USSR recognised Latvia's independence. The country held its first democratic elections in June 1993. On May the 1st, 2004, Latvia entered the EU and its economy took off. The Balkan laggard Latvia registered the highest economic growth in the EU between 2001 and 2005, even as thousands of Latvians left for jobs in Ireland and elsewhere. Today, the future remains unclear, but imbued with optimism. This furniture is unclear. I can't see through this opaque furniture. Can you make your furniture a bit more see-through? Thank you very much to Viper Scott for the £5 super chat, saying keep it up. Yeah, keep it up. I need to take a break and stretch my legs now and again. Just like to do some little jumping jacks and stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to seize up in this chair and die. Viper Scott, thank you very much for buying 5 Hughes of the World gift memberships. That's very kind of you. Thank you to and you are the best. Thank you. You are officially the best. And to everyone who is just joining us now, I just want to say thank you for joining us and welcome new members. Welcome. We've got Matt Potter there, we've got Kieran J. Smith, we've got Complex UK, we've got Laurie Fitzgerald, we've got Copperbird. So welcome, and thank you for becoming a person, as a member of the channel. Yay! Blimey, early morning start, airport run, and the heat are really taking it out of me today. I didn't even realize I was falling asleep. Well, I can't do that because I won't get me record. I might not even get me record, like seriously. I mean, it's not like I've got someone from Guinness World Records standing over my shoulder going, we're going to give you the record as soon as you complete this. I'm going to have to send this to them and go, well, I did it on there. I don't even know if it's going to save on what's it called? What's that thing called? TikTok. Does it save on TikTok or does it just disappear once it's gone? That's what I want to know. Can you watch like an old live or like once it's gone, is it gone? I don't know. Anyway, where was I? Latvia. Is the next place Lithuania now? There's got to be another La, hasn't there? Lanthanide. No, there isn't another La. The next one on the list is another one of my countries that's a bit of a fave of mine, but it's a bit, people don't go there because they might die. And it's here. It's just next to Israel, and it's Lebanon. Hello, Lebanon. How you doing? Not so good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lebanon. I think you're awesome. Listen, I know there's a lot of people out there give you a lot of shit. I don't give you a lot of shit. I think you're awesome, mate. I think you're really cool. I like you. You can stay. Got good food. So there's Tripoli in what's that name of the place? In Algeria. No. Libya. It's the capital. It's the capital of Libya, right? Tripoli. There's another Tripoli in Lebanon. You can get caught out by that, so be careful. Don't fly to the wrong place. There's Beirut there. Beirut, which obviously is kind of famous for getting blown up and shit. Lebanon. Lebanon is one of the most vibrant and complicated societies on earth, grafted to one of the Middle East's most beautiful regions. Population of just 4 million people. This diminutive Mediterranean nation is a place where culture, family, and religion are all important, but where sectarian violence can also often erupt, claiming lives and scarring both the landscape and the national psyche. Home to world-famous national cuisine, a string of sexy beach resorts in the Middle East's most glamorous city, Beirut. This also is a country where the fiery orators and fierce foot soldiers of Hezbollah are based, and where scores of Palestinian and Syrian refugees currently shelter, scarred by decades of civil war, invasions, and terrorist attacks, yet blessed with magnificent mountain vistas, majestic ancient ruins, and people who are resilient, indomitable, and renowned for their hospitality. Lebanon rewards the traveller with food for thought and a feast for the senses and the stomach. Do not miss it. That might be a bit difficult to go there at the moment because of reasons to do with war and shit. But I'll tell you a little bit. About Lebanon. Amazing food. Yeah, amazing food. Just absolutely amazing food. Okay, so where are we going? Lebanon. Until it gained independence in 1946, Lebanon formed a part of the region known as Syria. As it shared that country's history, see page 508 for pre-independence events. So I will refer to that when I get to Syria. Yes. Lebanon emerged with Syria from the breakup of the Ottoman Empire following World War One. Between the wars, the country was under French mandate, and then it became fully independent in 1946. A strategic Middle Eastern location and relatively stable West-leaning government made it a major trade and banking centre, with many Western multinationals having their Middle East head offices in Beirut. But Lebanon had a fatal flaw in its national makeup. Power and control rested with the right-wing Christian part of the population, while Muslims, almost half the population, felt they were excluded from the government. Add large numbers of displaced and restive Palestinians, and the result was a recipe for conflict. In 1975, civil war broke out between a predominantly Muslim leftist coalition allied with Palestine groups and Christian right-wing militias, and Christian right-wing militias. In April 1976, Syrian forces intervened at the request of the Lebanese parliament, Suleiman Frangia, to halt the defeat of the Christian forces. An uneasy peace was foisted upon the two sides by the Syrians. Then came more trouble. In order to protect northern Israel from cross-border attacks by the PLO, the Israelis marched into southern Lebanon in 1978 and set up a surrogate militia, the South Lebanon Army, the SLA. Following UN pressure, the Israelis withdrew 3 months later, replaced by a mid-interim peacekeeping force. Meanwhile, in Beirut, both the Christian and Muslim militias were continuing to build up their arsenal. And then in June 1982, Israeli troops again marched into Lebanon, this time with the stated aim of eradicating the PLO. Laying siege to Beirut, they relentlessly bombarded the Muslim half of the country by air, sea, and land for 7 weeks. In August, the USA arranged for the evacuation of PLO fighters to other Arab countries, and a multinational force, MNF, of US and Western European troops was deployed in Beirut to protect Palestinian and Muslim civilians. After the assassination of Lebanese President-elect Bashir Gemayel, a Christian militia leader, Israeli troops entered West Beirut. 2 days later, the Israeli-backed Christian militias famously massacred Palestinian civilians in the Shatila and Shabra camps in the area. Bashir's brother, Amin Gemayel, was elected president. More than a year later, Israeli troops finally withdrew to southern Lebanon. No sooner had they left than fighting broke out between the Druze Muslim militias and Christian forces that had been deployed under the Shuf Mountains east of Beirut under Israeli protection. At the same time, fighting erupted between Lebanese army units and Muslim militia in the capital. The MNF came under repeat attack and suffered heavy casualties. It withdrew in early 1984 following suicide bombings of US and French contingents in October 1983. In mid-1985, the Israelis withdrew from the rest of Lebanon, except for a 60-kilometer-long border strip, which remained under Israeli and SLR control. Over the next couple of years, the country descended into more chaos and as rival factions, both within the Christian and Muslim camps, fought each other, and Iran-backed Muslim fundamentalists, the Islamic Jihad, resorted to taking foreigners hostage. At the request of the then Prime Minister, Syrian troops returned to West Beirut in February 1987 to end the fighting between rival Muslim militias. The Syrians slowly brought the Muslim areas of Lebanon under their control. At the end of his term, in September 1988, President Gemayel appointed a transitional military government led by General Michael Aton to succeed him. Aton disbanded the Christian militias and then launched a war of liberation against the Syrians in Lebanon. Following fierce fighting, Anon was defeated and sought refuge in France in August 1991. In the meantime, a majority of Lebanese MPs met in Taif, Saudi Arabia, to sign an Arab-broken Accord for National Reconciliation. The MPs elected a new president, who was then assassinated 17 days later. He was replaced by a moderate Maronite Christian who had good relations with Syria. With the help of the Syrians and Lebanese army, the Lebanese army took control of Beirut, and by late 1991, it had spread its presence to most Lebanese areas. By early 1992, all surviving foreign hostages had been released, and Syrian troops began withdrawing from the Beirut area. In August 1992, parliamentary elections were held in Lebanon for the first time in 20 years, and Muslim fundamentalists from the Iran-backed Hezbollah party won the largest number of seats. A few months later, the cabinet resigned, and Rafik Hariri was appointed as prime minister. As the new cabinet began building Beirut's infrastructure and rehabilitating the country, the security situation remained tense. In southern Lebanon, Israeli forces continued to attack the south, and during the 1991-92 skirmishes between Israeli soldiers and the border strip and Hezbollah fighters increased in frequency. After the Hezbollah fighters killed 7 Israeli soldiers in July 1993, Israel forces launched a week-long air, sea, and land bombardment on some 80 villages in southern Lebanon, killing 113 people and causing more than 300,000 civilians to leave for safer areas. Trouble flared up again in April 1996 when Israel mounted a wave of airstrikes at Hezbollah positions in the southern suburbs of Beirut and southern Lebanon. After Hezbollah responded, the Israeli launched another campaign called Operation Grapes of Wrath. Jesus. Their action attracted wide condemnation when the media reported that 102 refugees sheltering in the UN base at Cana had been massacred when the base was bombed by the Israelis. In February 2005, a tragic event acted as a catalyst for major historical upheaval. The former Prime Minister and popular benefactor, Rafik Hariri, was killed in a car bomb in Beirut. Though Damascus denied any involvement, the Syrians were popularly blamed, and huge anti- and some pro-Syrian demonstrations followed. Public reaction in turn triggered both the withdrawal of Syrian forces from Lebanon, ending a 29-year presence, and the eventual downfall of the government later that year. Following elections in May and in June 2005, an anti-Syrian alliance led by Said al-Hariri, the son of the assassinated Rafik Hariri, won the majority in parliament. For the first time in 15 years, members opposed to Syrian influence outnumbered the pro-Syrians. In the meantime, political jockeying and continued Syrian interest in the country, allied with deeply rooted corruption and ever-simmering sectarian tensions, still far from guarantee a smooth path forward to the country, even if the natural Lebanese optimism continues regardless. Obviously, the tit-for-tat strikes between Israel and Lebanon haven't stopped. A couple of years ago, the Israeli military carried out an operation where they had exploding pages. Talking of things exploding, there was a massive explosion. I think it was the biggest explosion that wasn't a nuclear one. It's the biggest peacetime explosion, I think, and that happened as a result of lots of explosive shit. I think it was like ammonia or something being stored in a warehouse in down in the docks in Beirut. So that's no good. And yeah, right at the moment, Israel and Lebanon are going at it, hammer and tongs, not in a good way, which is sad. It is sad. So, so where are we going to go next? I do love the food though. Sodium nitrate. Oh, there you go. About 200 tons of it. Made a big bang. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going to Lebanon right now, which is sad because I really like Lebanon. I just wish it wasn't so, but you know what they say. They say don't go to Lebanon if you might get blown up. Okay, Lebanon, you're done. Ooh, Lesotho. Lesotho. Lebanon's often forgotten when it comes to things. They had it so bad in the last few years. Yeah, they have. They've really had a shit time. I forget they've had a civil war raging next door to them for the last, you know, from 2011 to what 2022 or 2023 when Assad finally got deposed and then they got Israel the south. I mean, talk about not having great neighbours. Let's go to Lesotho. It's spelled Lesotho, but it's pronounced Lesotho. The capital is Maseru. There's 2 million people live there. It's a little mountain kingdom surrounded by South Africa. Beautiful, culturally rich, safe, affordable, and easily accessible from Durban and Joburg. Mountainous Lesotho is a vastly underrated travel destination. The contrast with South Africa could not be more striking. With the Basotho people, so the people of Lesotho are called the Basotho, and they speak Sesotho. Distinct personality of the Basotho people and the altitudinous terrains, topographical extremes. Even if a few days in Lesotho's hospitable mountain lodges and trading posts will give you a fresh perspective on southern Africa. It's essentially an alpine country where villagers on horseback in multicolored balaclavas and blankets greet you across precipitous blends. Oh, thank you. Oh my word. Oh, we're done to past. Yay! We've been going now for 29 hours and 30 minutes. Ooh, bloody hell. Feeling it now, man. Feeling it. Okay, so let's go to Lesotho. Who have a hat on their flag. Can't argue with that, can you? You know, a country goes through the bother of having a hat on the flag. What's not to love, baby? What's not to love? Okay, so we're going to zoom out of Lebanon. I'm going down to the bottom of Africa. I'm going to zoom into Lesotho. Hello, Lesotho. So here's Lesotho. If you're wondering how I got to Lesotho, I went to Pietermaritzburg, which is apparently one of the murder capitals of the world. I didn't know that. And then we went to Pietermaritzburg, is there? Pietermaritzburg. And then I went to Underberg. And from Underberg, you can get tours, shared jeep tours, and you go up the Sani Pass. There you go, the Sani Pass border control. There you go, and you get to spend a little time up here. And there's a pub at the top. Oh, thank you, darling. Kat, are you going out at all? Okay, right, thank you. Keep your pack up, Graham. Thank you. What letter are we on? Because I wouldn't mind for you to McDonald's island to see those penguins are still paying their tax. Maybe, I don't know. Is this the place where you go? Oh no, it's a lodge. No. Oh, I thought there was a pub at the top here. It's like the highest pub in Africa or something. Mountain Escape, is that it? No, that's not it. That's a bed, something. What is that? Black Mountain Pass, River Basin. Maybe it's not there anymore. I'm sure it was like an Irish pub. I made a joke about Irish pub. Lesotho. Oh, there you go. Sandy Mountain Escape. Okay. Is this it? That's just like someone's house, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it above it all. No, I'm sure they had a sign saying the highest pub. Oh no, there again, that looks familiar. Looks familiar. Wow, covered in ice. Cool. That looks very familiar. Pride of Lesotho. Yeah, that's what you want. There you go. Highest pub in Africa. Yes, thank you. The Sani Mountain Lodge. So I went here, right? Highest pub in Africa. And I thought it was an Irish pub for some reason. And it's not. But the guy behind the bar who was serving me was a Scouser. I like we get everywhere. Anyway, so Lesotho up in the mountains. Oh God, now it's trying to get me every pub in town. I said pub, not somewhere to stay the night. Irish pub. I put. So yeah, there's Lesotho. There, if I go to the topological map, whatever it's called, you'll be able to see it's like very mountainous. It's very mountainous up there, up in the mountains. Bowler hat, keep it up. Whoa, 29 minutes until I can finally play 2007. No, 1007. No, 007. First lice. Do LIVESTREAM on phone. Don't worry, I'll stream at home, so I'm not missing much on Witness Graham Guinness Record. Oh, I'm just trying to make it not boring. Right, where was I? Oh, I was going to tell you about. Do you know what? I'm not even using this Africa one. I'm going to put that back over there. You can go back over there, young man. Where was I? Right. Why does it have to be the one at the bottom of the stack? Always the one at the bottom, isn't it? Oh, do you know what? I haven't told you my fascinating facts about the last few places, have I? I had to rectify that situation. So where are we? Lesotho. I probably said something about them having a hat on a flag. Botswana. Swaziland. Lesotho. There you go. Oh no, I just said exactly what I said. Lesotho is pronounced Lesotho. The people are called Basotho, and the language is called Sesotho. There you go. Now you know. Let's have a look. So we haven't done Slovenia yet. We did Croatia, Macedonia, Kosovo. In May 2009, when I visited, Kosovo as a sovereign nation was just over 1 year old. That's my fascinating fact about Kosovo. Hungary. I did do Hungary, didn't I? Fascinating fact about Hungary. Hang on, I need a prop for this. Fascinating fact about. Oh shit. To prove that I'm still going for the TikTok. Hello. Hungarian sculptor and architect Erno Rubik's famous cube has, I don't know how you say this. It's 43, 252, 003, 274, 489, 856, 000 possible permutations. That's enough cubes to cover the Earth's surface, cover the whole surface of the Earth, 275 times. That's just crazy. That can't be. That doesn't sound. Does that sound right to you? Can't be that many, can it? That many permutations. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Let's see what I had to say about Latvia. Latvia has an entire museum dedicated to history's greatest teller of tall tales, Baron von Munchausen. They've got a museum dedicated to him. That's very cool. I think that's very cool. I think it's cool. Right, where was I? We're getting the Africa one out. Okay. Quick, tell us about Lesotho, Graham. All right, calm down. Rwanda, that's not near. Namibia, that's better. That's somewhere near. Namibia. Namibia. Oh my god, I've got so many more to do. The M's never end. We'll be on the M's till the end of time. Lesotho is called Southern Africa's kingdom in the sky for a good reason. It's stunningly beautiful, mountainous country, nestled island-like in the middle of South Africa, and it's a fascinating travel detour from its larger neighbour. The country offers superb mountain scenery, a proud traditional people, endless hiking trails, and the chance to explore remote areas on Basotho ponies. Ooh, isn't that sweet? The lowland areas, all of which are still above 1,000 meters, offer some craft shopping and dinosaur footsteps, while highlands in the northeast and center feature towering peaks over 3,000 meters, and verdant valleys. Lesotho came into being during the early 19th century, when both the forced migration and bear incursions into the hinterlands were at their height. Under the leadership of legendary King Moshoeshoe, what a great name, Moshoeshoe the Great, the Basotho people sought sanctuary and strategic advantage amid the forbidding terrain of the Draxon and the Maluti Ranges. This small nation they forged continues to be an intriguing anomaly in a sea of modernity, which is really cool. Neighbouring South Africa has always cast a long shadow over Lesotho, fueling a perpetual struggle for separate identity on an ever-diminishing patch of territory. The first inhabitants of the mountainous region that makes up the present-day Lesotho were hunter-gatherers known as the Khoisan. They left so many examples, lots of examples of their rock art in the river valleys. Lesotho was settled by the Sotho people in the 16th century. King Moshoeshoe, pronounced Moshoeshoe. They just set me up to fail here. King Moshoeshoe is the father figure of Lesotho's history. He began life as a local chief in a small village. Around 1820, he led his villagers to Buthe, a mountain stronghold where they survived the first battles of forced migration caused by the violent expansion of the nearby Zulu state. The loosely organized Sotho society managed to survive due largely to adept political and diplomatic abilities of the king. In 1824, Moshoeshoe moved his people to Thamba Busiu, a mountaintop that was even easier to defend. The continual war between the Orange Free State and Basotho land was not good for British interest, and in 1868, the British government annexed Basotho land and handed it to the Cape Colony to run in 1871. At the period of instability, the British government again took direct control of Basutu land, as Lesotho was once known, in 1884, although it remained easier to give effective authority to local leaders than rule through British officers. Lesotho's existence is attributable to a quirk of history and fortuitous timing. In the 1880s, direct British rule was deeply resented by the local population and infringement on Basutu land's freedom and sovereignty. Little were they to know that the British occupation would secure the future dependence of Lesotho, and all other kingdoms fell under the South other kingdoms fell under the South African umbrella, all because of the precise moment when the Union of South Africa was created. Basutu land was a British protectorate and not included in the Union. In 1910, the advisory Basutu National Council was formed from members nominated by the chiefs. In the mid-50s, the council requested internal state government from the British. In 1960, a new constitution was in place and elections was held over the Legislative Council. The BCP, this is the Basutoland Congress Party, won the 1960 elections and demanded full independence from Britain. This was eventually agreed to. Independence came in 1966. However, the elections in 1965, the BCP lost to the BNP, who are the Basutoland National Party, and Chief Jonathan became the first Prime Minister of the new Kingdom of Lesotho, which allied itself with the apartheid regime across the border. Not good, is it? Stripping King Moshoeshoe of the few powers that the new constitution had left him did not endear Jonathan's government to the people, and the BCP won the 1970 election. Jonathan was deposed in 1986. In 1995, Leslie III abducted in favour of his father. Following months of protest, the government appeared to be losing control in late September 1998. The government agreed to call new elections, but they were delayed until May 2002. The LCD party won. This is Congress, Lesotho Congress for Democracy, LCD party. The LCD party, LCD sound system, won again, and Prime Minister Mozilili, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, began a second and peaceful 5-year term. Lesotho ranks amongst the region's poorer countries and has few natural resources other than water and gem diamonds. During the last century, the country's main export was labour. Approximately 60% of the males worked mainly in mining in South Africa. In the late 90s, reconstructing of South African gold mining industry, mechanisation, and the closure of some mines resulted in huge unemployment losses. Huge employment losses, I should say. Has Graham walked around for a while? No, I need to have a break and have a walk around. What time is it now? Yeah, I'll just keep going for an extra 14 minutes, and I'm gonna go for a bit of a walk. I'll just leave this running. I don't need to, because it's going out on all the channels anyway. It's better. Ooh, I'm gonna go to the shop. So you can be high in the highest pub in Africa. I don't think this is that weird. Yeah. 18 hours to go. Almost. That makes it sound easier than this. Where was I? Yeah. In late 1990s, the restructuring of South African gold mining industry, mechanization, and the closure of huge mines resulted in huge employment losses. Meanwhile, the Lesotho economy, under transformation due to a rapid growth of the textile industry, also collapsed as a result of Chinese competition and changes to the internal agreements. Meanwhile, the respect of AIDS is high. The infection rate, adult prevalence, is estimated to a massive 30%, 1 in 3. The elections of 2007 bring challenges of another kind, whether to back Moshoeshoe for a third term, whether corruption is being tackled vigorously enough, and whether grassroots concerns are being neglected in favour of a more gentrified party. You know what? Like, it's a bit same old in Africa, and obviously each country's got its own challenges. But I don't know. I really like Lesotho. It's very chilled out. It's just this crazy place on top of a hill, on top of this mountain, up in the hills. I just think it's really cool. I just think it's a really cool place. I think we're in a cool place here. So yeah, I'll recommend it. Recommend it. I should give each country how much I recommend it score. But there you go. Lesotho, my friends, Lesotho. Right. Who is next? Who is up next? We'll have to find out. Liberia. Not go far, just up to the other side of Africa. So we're going to go across South Africa here, and then we're going to go up through Namibia, and up through Angola, and from the Democratic Republic of Congo to the Gabon and Equatorial Guinea, and then we're going to go across here to Ghana, and then a little bit this way. Liberia. There we go. Hello, Liberia. Hello, Liberia. I got to sneeze. Hang on. Sorry about that. Oh, don't do Guinness World Record attempts when you got a cold. Anyway, there we go. Onward and upward, as they say. Yay! Anyway, so I love all the education. Thanks, kids. Keep going. Well, I never. Thank you very much. Well, I never. That's very kind of you. We're going to Liberia next. In Liberia. And if we visit Liberia, you'll notice it's next to Sierra Leone, which is important. You'll find out why in a moment. Liberia is an American colony in Africa. What's an American colony doing in Africa, I hear you say? Well, we're going to find out. And Monrovia is the capital. It's named after James Monroe, the American president. The Liberian flag is very much like the American flag, so it's only got one star. Okay, so let's get into it. And about Liberia, Cameroon, Mali, Liberia. All right. After almost 2 decades of war, Liberia, a lush rainforested country, draped across West Africa's southern flank, seems to have found a bit of breathing room. With Africa's first woman president at the helm, the peace, while still fragile, is holding, and Liberians have thrown themselves with gusto into the work of rebuilding their shattered land, which is very cool. I'll tell you what it says in the World Book quickly, very quickly. What does it say in the World Book? Oh, what does it see, France? That's right. It says, founded by freed slaves from the USA and emerging from the devastation of civil war, Liberia is a country rich with natural beauty that is getting back on its feet. So there you go. All right. So when I went there, the population was about 3.3 million. I think it's a bit more than that now. And here's the story, Morning Glory. After being populated for more than a few thousand years, Liberia struck American abolitionists as an ideal place to resettle freed slaves. In 1822, the first group set off the boat at Providence Island, Monrovia. They saw themselves as part of a mission to bring civilization and Christianity to Africa, but their numbers were soon depleted by tropical disease and hostile indigenous residents who resented being dominated by the new arrivals. The surviving settlers, known as Americano-Liberians, declared an independent republic in 1847. Yet, fatally for the new republic's future, citizenship excluded indigenous people. And every president until 1980 was of an American free slave ancestry. For nearly a century, Liberia floundered economically and politically, while the indigenous population suffered under a form of forced labor that would have been called slavery anywhere else. So basically, these freed slaves came over from America and they set up a colony, and they basically enslaved the indigenous people of the colony. Can't win, can you? Tides began to change between 1944 and 71 during William Tubman's presidency. Thanks to the image of stability that Tubman was able to project, foreign investment flowed into the country, and for several decades, Liberia maintained sustained sub-Saharan Africa's highest growth rate. Firestone and other American companies made major investments, and Tubman earned praise as the maker of modern Liberia. He did, you know. Its influx of new money exacerbated social inequalities and hostilities between Americo-Liberians and the indigenous populations. The relationships worsened, and while indigenous Liberians were finally granted the right to vote in 1963, the concession was too little too late. The government continued to be controlled by about a dozen interrelated Americo-Liberian families, and corruption was rampant. Resentment began to simmer, and in April 1980, William Talbot, who succeeded Tubman as president, was overthrown and killed in a coup led by uneducated Master Sergeant Samuel Doe. For the very first time, Liberia had a ruler who wasn't an American Liberian, giving the indigenous population a taste of political power and opportunity for vengeance. The 28-year-old Doe shocked the world by ordering 13 ex-ministers to be publicly executed on a beach in Monrovia. While this coup gave power to the indigenous population, it was widely condemned regionally and internationally. Relations with neighbouring African states soon thawed. However, the post-coup flight to capital, coupled with ongoing corruption, caused Liberia's economy to plummet. Doe struggled to maintain his grip on power, but to no avail. Opposition forces began to gain strength, and intertribal fighting broke out. On Christmas Eve 1989, several hundred rebels, led by Charles Taylor, former head of the Doe government's procurement agency, launched an invasion from Côte d'Ivoire. Doe's troops arrived shortly thereafter, indiscriminately killing thousands of unarmed civilians, raping women and burning villages. By mid-1990, Taylor's forces controlled much of the countryside. Much of Monrovia was under the forces of rebel leader Prince Johnson, and Doe was holed up in his mansion. Liberia lay in ruins. Refugees streamed into neighbouring countries. US warships were anchored off the coast, and a West African peacekeeping force called ECOMOG. Come up with these names. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit the mic then. Sorry. ECOMOG was dispatched in an attempt to keep the warring factions apart. Refusing to surrender, Doe and many of his supporters were finally wiped out by Johnson's forces. With both Johnson and Taylor claiming the presidency, ECOMOG forces installed their own candidate, Amos Sawyer, as head of an interim government. Taylor's forces continued to occupy the countryside, and while remnants of Doe's army and Johnson's followers encamped within Monrovia. There was failed peace accords. Rebel-led warfare broke out near the Guinea border, followed by devastating outbreaks of fighting in 2002-2003. Finally, in August 2003, with rebel groups controlling much of the country and under heavy pressure from the international community, Charles Taylor went into exile in Nigeria. A transition government was established, leading to elections in late 2005. One of the things that happened during this civil war in Liberia, you'll notice that it's next door to Sierra Leone. You know the movie Diamonds from Sierra Leone, Blood Diamonds, yeah, Blood Diamonds, yeah. Well, these civil conflicts rarely keep maintained within the confines of the country, and the reason why Sierra Leone got earmarked for instability was because of Liberia. Now, Liberia as a place, not too bad. It's definitely safe to go there now, as it wasn't a while ago. It's a lush, green, friendly and vibrant land, offering everything from excellent surf shops and shops selling wares to edgy local designers today spent lolling in comfy hammock on the edge of the rainforest while listening to tropical birds sing. It's home to one of West Africa's best national parks and still hangs on to a confident American spirit mixed with West African roots. And despite the ravages of the past, it's still a fantastic place to travel, full of hope and energy. So there's that. So it's not as bad. It's not as bad as you might think at first. Anyway, so yes. Oh, we got another super chat from Cavan Lad. Thank you very much, Cavan Lad. That's very, very kind of you. We've got a little bird. No, that's very cool. You can take TikTok with you. Graham walked around for them for a while. Why can't people just not be dicks to each other? I don't know. I suppose I could walk around with me phone, but then I kind of don't want to. Biscuit. I don't want a biscuit for a biscuit. Anyway, it's coming up to it's coming up to 3 o'clock here. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to splash my face over with some cold water. So I'll make a note of the time. I'm sort of making a note of the time all over me bit of paper here, which isn't optimal, is it? Let me just do this properly. Okay, so let's say 14:59 00. Cool. Beepity popping in before I start work. Oh, that's lovely. Right, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go for a walk. I'm gonna splash my face. I'm gonna wake up a little bit, and then we'll head on to the next country on the list. Maybe you could spend some time trying to guess where it is. See you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you later. Oh, hello. 12:30. 15, 12:30. Hello, everyone. How you all doing? Oh, Cavan lad, did I already say thank you for that one? I think I did. Unless there's not. Okay, cool. Hello. Leipzig has worried me now. He hasn't fallen asleep. No, I went for a walk. I went outside to get some fresh air. It's such a lovely day. I'm kind of missing it. And also my legs are kind of seizing up, sitting here all bloody day. I'm quite an active person. I don't like sitting around all the time. It feels a bit weird. Does it not feel weird to be sitting around all the time? All day. Whee! Yeah. Put that there. The World Empire Land back. Got some cool books here. Have you seen some of my books? Got the Atlas of Extinct Countries. That's really cool. Should do that. I've also got This Way Up. There's Map Men guys. That's their book. This Way Up. This Way Up. Let's show it to everyone. And obviously, there's my book, which is Man of the World, Man of the World, Man of the World, Man of the World. So yeah, I just was away there for 13 minutes and 30 seconds. That's all right. There you go. I'll only fall asleep. If I fall asleep, I'll be over there. I did that last night. I slept for half an hour. It was really weird because I set my alarm to wake me up. You know, give me a slap awake, and I didn't need to. I just woke up, and then my alarm went off. I'm like, oh. I think I went upstairs and brushed my teeth. I thought, well, if I've got a bit of time, I'll brush my teeth. What's the time in the bottom right? It's today's date and date. And we've got the parents campaigning for social media ban have written to the PM. Yes, I actually really kind of, sorry. I'm a bit of a Luddite in this regard. Sorry. So where were we? We just went to Liberia, didn't we? So Liberia was set up by both recaptured freed slaves from America and people who were trying to, the anti-slave people, the white anti-slave people who were trying to, get somewhere for people, enslaved people to go back to. But it was also supported by really, really fascist, right-wing racists who just wanted to get rid of all the black people out of America. Like, well, if you don't want to be slaves, and you don't want to stay here. So it's a bit of a weird country. Never mind. I've got to wait to my game to update now. I have to wait an hour for the update. Whoa, what? You got to wait for an hour for the update. That sucks, doesn't it? Guinness World Record, longest solo live stream attempt. Right. Okay. I didn't know it existed until the Michael Jackson song. What, Liberia? In Liberia, I don't know what song that is. Okay, next up, going a bit north. We're going a bit north. Where are we going to, Graham? Next up, we're going to Libya. Let's see our friend Libby in Libya. So I'm going to just do the modern papers here. Zoom out, isn't it? Now, when I went to Libya, it was a very, very different country. Because I went to Libya and Colonel Gaddafi was still in charge. Yeah. His name Muammar Gaddafi. So Libya is a realm of stunning coastlines, dramatic ancient ruins, and the majesty of the Sahara. Sadly, the upheaval caused by Libya's revolution in 2001, 2012, 2011, 2012 continues. Chronic instability and ongoing conflict mean that the whole country remains off limits to travelers, so no one's going to go there anytime soon. Libya is an ancient crossroads of civilizations that bequeathed to the Libyan coast some of the finest Roman and Greek ruins in existence, among them Leptis Magna, Cyrene, and Sabratha. Libya is also home to some of the most beautiful corners of the Sahara Desert, from the seas of sand the size of Swaziland and sheltering palm-fringed lakes to massive massifs adorned with prehistoric rock art, labyrinthine caravan towns, and isolated black as black volcano, and an isolated black as black volcano in the desert's heart, which is Wawa Al Nambus. Let's see if we can find Wawa Al Nambus on the map here. Wawa. It is. Have a look so we can see where Taserbo is. Taserbo. Oh, there it is. Taserbo. Spelled differently here. And then if we go to the left of there. Nope. Not going to appear. Not going to appear. Okay, fair enough. Maybe he's shy. Maybe he's shy. Oh, hang on. Wali Kabir. Maybe this is something different. It's quite close to here. Oh, there you go. That must be it. Maybe that's it. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Big black spot. Look at that for a volcano, eh? Wa'an Nambus. Whoa. Bloody hell. That's crazy. Like a big pimple on the skin of Libya. So Libya, mostly desert, as you can see. Mostly Sahara. There's only a little bit you can live on the littoral coast. But even there, look, this is all, when you've got a bit of green over here by Benghazi, maybe a little bit of green here by Tripoli, but the rest of it, it's just pure desert, man. What do you do? That's just crazy, isn't it? Anyway, Libya, ancient world, the ancient world. What you got to understand as well, and I can do this if I rotate the view, you know, this is the way. Actually, it wouldn't have been that way. Let's go west. So this is the way that the ancients would have mapped their lands. And if you kind of look at it like this, the way that it won't let me spin it like that. Oh, that's a bit mean, isn't it? Oh, that's cruel. Yeah, so the sea there, you know, this is why all of the Roman Empire pretty much was based around the Mediterranean, because you could just sail across it. You got somewhere you can sail across pretty easily on ships. Then this was the super highway at the time. We could turn it around. You want to turn it around all the way? Woo! Look at it upside down. Kind of weird looking at the world upside down. Interesting though. Doodly-doo. Hi, transplant Brighton from a Yorkshire sister, says Califrey. Hello. How you doing? Oh, Cass Hoskins. Hello from Transpride Brighton. Sending our love. We are listening while we are making our event happen. Aw, thanks, Cass. Aw, sending love. Thank you. I'm just messing around with the map at the moment. The map on Monday. So Libya. Yeah, a sad story. They finally got rid of their dictator. He was a horrible man, let's face it. He was horrible. But unfortunately, visiting Libya. Since 2000, visits to Libya have only been possible as part of organised tours, and visas are only issued to those with invitation from a Libyan tour company. The official reason is that the rule is freewheeling European tourists would cause red-handeds trying to take priceless antiques and prehistoric rock art out of the country. So they couldn't let you in on your own. You might steal stuff. So throughout history, Libya has been blighted by its geography, lying in the path of invading empires and someone else's war. That's put so perfectly. From 700 BC, what's now called Leptis Magna, and Tripoli, and Sabratha formed some of the links in a chain of safe Phoenician or Punic ports stretching from the Levant around to Spain. Traces of Phoenician presence in Libya remain at Sabratha and Leptis Magna. On the advice of the Oracle of Delphi, it famously had a cave, and if you went to visit the cave, the Oracle of Delphi, it said above the door, it said, "Know thyself." On the advice of the Oracle of Delphi, in 631 BC, Greek settlers established the city of Cyrene in the east of Libya. Within 200 years, the Greeks had built 4 more cities of splendor, which were part of the Pentapolis, which meant the 5 cities, which included Apollonia, as in Apollo, the god, but with Greek influence on the wane. The last Greek ruler, Ptolemy Apion, finally bequeathed the region of Cyrenaica to Rome in 75 BC. Woo! We got a super chat. Yay! Wheels of Darren. There you go. We've got a £20 super chat. Keep going, Graham. Supporting you all the way. You're doing great. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm trying to make a note of when I went to the loo and stuff. So I don't spend too much time away from the camera. So that was the last time I went was 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, tired. Trying to do sums, trying to do maths. Next up, we've got meanwhile, the fall of the Punic capital at Carthage in Tunisia prompted Julius Caesar to formally annex Tripolitania in 46 BC. The Pax Romana, the Peace of the Romans, saw Tripolitania and Cyrenaica become prosperous Roman provinces. Such was Libya's importance that a Libyan Septimus Severus became Rome's emperor between AD 193 to 211. In AD 643, Tripoli and Cyrenaica had fallen into the armies of Islam. From 800, the Abbasid appointed emirs of the they're just taking the piss now. Al-Ghalibid dynasty repaired for Roman irrigation measures. Don't give a shit. Don't care. The Ottomans occupied Tripoli in 1551. The soldiers sent Tripoli is the capital of Libya, by the way. The soldiers sent by the Sultan to support the Ottoman Pasha or governor grew powerful, and cavalry officer Ahmed Karamanli seized power in 1711. His Karamanli dynasty would last 124 years. The Ottoman Turks finally reined in their erstwhile proteges in 1835 and resumed direct control over much of Libya. On 3rd of October 1911, the Italians attacked Tripoli by claiming somewhat disingenuously to be liberating Libya from Ottoman rule. During almost 3 decades of brutal Italian occupation, a quarter of Libya's population died as a result. A quarter of the population wiped out by the Italians. With the onset of World War II, devastating fighting broke out in the area around Tobruk. By January 1934, Tripoli was in British hands, and by February, the last German and Italian soldiers were driven from Libya. Despite desperately poor Libya becoming independent in 1951, the country's fortunes were transformed by the discovery of oil. Let's hope they don't find oil, then our troubles will really begin. So the discovery of oil in 1959. Over the decades that followed, Libya was transformed from an economic backwater into one of the world's fastest growing economies. With the region in turmoil, it came as no surprise when a revolutionary command council led by a little known but charismatic 27-year-old Muammar Gaddafi seized power in Libya on the 1st of September 1969. Rising on a wave of anti-imperialist anger, the new leader had closed British and American military bases, expanded the army forces, and closed all newspapers, churches, and political parties. Some 30,000 Italian settlers were deported. As the colonel balanced his political theories of participation for all Libyans with the revolutionary committees that became famous for assassinating political opponents throughout Europe, the US accused Libya of involvement in a string of terrorist attacks across Europe, and on 15th of April 1986, the US Navy fired missiles at Tripoli and Benghazi. After Libyan agents were charged with the 1988 bombing of the Pan Am Flight 103 over the Scottish town of Lockerbie, and the 1989 explosion of the French UTA airliner over the Sahara, UN sanctions came into effect. Finally, in early 1999, a deal was brokered, and the suspects were handed over to the trial by Scottish judges in The Hague. The sanctions, which had cost Libya over $30 billion in US dollars in lost revenues and production capacities, were immediately lifted. Libya today is like a country awakening for a nightmare. This is before the Arab Spring. Libya's payments of compensation to victims of the Lockerbie disaster and its announcement on the 19th of December 2003 that it would abandon its chemical and nuclear weapons programs finally ended its international isolation. Suddenly, Libya was the West's best friend, held up an example of so-called rogue states across the region. World leaders have since flocked to Libya, and the US will soon reopen its embassy in Tripoli. And the Western business people are clamoring for lucrative oil contracts. The Libyan government has promised far-reaching economic reforms as part of its plan to overhaul Libya's moribund economy. Right, so listen, right, so none of that happened. I'm not saying that the Arab Spring shouldn't have happened. I think some of the things that happened were good. And eventually they got rid of al-Assad. Eventually they got rid of Mubarak. They got rid of the leader in Tunisia. They got rid of Colonel Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi. Rebecca says, "Go Graham, you're doing great. You got this record." Oh. We're up to 30 hours. 30 and a half hours. Oh my God. So 30 times 5 is 120. So is that right? 30 times 5? I'm going mad in my old age. 3 times that was 150, isn't it? 150. 150 minutes I can take off so far. And of them, I took 45 minutes off this morning. I've definitely taken 15 minutes off. So that's 60 of that, 150 minutes. So that's 90 minutes. I've got an hour and a half. Maybe 80, maybe 70, maybe 75 actually. Because I think I took 15 minutes off then when I just went for a walk. Last time I checked, you're on the G's. Hope it's all going well, mate. You're on the home straight now. This is the wall, hitting the wall. Oh, I'm just thinking I should eat more things, but my mouth's really dry. I don't waste too much time going to the toilet. So yeah, here's the thing. Like when I went to Libya, the guy who gave me a tour, because I had to go as part of a tour, so it was a one-man tour. I was just like, you know what? When Gaddafi dies, his sons will just take over. You know? So he was just really resigned to it. And it made me really sad. That was really shit. You know, all these people just going about their daily lives, hoping that this fella's going to die. I mean, it's shit, isn't it? Hi, Jack. Jack's on TikTok. The only person watching on Twitch is Russell Cannon. I love that. I wonder if Guinness World Records have updated their site to include my new record. Oh, wow. I'm on the front page of GuinnessWorldRecords.com. That's very cool. Hey, listen, do me a favour. If you're watching this on a laptop or something, or you just don't care, go to GuinnessWorldRecords.com and click on the link that's got me on it, holding my passport. Jenny, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Anything we do to help? A quiz, play GeoGuessr, boot up the arse. Yeah, we could definitely do that. We could do a boot up the arse. Maybe we could play GeoGuessr. Should we have a game of GeoGuessr? Come on, everyone. Let's do it. Let's do Geo. Are we going to do GeoGuessr? All right. You got to be quick. And do me a favor, right? If you are absolutely convinced that is the right answer, I want you to put an exclamation mark right after your answer. All right. Exclamation mark. Right. I want an exclamation mark. If you're not sure, put a question mark. But if there's not an exclamation mark, I'm not going to take it as a solid answer. I'm going to see it as a suggestion and I'll take it on board. Okay? Does that sound like a deal? Okay, let's play GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr, we make our dreams come true. Accept all and visit the site. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Okay, hang on. Asking me to sign off. Oh, do you know why? Do you know why it's doing that? Oh, just because it's a dick. No, it's because that's if you go if in the meantime while I'm getting this sorted, if you want to just go over and just click on that link to adventurer Graham Hughes. Oh, this is cool. Says our record trip around the world landed him in jail. Oh God, that's not the headline I wanted, is it? At least it sounds exciting though. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, something isn't working. Oh, for God's sake, really? 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 YouTube? Sorry, Facebook? Okay. Okay. You should end it with a pint of Guinness. Yeah. I wish. Well, I can't really do that because I'm. Oh, we don't live anywhere near a place where you can get Guinness. Nowhere near. Okay. Where am I going here? Right. So, sorry, I'm just getting this set up for GeoGuessr because it was asked of me to do the GeoGuessr thing. GeoGuessr.communism. Okay, nice. And then I need to studio mode. So I've got this set up for the maps. Obviously, and I've got a different setup for the YouTubes. For the YouTubes, not the YouTubes. You know what I mean. GeoGuessr. Okay, cool. And then we will go to here. We'll go full screen. And then I guess. I guess we'll just go like this. I guess. Cause this is GeoGuessr, and we gotta guess. Oh, hang on. What is even happening here? Do you know what? When you're sort of sleep deprived, everything becomes much harder. So I'm just gonna background here, make that a bit bigger. There you go, lovely. Okay, so we're gonna play GeoGuessr together. Like I say, if you know what it is, yeah. Like for sure, you're absolutely bang on. There's no way you can be wrong. I want you to put an exclamation mark after your suggestion. You can only do this on YouTube, so if you're not watching on YouTube, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. To go to youtube.com/Graham David Hughes, and let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this funky beast. So here we go. Who's the world? Play. Let's go. Okay. Okay, we're in Africa. 100%. We're in North Africa. Definitely North Africa. Getting some Senegal vibes here. Okay, no, it's not going to be... there we go. Green Ghana. Okay. So we're in Ghana. We're in Ghana. Right, where's this? Someone find this on a map for me. Nanuba office. Nauba office. Can anyone find that and tell me where it is on the map of... Just say it's like, very much to the north. I'm just going to hope I can see it. Anyone get it? Anyone in the chat? I think Guinness is going to be execute us for the fact you're doing this with a cold and a heat wave. Yeah, possibly should. Possibly. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Boom. No. Maybe Nan Umba means like I don't know, maybe it means like office or something. I don't know. Maybe we should have run around. Should have run around a bit more. Should have run around. Is that what I should do? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Help me. Almost says Graham. It does almost say Graham. Is there a place with that name? No. Oh shit. I don't know where it is. There's a Manuba near the... Well, it's a different... This is a different name, isn't it? Okay, you can go that way into the dirt track. Right, well, that's good to know. So it's somewhere where there's a little habitation with a little bit of tarmac, which is nice, with a petrol station. Oh, and there's okay, so it's quite a big village. What's the name of the village? Oh, I shouldn't have stopped. I should have just kept on running for my life. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna go for here. Guess. Ooh! Well then. Ghana tape. One of the most infamous hints on GeoGuessr is a tape found in the top right bar that can be seen when looking down. It can only be found in Ghana. In Ghana. Near the Togo, but a bit. Oh, I saw that a bit late. Looks like Australia to me, mate. This looks like Australia. That looks like a paper bark tree. And look, that's a rail line. Yeah, it's got to be Australia. Northern Territory, I think. Jones Road, Pingering, 50, Hayden. Hayden. What, in Australia? Okay. I'm up for that. So 50 miles away. Hayden. You want to Hayden to nothing, mate. I was just here, wasn't I, when I was doing me sort of race around all here. Margaret River. Now Margaret River is showing on the map. You know, I was looking for it on Google the other day. I was saying, "Where's Hayden? There it is. Hayden." Ha 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 ha. So we need to be 50 miles from there. Can we see Pingering? 50 miles. I don't know what the measurement here is. Hayden. Pingering. Oh, I tell you what. Oh, I've lost where it is now. You know, you're sort of looking at it and you lose the word. Hayden. Oh no, I've totally lost where Hayden was. Oh no, I've put me stupid face over it, didn't I? Now there needs to be a railway track next to the road for it to be Hayden that way. Hayden, Corrigan. Okay, is that a railway track? What is it? Yes, that's a railway track. The railway track's got to be next to the road. Walton Road, Corrigan Road. Right, that's Jones. What's Jones Street? Murphy Hill, Jose Dantes, Walton, Bosch Street, Boyd Street, Pingering. I think it's Corrigan because it's 50 kilometers from. That looks about 50 kilometers, doesn't it? So we're gonna have to go here, aren't we? I think. Give it a go. Oh, it's miles away. Okay, I was in the right country. Oh, so it's down. Oh, there's Pingering. Yeah, if I can move that out the way, I'll be able to see it. Oh, damn it! I just went to the next one. I was gonna have a look there. Oh no, it's taking me to. Oh, so I can see the thing on Google. Didn't want that, mate. Don't do that again. Oh, what is even happening? Oh, it's open Google Maps. Oh, that's really annoying. Please don't do that again. But yeah, that's Pingering. Literally on the sign saying Pingering. There's James Road. I didn't see it. Oh, well, 84 kilometers is not bad, is it? Is it? Pingering is southwest of Hayden. Thanks, Russ. I see Russ's messages after I do the thing. Brown bottom bollards, excuse me. Okay, let's have a look. Romania. I'm sure these telegraph poles are like Romanian. Or Bulgarian or something. Let's find some text. Find a sign. I'm going to say, oh, here we go. Oh, Romania. So yeah, it's Romania. God, that was quick there, wasn't I? I could tell from I've been playing this too much. I could tell by the lampposts we're in Romania. But where in Romania? It's a massive country. Oh, come on, this isn't fair. Oh, put us in a town. Oh, there's a church. Okay, tell me about this church. What's this church got going on here? No, it doesn't really help. Any ideas? Brown bottom bollard sounds like a rejected Queens. Oh no! Why you put me on the dirt track? I don't want to be on the dirt. There's gonna be no road signs on the dirt track, is there? Don't put me on a dirt track. Go back. Go back. Go back. God, how are you supposed to get it when there's no signs? You're supposed to get lucky and see a bus or something. No. If it had been, I mean, obviously it said RO after the website that we just saw, and if it had been, that tells you that it's Romania. But can't do this. Can't do this. Oh no, I'm on this dirt track. Get me off this dirt track. Oh, you dirty dirt track. Come on. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I don't like this. There's absolutely nothing here except it's, I'm out on the sticks. Oh, there's no signs or nothing. Oh, this is painful. This is painful. This is painful. Aha. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Oh, rags. What does that say? RAGC. Oh, Christ, I don't know. Romania, I'll just put it in the middle there. Hey, I was only 219 kilometers away. Holy poles, apparently. Holy poles. In Romania, you will frequently see holy poles. Andy says, is your G as in the Terminator? Oh, still go no matter what. Let's have a look. Oh, what's the feeling here? Well, first of all, they have these road signs, which are American, I think, or Canadian. Oh, no, not American. Palena. El Torcio de Patagonia. Ooh, we're in Patagonia. So if we go to Palena, let's have a look where that might be. Patagonia. Does anyone know whereabouts that is? In Patagonia. Actually, no. Gomea Guado. Patagonia. It's gonna be Argentina, isn't it? Argentina? Any help? Any help? Chibut. That's it there. Oh, it's not in Argentina. It's in cool. Let's go to the start. So we're on a river. We're on a bridge on a river. So we're there. Here we go. Come on. Do it. Boom! Confetti! Yes! Confetti! I got confetti because I got 5,000 coins. Because it was on a river, you see. Yellow or white lines. Chile can have fully yellow or fully white lines. The two colours are almost never combined. Okay. All right. It was the word Patagonia on the sign that kind of gave it away. I always forget that Patagonia also is Chile, isn't it? Because I always think of it just as Noah Weiss. What's that? Noah Weiss. I'm not getting a bad report now. I'll get a report card after that. I bet you look at this and you go, see these boxes here? That's only one place in the world. Let's see if you can find it. Don't care. Don't care. It's going to be something like here, isn't it? Noah Wise for Noah Wise. What is that, like a suburb? Noah Wise. Noah Wise. He cannot see where it is. He cannot see it. Definitely Poland. Noah Wise. Noah went to Poland. Everyone's shouting Poland at me. Yeah, I think it's Poland. It's 4 kilometers from Noah Weiss. Oh, I don't know where this is. Let's see it. Noah Weiss. Oh, Noah. No, oh, there it is. There it is. There's Noah Weiss. Okay, and we are 7 kilometers from. No, sorry, 4. 4 kilometers from Noah Weiss. So I'm on it's on a normal road, not on a dual carriageway. There's quite a sharp bend. And there's another road going off there. Oh, and there's a school. Does that help? Is it a school? Oh, it's a bus stop. I don't know what those squiggly lines are for. It might be a school. Any clues? Oh, I don't know. That was quite a hell of a bend, though. No wise. I'm just going to go here, I think. What do you reckon? Because there's a bus stop. Oh, do you know what? Take me back to the beginning. Noah Wise is that way. That's a definite turn off. Okay, so it's not off there. It's a turn off that goes, okay, maybe here. Maybe we're here. Maybe we're here. Yes, I did it again! Yay, I got confetti. Oh, no, actually, that was rubbish. I was 101 kilometers away from it. No, I'm sorry, but there was a place called Noah Wise. There, look. Look, I found Noah Wise, and it says 4. Oh. Is it the highway 4? Oh, that's a bit of a trick, isn't it? Maybe there's more than one Noah Wise. Oh, there is. Look, there's another place called Noah Wise. Oh, kill me now. All right, I was so smug then. I was like, yay, I got confetti. Woo. Anyway, got gold. Got gold. Oh, anyway, right. Well, that's all the excitement I can take for the next millennium. There you go. Right. Woo. Okay. Do you know what? Right, because I'm quite bloody minded, I reckon there is a good chance that I will end up doing Southwest Warsaw. No, I was just thinking that let me just get set up again for me Google Maps. Maps. Okay. Coolio. Cool. Right. Where are we going next? Libya. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going to Libya. Right. Where was I? I'm not going to get through these. I'm not going to get through all these. Nauru, Morocco, Mongolia, Micronesia, Mexico, Marshall Islands, Malawi, Macau, Luxembourg, Lithuania, Liechtenstein. Let's go to Liechtenstein. Should we go to Liechtenstein? Let's give Liechtenstein a good licking. You want to lick some Liechtenstein? I want to lick some Liechtenstein. You want to lick some Liechtenstein? Oh yeah, man. Come on, baby. You can do it. Put your back into it. Sorry to anyone watching on Twitter, TikTok then who couldn't join in. I'm sorry to anyone watching on Twitch who couldn't join in because obviously I was doing that. Like I was doing the thing. Like I was doing a game on the computer that you could only see if you were watching on YouTube. Okay, so Liechtenstein. Let's go. Liechtenstein is mine, all mine. There it is. Hello. Hello, Liechtenstein. Hello. That Minesweeper, no, was it the Sporkle? No borders quiz where you had to guess it. You get somewhere like Liechtenstein, you're screwed, aren't you? Time for a boot up the arse then, says Cuthbert. Oh, hang on. I wasn't showing you the Liechtenstein. There you go. There's the Liechtenstein. So just in case you didn't know where it is, because, why would you? There's Liechtenstein. So you've got the normal countries around it. You've got like Switzerland and Austria and stuff and Italy and Germany there. And then you zoom in and it's the three countries. It's Liechtenstein. Capital of Vaduz. The only country in the world named after a living family, I think. A living person. Please come to Trans Pride Brighton. We appreciate you, ally, and thank you for the call out. Oh, thanks, Cass. Yeah, I should go to. That'd be cool. Head down to Brighton. I've got nowhere to stay now though. I could crash at Mike Dix's, but he's moving out, isn't he? The bastard. We're coming up to 4 o'clock. Yay! That means that we're coming up to the 31st hour. 31 hours. Just a couple of short breaks. Comfort breaks. Make sure I don't get deep vein thrombosis. Liechtenstein, beside the sheer novelty value of visiting one of the world's tiniest countries, Liechtenstein is pure fairy tale stuff, embedded deep in the Alps and crowned by whimsically turreted castles. Is there anything more you need to know about Liechtenstein? I don't know. Maybe. Let's find out. Let's jolly well find out by going to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein. France, Finland. Forgot that alphabet to work now. Liechtenstein. Okay. It says, it's true, Liechtenstein makes a fabulous wine and cheese, our trivia subject. Did you know it was the sixth smallest country in the world? It's still governed by an iron-willed monarch who lives in a Gothic castle on a hill. Yes, it really is the world's largest producer of dentures, but if you're visiting this pocket-sized principality solely for the cocktail party bragging rights, keep the operation covert. This theme park-sized micronation takes its independence seriously and would rather shudder at the thought of being considered for novelty value alone. Liechtenstein would rather it's remembered for its stunning natural beauty, measuring just 25 kilometers in length and 6 kilometers in width. The country is barely larger than Manhattan, and though it might look not much on a map, it's up close. It's filled with numerous hiking and cycling trails, offering spectacular views of craggy cliffs, quaint villages, friendly locals, and lush green forests. So a merger, this is what happened, this is how Liechtenstein is a thing. A merger of the domain of Schellenberg and the county of Vaduz in 1712 by a powerful Liechtenstein family created the country, a principality under the Holy Roman Empire from 1719 to 1806. It achieved full sovereign independence in 1866. A modern constitution was drawn up in 1921, but even today, the Prince retains the power to dissolve Parliament and must approve every act before it becomes law. Prince Franz Joseph II was the first ruler to live in the castle above the capital city of Vaduz. He died in 1989 and was succeeded by his son, Prince Hans Adam II, who has since clashed with government over his proposed constitutional reforms that would limit government power. In 2000, Liechtenstein's financial and political institutions were rocked by allegations that money laundering was rife. No way! Really? Couldn't have seen that coming a literal bloody mile off. But yeah, apparently. In response to international outrage, banks agreed to stop allowing customers to bank money anonymously. I mean, all we were doing was allowing people to bank money anonymously. I don't understand what the problem was. However, it remains under pressure to introduce more reforms. In 2003, Hans Adam demanded sweeping powers to dismiss the elected government, appoint judges, and reject proposed laws. Opponents warned of dictatorship, but the prince threatened to stomp off back to Austria if he didn't get his way, and the population, possibly worried about what an empty Schloss Verdus would do to tourism, backed him in the referendum. The following year, Hans Adam handed the day-to-day running of the country to his son Alois, and although he remains head of state. I don't know if he's still with us. Did he cark it? I don't know. But there you go. Capital's called Verdus. That's all you need to know, really. It's a bit of a weird place. It's a very strange place where anything goes. Liechtenstein, named after an actual living person. Well, obviously not the same person. The descendant of a living family. Okay, next up, after the tiny little place of Liechtenstein, we're going to the slightly bigger place of Lithuania. Lithuania. I love Lithuania. Lithuania's awesome. Do you know why Lithuania is awesome? I'm going to tell you exactly why Lithuania is the greatest country in the world right now. And if you can possibly disagree with me, well, you can try, but you will be wrong, okay? You will be absolutely wrong. I'm going to zoom in to Vilnius here, the capital, Vilnius, which is a great name because it sounds a bit like villainous, doesn't it? We'll zoom in and we'll try and find the railway station. Okay, that's our job. We're going to find the railway station coming in. So we looked at some railway tracks. They always make it really hard to find railway tracks on this bloody Google thing, don't they? They just don't want you to take the train. Oh, there we go. There's a railway track. There we go. Is that the railway station? Is that the railway station? Is it the railway station? No, it's TG Young. That's going to be the railway station, isn't it? Yeah. Vilnius Central train station. Okay, right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop us down on the train station here. Ooh. Excuse me, I want to be actually in the train station. Thank you very much. I don't want to be faveling around outside the train station. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, someone just sent me a message. That's cool. Now there's someone who's put a thing there. No, that's not it. Oh dear. Hello. I drank with him a lot. Descartes was a drunken fart. What? Pay fees? What is this paid WC? I don't want to go to the paid WC. What the hell is wrong with you? Absolute weirdo. Need to get onto the platform. Let me onto the platform, you bastards. Why can't I go on the platform? Maybe they think it's dangerous to drive the thing onto the platform. Okay. There you go. Pavonis. Is that the name of the bar? Is it the name of the bar? Is this it? No. Stolcis? No. Is this it? No, it's on the other side of the road. Fortuna Hotel. Pavonis. Let's go here. Let's go here. Dining, delivery, see photos. So this is inside. Oh, there it is. Found it. I rest my case. This is the inside of Vilnius train station. And that is a gigantic, you can see that there's a person standing behind it. There's a gigantic statue of Tony Soprano in his bills and his dressing gown, watching the trains coming in. Now, I'm not saying it's the greatest country in the world, but I mean, it is the greatest country in the world. You just can't argue with that, really, can you? We need to see more Tony Soprano. We need to see more Tony Soprano. Nobody cares about your drink. No one cares about your bed. No one cares. We just want to see Tony Soprano holding up the train, the roof. No one cares about all this lot. Yeah, there you go. Oh, there's Tony. You can see him there at the end of the massive Tony Soprano. There you go. I don't even need to talk about Lithuania because I've just already explained why it's the greatest country in the world. And if you can disagree with me, but there's two types of people in the world. There's people who agree with me, and then there's people who are wrong. So Lithuania. Let's see what it says here. A land of wood and water, proud, independent Lithuania is fast being recognised as one of Europe's gems. Southernmost of the Baltic states, it's pocket-sized republic. It's a nature lover's delight, yet lacks nothing in urban excitement. It is a bit groovy. It is a bit groovy. I've got to admit, I need to get a newer version of what's it called? Europe on a Shoestring, because this is from so long ago. It's a little bit out of date. I mean, they probably won't even mention Tony Soprano in this. This probably was published before The Sopranos was actually a thing. Okay, so you want to know a little bit? Do you want to know a little bit about Lithuania? Come on, here we go. The image of reticent Bolt quickly fades away when you enter iconoclastic Lithuania, a country dripping with history and boasting enough marquee sites to make a UNESCO drool 4 times over. Not a UNESCO, but UNESCO, full stop. It's so small you could miss it on a map, almost. But Lithuania has done some big things over the years, most notably being the first country to formally declare its independence from the Soviet Union. Such large deeds bring to mind the large place Lithuania once was. In the 1400s, the country's extended all the way to the Black Sea. Wow. The good times wouldn't last. But even today, Lithuanians brim with pride and confidence befitting their mighty heritage. I'm just going to move this over a little bit so it's easier for people to see. We wouldn't dare argue with you right now, Graham. Lithuania's history is a story of rags to riches and rags to rags and to riches, to rags, and back again. It started when ancient tribes fanned out across the Baltics to take advantage of the region's amber deposits. In the mid-13th century, a leader of some gang of people who can't pronounce called Mindungus, wasn't he one of the baddies out of Mad Max Fury Road, Mindungus? Unified these tribes to create the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Twitch still working at 11 minutes past 3. Thanks very much, Russell Khan. Oh no, it's sorry. It's not even 11 minutes past 4 at the moment. We're still on the clock. Maybe we'll just look at the clock. To create the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The country's golden era was the 14th to 16th century. Vilnius was born, and Lithuania became one of Europe's largest countries. But in the 18th century, Lithuania, which emerged with Poland, was carved up by Russia, Austria, and Prussia as partitions of Poland. Lithuanian nationalists declared independence on the 6th of February 1918 with Kaunas as the capital, and Polish troops had annexed Vilnius from the Red Army in 1920. Lithuania's first president, Antanas Smetona, ruled the country with an iron fist during this time. During World War II, the Nazis murdered up to 300,000 people, mostly Jews in Lithuania, many of them at Panariri. Between 1944 and 1952, under Soviet rule, 250,000 Lithuanians were killed or deported, while armed partisans resisted Soviet rule from the forest. So the Russians killed 200,000 Lithuanians. The Russians, the Muscovites. Vilnius's Genocide Museum chronicles the resistance. In the late 1980s, Lithuania was the first Soviet state to legalize non-communist parties, and on the 11th of March 1990, the new majority party declared its independence. Moscow responded by marching troops into Vilnius, and in January 1991, Soviet troops stormed key building in Vilnius, killing 14 people. Bloody terrorists. The Soviets, why do they call them Soviets? It's Muscovites. The Muscovites recognized Lithuanian independence on the 6th of September 1991, and the first USSR republic was born. the first ex-USSR republic was born. Lithuania joined NATO in April 2004 and entered the EU a month later. But Lithuania's eager embrace of all things European hit a speed bump in May 2006 when the European Union rejected Lithuania's bid to adopt the euro, citing inflation concerns. Despite that, and despite an animated political climate that saw president impeached over corruption allegations in 2004, proud Lithuania remains unabashedly optimistic about its future. So there you go. It used to be massive. This place, it used to go all the way from Tony Soprano there holding up it used to go all the way down to the Black Sea. Like all of that from there, right? From there to there, right? There to there, to like, I don't know, there. I mean, it was massive. It was just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. So like that. It was huge. It was absolutely gigantic. It was ginormous. Probably wasn't that big. It was pretty big though. Anyway, so we've done that one. Woo! Where are we going? We wouldn't dare argue with you right now. Oh, is anyone there? Is anyone still watching? So we've now done Lithuania, and now we must go, my friends. We must go to the last L of the show. The last L. Give it a big L. Give it a big L. That doesn't work. I'm like, oh, hang on. Oh God, this is going to stop. Answer the two things that are the same. Okay. Whoa. Unable to verify. Please try again. Select two shapes are the same shape. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Oof. Sorry, that was it was trying to kick me off. The thing there. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're going to Luxembourg, aren't we? Whee! Woo! There's Luxembourg. Looks like a claw. Like that. Like a claw. Claw! Look, it's a claw. Oven mate. I'm listening, but still here. Yay! Nice. So Luxembourg. Tell me something about Luxembourg. Okay, well, fabulously historic, yet flush with the shock of the new. This compact, gentle, and decidedly multilingual little country is packed with great, big, wonderful surprises. Consistently ranked amongst the world's top 3 nations of both wealth and wine consumption, life in little Luxembourg seems good, but all the lax taxation and bank headquarters conceal an absolutely charming slice of Northern Europe. The capital has fairy tale quality to its UNESCO-listed historical core, memorably perched upon a dramatic cliff top. Beyond, you'll find yourself in rolling, forested hills, where a string of beguiling villages each form attractive huddles beneath stunning medieval castles. Then there's all the fun of the fizz in Moselle wine country, and some lovable walks to take in, pretty micro gorges of the Mullertal. The Mullertal. That sounds like it's out to get you. Look out, beware, children. The Mullertal will come and eat your brains tonight. If you sleep, you must sleep with one eye open, holding the pillow tight. All in all, this little country has plenty of surprises. That's some achievement given the wholesale destruction during World War One, and a sad history remembered in war museums across the country. Thanks for that, Nazis. So let's talk about Luxembourg. Once upon a time, more than 1,000 years ago, in 963 AD to be exact, a count named Siegfried. Hang on. Oh man, my ears are all blocked up. You know, I got a cold. I think my throat would be killing me if I hadn't been talking for pretty much 31 hours straight. Okay, so where are we going? We're going to Luxembourg. Let me tell you about little Luxembourg. Once upon a time, In 936 AD, to be exact, a count called Siegfried built a castle high on a promontory, laying the foundations for both present-day capital and the dynasty that spawned rulers throughout Europe. By the end of the Middle Ages, the fortified city was much sought after. Besieged, devastated, and rebuilt more than 20 times in 400 years, it became the strongest fortress in Europe after Gibraltar, hence its nickname, Gibraltar of the North. The duchy's current borders were set in 1839. Its delicate position between France and Germany led the major European powers to declare the duchy neutral in 1867. As a result, much of the historic fortifications were dismantled, though the damp galleries known as the Bock casemates can still be visited. Probably don't pronounce it like that. Probably like Casmarties or something. When Germany invaded in 1914, Luxembourg's neutrality was quashed. It was occupied for the whole of World War One and again in World War Two. For insight into the 1944 Battle of the Ardennes, visit the Musée de National Histoire Militaire in Dietrich. Luxembourg rode out the depression in the iron and steel industries in the 1970s to become a noted financial centre and tax haven. Now home to key EU institutions, it has entered this century with one of Europe's healthiest economies and continues to ride high, which is nice, I guess. It's a lovely place. It's a lovely place. Right, so that's done. Right, okay, moving on. Moving on. You know what you need to know about Luxembourg. See, that's all the L's. The L's at the... I'll bash the book down on the table. My camera moves a bit. Where were we? Kyrgyzstan. We've done you. We've done you, Kyrgyzstan. Ooh, Macau. Macau. So next up, we're going to Macau. So let's go there together. Woo, wee, woo, yeah, woo, yeah. So this is it. There's Hong Kong there, and then there's a little bridge, and then there's Macau. Don't have a Macau, man. If you zoom out, you can see all of China there. China. It's like a tiny little bit, and it's where everyone in the whole of China goes to gamble. Because you're allowed to gamble here. You're not allowed to gamble in the rest of China. I like the way it looks like the bridge just stops there. Everything just falls off. All the cars going to go over this bridge just kind of stop and disappear into the water. I don't think that's how it works, but you know, you never know. Untrue facts: the national stool softener of Luxembourg of Europe is Luxembourg. Okay. The last outpost of the Portuguese Empire, Macau, still has a tangible Mediterranean feel. Nevertheless, Chinese culture shines through in this city-state located in the mouth of the Pearl River. There you go. That's like a casino that we just saw. Oh my god! Stop faffing around. So there's like a little amphitheater. That's a casino. That's the Portuguese building that got, I don't know, destroyed at some point. The ruins of the Church of St. Paul, and then there's another building, and then there's a horrible building. That's probably another casino. That's an old building, so probably not a casino. And there's a casino again. That's so ugly. That building is so ugly. It's so ugly. It's hilariously ugly. I mean, it's just trash, isn't it? Squeaky tanker lads. Did I make a joke? Population 600,000, but not on a Friday night because everyone comes to gamble in Macau. And the thing to see is the ruins of the Church of Saint Paul. Right. So let's get to China. China. And we will go to Hong Kong, Macau. Cool. Okay. Macau. How did they end up in Macau? So we know how Britain ended up with Hong Kong, right? Because we were just like robbing stuff and we were dealing drugs, and we said, you know, because you won't let us deal drugs, we're gonna continue to deal drugs, and we want that place. Because that place, I want it. That's what we were like. Which wasn't very nice. Wasn't very nice of us. Going well, Gwen. Says Barry. Hey, thank you. I'm listening but still here. So that's hidden night. Yeah. 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 Do you know what I'm gonna do? Right. Oh, breaking news. What's up, breaking news? Is it the news that we want? Is it the news I want to hear? Oh, there was a crash in Belgium. Oh god, that's awful. Belgian crash. Okie dokie. Sorry, I'm going to talk about Macau in a moment. Okay. Sorry, I'm just advertising this. Show. Don't you know someone's got him? Oh, what I would do for a publicist. What I would do. Thanks. Nope. B Sky B. What's up? Okay. Post that. Okay, so listen, before we go on, if anyone's just joined us, I should explain a few things. First of all, we're on the home straight now. We are 31 hours and 23 minutes in. Obviously, we need to take a little bit off that because I have taken breaks. So if you're just joining us, I'm trying to set the Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream here on Hughes of the World on my channels. I'm going out at the moment on YouTube, but I'm also got a backup going out on Twitch, and I've also got a backup going out on TikTok. So if you're watching on one of those, fantastic. If you're watching on TikTok, you can actually see my table. You see the banknotes on the table that underneath there. From all around the world, there's a US $5 bill there. There's a Bank of Iran. This is Iranian money here. Don't know how well you can see that. There's some Madagascar money. But yeah, hi everyone on TikTok. But the plan is to keep going until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If I can, I might pass out. I might not be able to do it, but I'm gonna give it a hot go. So if you just got here, give me a shout and I'll explain the rules to you. Essentially, I'm allowed 5 minutes comfort break every hour, so I don't get deep vein thrombosis or I think I'm mad or whatever, start hallucinating. And I can bank them. So far I've done 31 hours, so that translates into 31 times 5, which is 155. And yeah, and that means I've got 155 minutes to spare, but out of that I've already used probably about an hour and 20 minutes. Let's say that's minus 80. Minus 80, and then you've got 75. So I've got 75 minutes. So I've just got an hour and 15 minutes that I can take off if I need to, which I'll probably use later on when I'm feeling a little less, when I'm feeling a little bit more tired. I might just take off like an hour and just have a rest for an hour. But when I do that, I will turn this off, because another thing that I've got to do is, this is on YouTube, and the reason why there's like part 1, part 2, part 3 is because YouTube, if I do a stream for longer than 12 hours, it cuts off the stream. It won't let me. What's it called? Oh, it won't let me record it. Like it won't save the stream if it's over 12 hours long. So before it gets to 12 hours. So we're at 10 hours and 42 minutes now. I do have to stop the stream and start again for that. Mm. 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 Sorry, I'm just no. Mm. I put an entire biscuit in my mouth. Mm. Sexier now. What I was about to do, I was gonna put an alarm on my phone. Timer. Mm. It's gonna tell me when I'm approaching. So what have I got here? 1 hour. Okay. So my timer is counting down there. See my timer. That'll go off after an hour, and that'll tell me to stop the stream on YouTube and then start it again. But it should continue on TikTok, and it should continue on Unstoppable on Twitch. So it should be going off on all those different channels all at once. I hope you're all feeling fruity, feeling fine. I've got to prove that this is live by reading your comments. So the more comments, the better. I'm sorry that the goal isn't working. I think it's really crap. Timing of YouTube to not work. YouTube to not have the goals work. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in order to get it to work. It's certainly not working at the moment. Let's see if I can start another goal. It'll just be 15 minutes. So yeah. Bum. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to send an email. Cool. Sorry. I wonder if there's a thing about if I go too long without talking, it doesn't count or something. Because you couldn't just sit there, could you? I mean, if you fell asleep in front of the camera, does that still count? Goal created. Yeah, I can create the goal. It just doesn't make any difference when someone puts money in. It's not counting for some reason. That would be great. Okay, right. I'm worried for the solo chicks in my garage. It looks like they're suffocating. Oh no. Donations direct to the Good Law Project cuts out the YouTube charge of a third. Yeah, I don't know why that should still. Oh yeah, still. See that pinned comment. That's the donation to the Good Law Project. That means whatever you want to give, you can give all of it. So if you were to give me a $5, and then I'd have to wait. First of all, I'd have to wait a month, over a month, to get the money off YouTube because it takes that long to get paid, and then they'll take a third of it. So I'd only actually get £3.50, and then if I pass that on to the Good Law Project, obviously you got to pay every time you transfer money. You know, PayPal want their pound of flesh. Link in the pinned comments to donate to Good Law Project. Yes, please do. I've been here since 6 this morning, says Diz. Oh my God. I think Diz has got as little sleep as I have. There you go. Okay, so where are we? Oh, Macau. I was going to tell you about Macau, wasn't I? Don't have a Macau, man. Macau. Macau is a city with two faces. You two-faced bastard. On one hand, the fortresses, churches, and food of its former colonial master, Portugal, speak to a uniquely Mediterranean style on the China. I almost said Cheshire coast then. On the Cheshire coast, famous Cheshire coast. On the other, Macau is a self-styled Las Vegas of the East. Well, exactly. And while that comparison might sound overblown, it's not. During the past few years, charismatic but sleepy little Macau has experienced a sort of bloom usually associated with cities like Shanghai. But rather than skyscrapers and office towns, the construction here is all about Vegas-style mega casinos and hotels. The reason, of course, is that casinos are legal in Macau, while in China and nearby Hong Kong, they're not. It's a big market, as I mentioned. There is, however, much more to Macau than gambling, is there, though? The peninsula and the islands of Colane and Taipa constitute a colourful palette of pastels and ordered greenery. The Portuguese influences everywhere: cobble-back streets, baroque churches, stone fortresses, Art Deco buildings, and restful parks and gardens. There are some nice places in Macau, I have to say. Yes, there are. It's a unique fusion of East and West, and has been recognized by UNESCO, which in 2005 named 30 buildings and squares collectively as the historic center of Macau World Heritage Site. There are also several world-class museums. Especially if you've been to China for a while, you'll also find there a distinctly different feel to Macau. While about 95% of residents are Chinese, the remainder is mostly made up of Portuguese and Macanese people. Macanese, okay. People with mixed Portuguese, Chinese, and/or African blood. It's a fusion of Mediterranean and Asian people, lifestyles, temperaments, and food. And oh, the food! That's what makes Macau so fun. But what I think it looks like, right? I'm not being funny, right? So if I don't know if this will come across, right? Okay, because of the way that the what's it called? The oh, you can't really tell from there. It's just better like that. It looks like, right? It looks like, because the thing is, if you take it off from the rest of the map and you just isolate Macau, right? You can see where the line goes around it. Where it says Macau, that line cuts it off from the rest of China, right? And then the bit underneath here where you've got this bit here where it says Taipa. It looks like someone's slammed down a pint of beer, right? And there's the handle, the airport's the handle. Slammed down a jug of beer, and then the foam of the beer's flown out. Do you know what I mean? I slammed it down. It says front. What do you reckon? Maybe didn't explain that very well. That's what it looks like to me. You were away for 14 minutes and so seconds because you went away at 14. You were away for 14 minutes. No, I double checking the video. Well, I looked up. Wait, at what time? So I wrote down 14:59:00 on that clock, and then when I got back, I wrote down 15:12:50 30 because it's on about 20 or something, so I just put 30 down. I'm really going to equivalent over seconds. But are you saying that because that comes as 13:30 for me, that's at 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So what you're saying is actually it was 14. It was 14. Okay. I got 1.5 hours of sleep. I got 6.5 hours sleep. So well, that's 6 more than me. I have a monthly direct debit to the Good Law Project, says Sarah Hodgson. Fantastic. It's sad that we have to do this. It really is. It really is. I'm worried for the swallow trick. Sorry, I've read that one. Anyway, right. History of Macau. I've got pistachio nut stuff in my book. Portuguese galleons first visited Macau to trade in the early 16th century and 1557. As a reward for clearing out pirates endemic to the area, they were allowed to establish a tiny enclave here. As trade with China grew, so did Macau, which became the principal meeting point between China and the West. However, the Opium War between Chinese and the British and the subsequent establishment of Hong Kong, Macau went into a long decline. China's Cultural Revolution spilled over into the territory in 1966 to 67. The government reportedly proposed that Portugal should leave Macau forever, but fearing the loss of foreign trade, the Chinese refused the offer. In 1999, under the Sino-Portuguese Pact, Macau was returned to China and designated a special administrative region. Like Hong Kong, the pact ensured Macau ensures Macau a high level of autonomy in all matters except defense and foreign affairs for 50 years. So yeah, basically it was the Opium War. Well, no, it was the Opium War that led to decline, but essentially Macau exists because the Portuguese turned up and said, "Can we have this as a trading post?" So a bit different from the way that Hong Kong went down, which is, disgraceful. I'm a bit confused by Andrew Ray's, but it's all right. I can change my notes. I got 13 minutes and 30 seconds down for that. Maybe I entered it wrong. I don't know. Oh no. There's nothing where the top biscuit's gone a bit soft. I hate that. Okay. Where are we going next? Macau. The world. Okay. Ooh. So this is exciting. So we shouldn't be doing this for a little while because it's not called what it's called in that book no more. But it's fine. We'll do it now. Just get it out of the way. Since we're doing Eswatini in the wrong order, we're going to do North Macedonia in the wrong order. You can spot North Macedonia. It's the country that doesn't have a name there. That's above Greece. That also doesn't have a name. But yeah, we'll zoom in. There you go. That's appeared now. North Macedonia with the Skopje, the capital Skopje. I think it's pronounced. So North Macedonia is called North Macedonia because in the same way that Outer Mongolia used to be called Outer Mongolia, but that's just called Mongolia. Essentially, this area here of Greece is historic Macedonia of Greece, and Greece is very worried that if people thought that Macedonia was a different country and that Macedonia wasn't in Greece, whereas you know, Macedonia actually covers a large region that it's not really there anymore. They worried that people wouldn't think that Alexander the Great didn't come from Greece. They thought the people would think it came from a different country. Not had any chat for a bit. I hope this is still going out. Russell Cannon has been very good on letting me know that this is still going out on Twitch on my other camera. As opposed to this, have you hit Malaysia yet? No, we're going to. We're getting quite close. We're on Macedonia, and then we've got Madagascar. I'm going to enthuse Malawi. Oh, do you know what? There's loads of M's. We're going to be stuck on the M's all night. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time coming. Oh my God, we've got so many countries left to go. Turkey, Tunisia, Tibet, Thailand, Tanzania, Syria, Switzerland, St. Vincent and the Grand. Oh, all the Saint countries, all the S's. Oh God, there's loads of S's. Loads of countries begin with M, and loads of countries begin with S. They're very, very popular. Oh God, there's loads of N's as well. There's loads of N's, loads of M's, and oh my God, literally, right. So if we go back to Macau, which is the first one that's on page 530, right? And it's not a page a name of a country, because some places have more than one page, more than 2 pages. But just to get through the, oh my God. So the first page is page 530 for Macau, and the last page for M is Myanmar, right? And that's the first one's on page 530, and the last page is on 608. Oh my God. So that's 78 pages just on the M's that we've got to get through. But obviously not. It's not like it's a country a page or anything like that. Anyway, oh God, where are we? Woo! Yeah. Still going. Oh God, this is there. I guess there's not much to say. Macedonia, part Balkan, part Mediterranean, rich in Greek, Roman, and Ottoman history. Macedonia has a fascinating past and a complex national psyche. If you're wondering why I'm telling you about countries, it's to give me something to talk about for 48 hours. So I'm talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order. And you can't stop me. Glittering Lake Ohrid and the historic waterside town of Ohrid. What? Glittering Lake Ohrid and the historic waterside town of Ohrid have etched out a place for Macedonia in the tourist map. But this small nation is far more than a great big lake. One great lake. Is it? Okay, cool. Don't know what to say about that. Thank you. Use the word Ohrid too many times, I think. Now, this will have Macedonia in it, but it might be called Fyron. Fyron. Fee-fi, fo-fi, Fyron. But you never know. Oh no, it's just called Macedonia. Yeah, well, you know, they use Cyrillic in Macedonia. In fact, Cyrillic was kind of invented in Macedonia by Cyril. Cyril invented an alphabet, and he called it Cyrillic. Actually, Cyrillic's a lot newer than Latin letters. Latin letters are a lot older. So Macedonia, famous from Alexander the Great. Don't tell Greece. And also for Mother Teresa, who was born in Skopje. She's apparently not very nice. Mountainous Macedonia retains an air of mystery, simultaneously ancient and brand new. It's struggling to find its place in the post-communist world. Black-clad Orthodox monks are just part of the scene, as hordes of teenagers decked out in the latest Italian fashions, sipping coffee in the stylish bars of the capital. Quite apart from its spectacular peaks, lakes and rivers, it's the hospitality of the people in the most southern Slavic nation that will make your visit memorable. I once went to a Macedonian wedding, you know, a Macedonian Orthodox wedding in Australia. True story. I've been to some crazy places. So here's the history. Potted history. It used to be part of Yugoslavia. Too long didn't listen. Historical and geographical X is divided between the present day Republic, Greece, and corner of Bulgaria. This region was once the homeland of Alexander the Great, who sallied forth to conquer the ancient world in the 4th century BC. The Romans, who subjugated the region, which subsequently became part of the Byzantine Empire. Slav tribes settled in the 7th century. Then came a long period of in which Macedonia pushed back and forth between Byzantine, Bulgarian, and Serbian rule before the Ottomans conquered it all in 389 AD. In 1913, bit of a leap there. After the Balkan Wars, Macedonia was carved up, with Serbia gaining the territory of the present-day republic. Though some Macedonians supported Bulgarian occupation during World War II, many more joined Josip Broz Tito's communist partisans. At the end of World War II, brought full republic status within federal Yugoslavia. Over the next 40 years, Yugoslavia prospered in comparison with other Eastern European states, and the country was relatively open as a tourist destination. I remember adverts of visiting Yugoslavia when I was a kid. Sorry, Graham, you were correct. Sorry, Andrew, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that properly. You have to speak up. What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that? I was. What? Oh, okay. It's cool. Cool, no worries. Anyway, I'm glad someone's paying attention. The sleep deprived one. Where was I? Yeah, the blah 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 blah. Yeah, I was just saying it was a relatively open tourist destination. I remember adverts to visit Yugoslavia. In January 1992, following a referendum, Macedonia declared full independence and negotiated the only peaceful withdrawal of the Yugoslav army from any of the former republics. I thought Slovenia was a peaceful withdrawal. So you learn something every day. Initially, Greece refused to recognise the new country, worried that the name Macedonia implied territorial claims on northern Greece. No, it wasn't. It was just because they thought that people would say, "Oh no, Alexander the Great's not Greek. He's from Macedonia." So in 1993, Macedonia gained admission to the UN under the temporary title of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, or FYROM. In 1995, the country's ethnic Albanian minority had tried to set up an Albanian-speaking university in Tetovo. The authorities declared it illegal and tried to shut it down. Soon after, President Gilgorov lost an eye in an assassination attempt, and tensions increased. Over the following years, an Albanian rebel group claimed responsibility for several bombings. In February 2001, the tension escalated into armed conflict in Western Macedonia. Hostilities did not last long, however. With the signing of the Ohrid Framework Agreement in August 2001, the Macedonian government agreed to greater political participation for the Albanian minority and official recognition of the Albanian language. Macedonia became an official candidate for EU membership in December 2005 and has been steadily progressing towards that goal. And here we are 21 years later, and it still hasn't joined the EU. So I'm just going to have a look at what the situation is there. North Macedonia joining EU. Its current accession negotiations are currently stalled. The process is effectively blocked due to bilateral dispute with Bulgaria, which requires North Macedonia to amend its constitution to recognise a Bulgarian minority before talks can advance. Accession negotiations officially opened in 2022, but opening foundation cluster 1 chapters is conditional on constitutional amendments. While accession remains a future goal, potential entry dates are estimated around 2030, assuming political impasses are resolved. Well, that's a bit daft, isn't it? That's a bit. It's not a bit daft, you know. I think it's a bit daft. So we'll have to see who's a member state. God, I can't believe Britain left the EU. What the hell were we thinking? Let's see what the posh rich people told us to do. Oh, that's always worked out well. How many hours now? Asked Sutton Steve. 31 hours and 51 minutes. So we're coming up to 32 hours. Oh, there you go. Coming up to 31. Yeah. Oof. I mean, I think when we get into the middle of the night tonight, it's going to be the hardest bit. It's going to be really difficult to just keep going, push through the night. I'm going to be sitting here falling asleep at the desk. What I'm planning to do is, if I can, keep going till like 5 in the morning, and then sleep on the couch for half an hour, and then get back in the seat and do some more. My grandparents went to Yugoslavia when I was a kid. Just finishing work. We'll catch up when I get home. So could I just check, right? So I'm going to err on the side of caution, and this is probably more than time that I took off. But I had a 45-minute sleep this morning. I've been to the loo and stuff like that, and I'm just thinking, well, add all that together. I've been out for a couple of walks, and that's probably another 45 minutes. So that's 90 minutes, right? But at the moment, I've been going for, well, in a minute, I'll have been going for 32 hours. So let me do the maths on this. 32 hours. I get 5 minutes per hour. So that's 160, right? So 90 take away. So that's 45 and 45. Err on the side of caution. 160. So that's 70 minutes. I got banked now, so I can sleep for 70 minutes. Missed Hungary during siesta. Gleefully going back there. The lovely things you say about Orban. Yeah, well, I try not to be too political on this channel, as you well know, Andrew. But listen, I'm trying to keep awake, and do you know what wakes me up? Definitely. Boba Fetty. Yo. Boba Fetty. Yo. Boba Fetty. Yeah, we love the Boba Fetty. Yeah. So thanks, Andrew Ray. You released the Boba Fetty. The grandparents went to Yugoslavia. I have Albanian neighbours. That's nice. Brexit sucks. It does indeed. It does indeed, my friends. So yeah, North Macedonia got ping-ponged around other countries like since forever. Oh God. I'm really worried I'm going to fake my nails trying to get into these pistachio nuts. Oh, there we go. It's all good. Now it's going to join the EU. It's going to join the EU. Right. Let's have a look at... have a look. Enlargement of the European Union. Come on, let's do this together. It'll be fun. There we go. Enlargement of the European Union. It's going to make me sad because Britain's not part of it anymore. Who have we got? Events. Estonia. So they applied in 1995. Yeah. I mean, come on. Oh, this is all the. Oh, Ukraine, 28th of February 2022. Negotiating Serbia. Negotiating North Macedonia. Moldova, Montenegro. Oh, Montenegro's been trying to join since 2008. Oh my God. Just let him in. Albania's negotiating. Okay. Well, what's closer? What's the closest of... EU enlargement. No. Yeah, so is what does it say about Iceland there? Because Iceland is having a... Iceland, they are frozen. you not think that's funny? It says Iceland frozen. Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Because it's Iceland. Of course, it's frozen. What else is it going to be? I don't know. Keep going, buddy. Says Alex. Nom 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 nom. I was about to fear for your sanity, but I'm sure you've had not how much to begin with, says Emmy. Well, you know me. Are you going to Africa? Oh yeah. Or are you going to the thing at there's like a gig on, Emmy, in Drakovanda Baltic, the same day on the 20th of June. Are you about? You can text me if you want, but you can let me know in the chat. I'm trying to sort out what to do. I'm supposed to be in like three places at once. Okay. That was mostly salt. Oh, too much. Say that? What? My Serbian friend says Macedonia should not be allowed in the EU. He also thinks Russia is right to invade Ukraine, and that Wales and Scotland shouldn't exist. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, oh my God, I was right. I'm Baby Fett says I was right. Quite surreal that with that woman behind me as well. Go away, Boba Fett. Yeah, just saying about your Serbian friend. Yeah, the Serbians are a bit weird about all this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Okay, get excited with me. I know I actually started the stream a bit, a few seconds too late because I was trying to turn on that stream and that stream as well. Jacaranda, famed David Hughes. I love the Jacaranda. Jacaranda is the greatest place on earth. Here we go. Yeah. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Confetti! 32 hours, baby! 32 hours on the live stream. Yeah! I do have another Serbian friend who's lovely and a bit more westernized. Indeed. Yeah. It's all good. Woohoo! We've been pfefferized. Pfefferized? You have indeed been pfefferized. Right. The capital of Macedonia is Skopje, or Skopje, and it's a cool place. I recommend it. I've always had a good time in Macedonia. I had a great time at that wedding. So where to next, my friends out there? Going through every country in the world in alphabetical order. What comes after Macedonia? It should be under N for North Macedonia, but ooh, one of my faves is up next. One of my faves. Yes, baby. We're going to go there. Can't stop me. We're going to go to one of my favorite countries in the world. Yes, it's Madagascar. It's just a brilliant place full of lemurs, which are brilliant. Yeah, baby. Antananarivo. Yeah. It's all good. Oh, hello. Hi, did you get my message? Can I have a really cold drink?
I'm going to get you some new water.
Oh, okay. Nice. Right. Oh, it's really hard when you're like, I need this thing. There we go. You know, I'm not paying anyone here, so fair enough. I've got to make this a bit more tidy. I've got biscuits everywhere. I've got biscuits up the kazoo. I've got some rich tea biscuits over here. I've got like a bowl full of of shells. The old shell bells. Shells bells. Working till 3 on the 20th. Working till 3. Waiting patiently from Malaysia, visiting for the first time. So that sounds cool. You're working till 3 in the morning, Emmy? Oh my god. I won't ask. Okay, so I'll see you after that then. Oh, do you mean 3 in the afternoon? Do you mean 3 in the... I don't know. Hello. Thank you. What's that? Is that just lemonade? Oh, thank you. Oh man. Lemurs and baobabs. Baobab trees. Baobab trees. Madagascar is the single greatest country in the world. And do you want to know why? You want to know why? I know you want to know. I know you want to know. I know why you want to know. Because they wear hats. Yeah. Boom. Right there. That's it. That's all you need to know. That's my review of Madagascar. You can stick that. You can frame it. Stick it in the Louvre, mate. Stick it in the Louvre. Okay, so no, we'll talk about Madagascar properly. Can't just get away with that, can we? Can we? Madagascar. Malawi, Madagascar. Okay, so chickadee bee. Oof. Wow. It says VAB on the notes on this, which stands for Visa at border. But then that turned out not to be the case. So that made it all a bit difficult. What? No statues of Tony Soprano? No, unfortunately, they don't have that. I've got to. I'm just getting through all these Coke cans here. Disgraceful behaviour. I don't know. 3 in the afternoon, mate. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant 3 in the. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll chat. Well, it could either be we'll meet at Jacaranda Baltic because there's the gig going on there, or if you fancy going to OEA, but we have to pay for OEA this year, so I'm thinking of giving it a swerve. Because I'm a bit like that, you know. Anyway, Madagascar. Forget Hollywood fripperies. Madagascar is like no place on earth. In fact, all things considered, it barely qualifies as a part of Africa. The two are separated by hundreds of kilometers of sea and 165 million years of evolution. Long enough for Madagascar's plants and animals to evolve into the weirdest forms on the planet. Nowhere else can you see over 70 varieties of lemur, the greatest animal in the world, the dancing stafaka being the greatest, including one that sounds exactly like a police siren. The world's biggest and smallest chameleons, the last stomping ground of the elephant bird, the largest bird that ever lived. Extraordinary plants include forests of twisted, spiny octopus trees, bottle-shaped baobabs, and an orchid, baobabs, and an orchid that has become a household name. Not for nothing is Madagascar regarded as the world's #1 conservation priority, and the people are no less interesting. Arriving here some 2,000 years ago along the Indian Ocean trade routes, they grow rice in terrace patties, and speak a language that has more in common with their origins in Southeast Asia than with the African continent. The culture is steeped in taboo and magic, imbuing caves, waterfalls, animals, and even some material objects with supernatural abilities. Hill people live in traditional multi-story brick houses with carved balconies. In some areas, dance with their dead ancestors during the turning of the bones ceremony. Throw in a soup song of pirate history, coastlines littered with shipwrecks, a great regional cooking, and some of the world's longest place names, and unfailingly polite and friendly people, and you'll experience a refreshing take on the overused unique tag. I couldn't agree more. Honestly, if you want to go somewhere a bit off the beaten track, people don't go to. I'm just going to see. I feel like I should be using this Africa because this is a lot newer. And when is this? 16th edition. This is from December 20 2024. Let's have a look. Trip to remember. Africa. So Sierra Leone. Guide. Doesn't actually tell you why it's in the order. You know. Oh no, actually, this is all in alphabetical order. Oh, okay. 6, 6, 9, 8, 6, 9, 8. The pages aren't as good. Do you know what? The first guide that I got when I was traveling solo, I got the India rough guide, and it was crap. Do you know why? Because the pages were too thin. Pages were like tissue paper. Sold. I'm going. Good. That's all I needs to hear. Plan your time. Madagascar, Eastern Madagascar, Northern Madagascar. Toolkit, language. No. Oh my God! So they used to bother telling you a little bit about the place, and they don't do that anymore. And that's really sad. I think that's really sad that they're not telling you the history of the place. It kind of annoys you when people turn up at a place and they don't know anything about it. And that was one of the joys of like getting a guidebook, was I could read it on the way to wherever I was going and learn a little bit, you know. So I'm looking at the new book here. There's nothing in, unless you do all the storybook, a history of places in Africa, a history of Africa in 15 places. Stone Town, Zanzibar. Not been there. Need to go there. Great Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, I haven't been there. I've been there. Mozambique. Just as Mozambique. I've been to over half the places it says that you need to go to. Right. Madagascar. Okay. So, am I reading all this? I don't know. I can't be asked. Should we quickly do this as quickly as possible? Yeah. Latest is, thanks for doing a great job here. Catch you later, maybe. See you later. Bye. History. Archaeological evidence suggests that Madagascar was inhabited until about 1500 or 2000 years ago, when the first was uninhabited. Sorry. How could it be inhabited until people turned up? Archaeological evidence suggests that Madagascar was uninhabited until about 1500 or 2000 years ago. I'm just gonna. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze, man. Gonna sneeze. Sorry, I'm just getting rid of all my trash. Getting rid of all my trash, man. I want my trash in a bag. Blow my nose a lot. If I don't succeed at this, if I do pass out or something, then, you know, whatever. We can always do it again. But I just want to know. I just want to know how far I can get on my first try before I, you know, have to think of a better plan next time. And my better plan is going to be, don't have a bloody cold and use up. I've used up 2 packs of Handy Andes already. I've only got like 1 left. We have to go get some more. Do you know what? I gotta say, okay, I'm producing this, and normally I just produce on one channel. I'm trying to produce this on TikTok and on Twitch and on YouTube all at the same time. I am a bit, you know, jet lagged, a bit like, whoa, what the hell's going on? But also, like, I'm trying to read, and you know what? It's a lot easier just to make stuff up. You know, like trying to read when you sleep deprived. It's hilarious. Like half the words, you can read them and you know what they are in your head, but then they fall out your mouth and it's the wrong word, and you're like, why did I say that word? That's not what it says. And it's funny. And I've done it a couple of times where I literally haven't understood. I haven't seen that I've said something wrong, and I just know I'm going to watch this back and go, ah, shit. Peter paints a lot. You will make it. Well, we've got 18 hours left. Well, 19 hours. 19 hours left. This is going to be epic. Okay. So, archaeological evidence suggests that Madagascar was uninhabited until about 15,000 or 2,000 years ago, when the first Indo-Malaysian settlers arrived in coast-hugging craft that skirted the Indian Ocean. They brought traditions such as planting rice and terrace paddies and South Asian food crops and linguistic roots buried in the subcontinent. The migration accelerated in the 9th century when the powerful Hindu Sumatran Empire, I'm just going to say the name, controlled much of the maritime trade in the Indian Ocean. Portuguese sailors named the island the Ilha de San Lourenço, but like the subsequent British, Dutch and French fleets, they failed to establish a base there. European and North American buccaneers notably had more success. North America? That's so weird. Some pirates from North America, making Madagascar their base, especially Ile Sainte-Marie or Sainte-Marie, their base in the Indian Ocean during the 17th century. Powerful Malagasy, that's what the people of Madagascar were called. They're called Malagasy. Powerful Malagasy kingdoms began to develop with the growth of trade with European merchants. Most powerful of all were the Merinda of the Central Highlands, whose chief, Rambo a Salama. Like, honestly, his name's Rambo. Like, Rambo a Salama. Like, Rambo for short. My God. Acquired the weaponry to subdue neighbouring tribes. Yeah, I bet he did. It was a massive gun that shot arrows that were on fire. His son, Radama, became king in 1810. And sniffing the winds of fortune, entered into diplomatic relations with the British in 1817 and allowed hundreds of Christian missionaries to enter the Merinda court. However, his widow and his successor, Rana Valona I, nicknamed the Bloodthirsty, passionately disliked all things Valhalla. Do you know what that means? White. She hated all things white. She persecuted the missionaries and ordered the execution of tens of thousands of her Malagasy subjects using barbarous and ingenious methods. Absolute nutter. I think she's a subject of one of the Flashman books. Is it Flashman and the Tiger or something like that? Haven't read that one. If Harry Flashman's in the chat, Harry probably knows because he went through it all. I think I'll seriously, because in every single Harry Flashman book, and every Flashman book, he meets actual real historical characters. In 1890, the British handed Madagascar over to the French in exchange for Zanzibar. We'll say that again. In 1890, the British handed Madagascar over to the French in exchange for Zanzibar. Now, my friends, I just want to ask you, I want you to tell me. I know you're clever. And I know I've probably asked you this before. But this is Madagascar, okay? Yeah? Can you see Madagascar? Can you see Madagascar? Can you see Zanzibar? Can you see Zanzibar at the top here? Yeah, Zanzibar? Yeah. Can you see Zanzibar? Can you see the sides of Madagascar? Can you see Zanzibar? Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. This little tiny island. This is it. Okay? It's like let me see. Zanzibar, right? From top to bottom. Measure distance. It's 53 miles. Okay. Let's see what Madagascar is. Let's see what Madagascar is from top to bottom. Okay, from Diego Suarez up here. Let's measure the distance. It's not called that anymore. I don't care. It is it's 962 miles. Tell me, why on earth, why in the crazy world of Arthur Brown would you give up an island that spans over 1,500 kilometers, almost 1,000 miles? Why would you give it up for a little tiny speck of land just off the coast of Tanganyika, as it was at the time? And if you get the right answer, I think you're really cool. It also shows you've been paying attention, because I've mentioned this before, because I think it's like, well, I think it's interesting. I just do. Can't help it. I don't care if you don't. Better mineral deposits. Diz, you are on the right lines, but that's not quite right. Why would they swap it? Why would they? Why? Shagging the wrong person. What? No? Anyone know? And anyone get it? Someone's got to know. Someone's got to know. Someone's got to go, yeah, I know. I know what's going on here. I know what's going on. Precious gems. You're on the right lines. There's something Zanzibar has, but Madagascar doesn't. So what is it? What is it? Military? No. No, that's not what it is. And just dun, 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 dun. A better nightlife. Fish? No. Not fish. Not fish, I'm afraid. No. Better surfing. I do like that, but that's not it. That's not the reason. Because Freddie Mercury was born there. Well, yeah, that is a good reason. Turquoise. Ooh, turquoise. Could be that. Ooh, hang on. Ryan is getting very close. Ryan, you're getting exceptionally close. Ooh, lapis lazuli. No, that's not it. We are skirting around it, and you're so nearly there. I'm quite excited about how nearly there you are on this one. Dun, dun, dun. Pepper. No, better than pepper. Okay, Diz, you're on the right lines with pepper, but you're not going to spend a lot of money on pepper, are you? Ginger plant, pearls, come on, you're so nearly. This is so exciting. You are all so nearly there. Why would they give up? Not ginger. Come on, no one's going to spend that much on ginger. What might they spend a lot of money on? You know, even today. You're on the right lines. Keep going with pepper, ginger. No, not sugar, because obviously you want more space to grow sugar. You need something that you just, maybe something that you can get. Guess what? I used to think this heat wave could be breaking. I'm hearing distant rumblings of thunder and the sky's clouds over. Ooh, that's exciting. Gold. No, not gold. Pound for pound, worth more than gold. Yes! Martin Harrow has got it. Martin Harrow, you are awesome. It is saffron. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, baby. You knows it. You knows it. You knows it. Well done, mate. Well done. It was saffron. Diz said saffron as well. Nutmeg, no. Saffron. I mean, that seems mad, doesn't it? That you would give up. I mean, look at the size of those islands compared with each other. Look at the size of Zanzibar at the top. And do you know what? I'm sure that the French walked away from this going, oh, great deal there, man. We got such a great deal there. And the English were like, no, we've got saffron. We need the saffron. This is why you should never underestimate the importance of spices. Like empires have collapsed, wars have been fought, dreams have been dashed and come to life because of saffron, because of spices in general. Diz says, I got it first on my chat. Oh, well, on my chat, on this one here, Diz, it says Martin Harrow got it first. I'm so sorry. Diz is going to get in a big tiz now. Diz going to get in tiz. I get mine from Saffron Waldron. Gaynor says, I've been busy the last 2 days, not as busy as Graham. Been trying to pop in when I can. Hey, how you doing? Gaynor Cashmere. Had to be the most expensive herb. Lol. Yeah. Okay, so that's why that happened. The British handed Madagascar over to the French in exchange for Zanzibar. Crazy, but it's true. It wasn't the British to hand. It wasn't the Britishers to hand over. It wasn't the French to take. The French captured Antananarivo, the capital, in 1895 and turned the island into an official colony in 1897. The French suppressed the Malagasy language. However, they constructed roads, expanded the education network, and abolished slavery. So resentment of the French colonial presence grew in all levels of society, and nationalist movements had developed by the 1920s. Strikes and demonstrations culminated in a revolt in 1947, which the French suppressed after killing an estimated 80,000 people and sending the rebel leaders into exile. By 1958, the Malagasys had voted in a referendum to become an autonomous republic within the French community of overseas nations. Philibert Sirinara, the leader of the PSD party, became Madagascar's first president and allowed the French to keep control of most of Madagascar's trade and industry. Siranarana was forced to resign in 1972 and succeeded by an army general who was a gobshite, probably. The socialist Ramandoza made friends with China and the USSR, closed down the French military bases, and collectivized farming system, which led to an exodus of French farmers. The economy took a nosedive, and Ramandoza was forced to resign. His successor, Richard Rasimandrava, lasted just 1 week before being assassinated by rebel officers. They were almost immediately routed by Ramatosa loyalists. The new government, headed by Admiral Didier Ratsiraka, came to power. The Ratsiraka years were characterized by more socialist reforms, but a debt crisis in 1981 and 1982 forces him to resign, to abandon the reforms and obey the IMF. Impossible mission force. Zanzibar, an excellent club in Liverpool. Yes, well, it used to be. It's not anymore, is it? Because it used to be all live music and then it got bought by someone and it's not doing that anymore. I think they changed the name. I don't think it's the Zanzibar anymore. Which is ridiculous. Anyway. In 1989, Ratsiraka was dubiously elected in his third 7-year term, sparking riots that left 6 people dead. People were still demanding his resignation by 1991, and the ensuing demonstrations brought the economy to a standstill. In 1992, Malagasys voted in a referendum to limit the presidential powers. General elections were held that year, and Professor Albert Zafy thrust Ratsiraka Aka, ending his 17 years in power. Years of communist-style dictatorship and economic mismanagement made it hard for Zafi to ignore the economy and gain the trust of the people. He was eventually impeached for abuse of constitutional powers, e.g. sacking his prime minister. Elections were called in 1996, and Rat Siraka surprised everyone by scraping the victory after all that. In 2001, Madagascans went to the polls for general elections. During the first round, Mark Ravoamanana, a former yogurt seller and businessman, claimed victory, but Rat Siraka refused to accept the vote. Ravoamanana and his supporters, mounted mass protests and a general strike beginning in 2002. A month later, Ravoamanana went to ahead and declared himself president anyway, sparking off clashes between rival supporters that nearly brought Madagascar to a civil war. Bridges were bombed, and Rat Siraka's supporters blockaded Antananarivo, the capital, cutting off food and fuel supply for weeks. The Supreme Court held a recount and declared Ravoamanana the winner. When the US recognized Ravoamanana as the rightful president. Oh, okay. I've got to stop this because I'm in. Okay, I've got to stop this in a minute. As the rightful president, Rat Siraka fled in exile to Paris. Ravoamanana's I Love Madagascar Party, you're not going to lose with that name, are you? The I Love Madagascar Party sealed its popularity at parliamentary elections in December 2002. The new president set about reforming the country, ruined the country's ruined economy, and announced salary increases for politicians in an effort to stamp out corruption. He generally made the right noises to the World Bank, which, along with France and the US, pledged a total of $2.3 billion in aid. They, like millions of Malagasi's, are hoping for that Ravoamanana, the self-made millionaire, can help finally fulfill Madagascar's huge economic potential. Ravoamanana has declared his intention of breaking French cultural influence on the country and restoring the Malagasy language and traditions. His actions to date have included the repair and maintenance of many main roads, a feat that won't be lost on visitors, keeping the armies of Malagasys employed for many months. Honestly, when I went there, he was still in charge, and then there was a coup after I went there, and they did have good roads, and they were getting investment from all over the world, from China, from Europe, from Britain, from France, from USA, everything. Now I'm gonna have to shut this down in a moment, and in a few seconds, I'm gonna start a new stream on YouTube in about a minute. Okay, but until then, thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye.